The Restoration. By Void and Velvet. Chapter 1. What the Paint Conceals. The estate announced itself before Cael could see it. There was a smell first, damp stone and wet grass and the particular mineral sharpness of a building that had been breathing the same cold air for 400 years. Then a gap in the tree line, and there it was. He had looked at the photographs Isidore Voss sent him. He had read the property description on the commission brief. He understood, professionally, what a 17th-century English manor house in a state of managed decline looked like. What he had not prepared for, what the photographs had failed to convey, was the way the building seemed to be in a continuous act of subsidence, sinking slowly into the Lincolnshire flatness around it as though the earth were reclaiming it by degrees. The east wing listed. The roofline dipped at its center. Ivy had taken the south-facing wall so completely it was no longer clear where the stone ended and the plant began. He pulled his car through the gate and stopped. He sat for a moment with the engine idling, looking. The windows were dark. All of them. 30-odd panes of glass set into the facade at intervals that suggested a builder who had been making decisions on the day and changed his mind twice, and every one of them reflecting the October sky back at Cael in a flat, pewter gray that gave nothing away. A building that did not intend to be read. He appreciated that, professionally. He noted the gate had been freshly oiled. Someone was maintaining the practicalities. His thermos sat in the cup holder. The coffee had gone cold somewhere around Grantham and he had drunk it anyway because the alternative was stopping, and stopping meant sitting in a service station car park thinking about the way Felix had said, 2 weeks ago, when Cael had mentioned the commission, "That sounds isolated." Not a question. Just the observation of a man who knew which details to notice. Cael turned off the engine. The estate's front approach was a long gravel drive that had seen better decades. He parked at what he judged to be a courteous distance from the entrance, retrieved his main kit from the boot, the hard case, the documentation bag, the portable lighting rig folded into its carry sleeve, and walked to the door. His boots on the gravel were the loudest thing for what felt like a considerable distance. The nearest village was 4 miles. He had passed through it without stopping, noting a pub, a post office, a war memorial with a longer list than the village probably deserved. The door opened before he knocked. The man in the doorway was in his late 50s, compact, with the look of someone who had decided many years ago that economy of movement was a form of respect. Gray at the temples. A jumper that had been washed so many times it had achieved a specific quality of softness that Cael associated with things that had been used correctly for a long time. He regarded Cael with the equanimity of someone who had been expecting him, and had thoughts about his being here that he was not currently going to share. "Mr. Morrow," he said. Not a question. "Yes." Cael shifted the kit bag. "You're Mr. Ashby?" "Rowan." He stepped back from the door. "Come in. I'll show you the room." He did not offer to help with the bags. Cael followed him inside. The entrance hall was large and very cold. The flagstone floor had been swept clean, but not recently a fine layer of stone dust had settled into the grout lines, and Cael's boots left faint impressions. The ceiling was high enough to lose detail in the low light. Someone had arranged 2 chairs against the far wall and then left them there, and used, the upholstery fading along the armrests in matching curves that suggested they had been sitting in direct light for years before the curtains went up. He noted the curtains. Heavy wool, a deep green that had oxidized to something more complicated. The hardware was original. Victorian, he thought, or near enough. He was doing the thing he always did, which was to read the room before he read the people in it. He knew this about himself. He had been told it was a quality. Rowan led him through a corridor, then a second corridor, then up a staircase that creaked with the distinctive frequency of wood that had been settling into itself for decades and had found its preferred position. The sound was not distressing. It was the sound of a building that knew what it was. "The commission documentation mentioned a portrait gallery," Cael said. "The north wing." Rowan did not slow down. "I'll take you after you've seen the room." The room was on the 2nd floor, facing west, with a ceiling that was not quite level and a window that had a single crack running from the upper left corner, hairline, packed with old filler that had been painted over so many times it had raised slightly from the glass. Cael set his kit on the floor beside the bed and looked out the window. Fields. A stand of elms. An overcast sky that had no intention of committing to anything. The bed was made. There was a lamp on the bedside table and a fresh bar of soap in the bathroom, and a towel folded with precision. Someone had put a small vase of late garden flowers on the windowsill, the kind of thing a person did automatically when they prepared a room for a guest, an act of domestic competence that cost nothing and meant everything about the character of the person who'd done it. He looked at the flowers for a moment. "Thank you," he said to Rowan, who was in the doorway. Rowan nodded. "Dinner at 7 if you want it. The kitchen's on the ground floor, east corridor." He paused. "You'll find your way." He meant it practically. Cael was quite sure he meant it practically. "The portrait gallery," Cael said. "When you're ready." He was ready in 4 minutes. The north wing smelled different from the rest of the house, drier, stiller, with a faint note of linseed that Cael had not expected and found immediately comforting in the way that certain smells do if you have spent 15 years in rooms that contain them. Rowan opened a set of double doors at the corridor's end, and Cael walked in, and stopped. The gallery ran the length of the wing. 14 paintings that he could see, hung in the Victorian manner, crowded, frame to frame, the larger works anchoring the wall's center with smaller pieces clustered above and below. The light came from 3 tall windows on the east-facing wall, north-corrected by the October sky, flat and clean and as close to neutral as natural light offered. Good for assessment. He would bring the portable rig for close work. He walked the room once without touching anything. He always did this. A way of establishing, before the professional protocol began, what he was actually looking at. Most of the works were standard English country house fare, landscapes, family portraits in the stiff-back tradition, a flower study or two, a large hunting scene he did not need to examine more closely to date within 20 years. Competent work. Commission work. The kind of painting that filled specific spaces on specific walls by people who understood their function. He found the Voss portrait in the northeast corner. It was larger than the brief had suggested, a full-length figure, which the documentation had not mentioned, or which he had read as a 3/4. Edmund Voss, painted 1887, oil on linen. He had been given the measurements. 64 by 40 inches. His eye had scaled them differently from the reality, which was that the painting was a substantial presence in the room, not the largest, but the one toward which the room seemed faintly inclined, the way a group of standing figures will unconsciously orient toward the tallest. He moved closer. The damage was immediately visible. Time had cracked the upper varnish layer into a fine reticulation, alligatoring in the trade, and there was foxing along the right margin where moisture had gotten at some point and been imperfectly addressed. The lower left quadrant had a section of lost paint where something had been pressed against it, probably during a move, possibly during the chaos of a century of domestic upheaval. A previous restoration attempt had been made at the lower edge. He could see the different texture of the in-painting even at this distance. Someone had worked on it, amateurs or near enough, with materials that had not aged well. All of this was in the brief. He had expected all of this. He had not expected the eyes. They were gray. A very specific gray, cold at its edges, and then, in the center, something warmer that was technically a function of the underpainting and the particular glaze the original artist had used, but which registered, at this distance, in this flat October light, as depth, as attention. The standard observation about portrait paintings that follow the viewer, the trick of placing the irises at the correct angle, was a technique Cael had catalogued 100 times. He understood the mechanics. He was looking at the mechanics in the very process of remarking on them. He set down his thermos on the window ledge and opened his documentation bag. The condition report took 45 minutes. He was thorough because he was always thorough, and because the thoroughness was what the commission was paying for, and because standing 2 feet from a face required him to have something to do with his hands. He photographed every inch. He made measurements. He noted the alligatoring, the foxing, the losses, the previous restoration work. He noted the ground preparation, which was unusual, a double-layered gesso that he would need to examine more closely before he began any solvent work. He noted the eyes in the condition log as technically accomplished portraiture, gaze directional effect well executed. He photographed them at 3 focal lengths. At the bottom of the condition report, in the section marked Initial Observations, he wrote, unusual chromatic warmth in irises given overall tonal palette. Prussian adjacent gray with a suggestion of underglazing in a warmer register, possibly lamp black mixed with a lake pigment, though this requires spectral analysis to confirm. The formal dress and composition read as period standard, but there is something in the articulation of the hands that is not. He looked at the hands. He had not intended to write about the hands. He had intended to write about the hands later, when he had better light and his magnification loupe. The hands were painted with a precision that the rest of the work, competent, precise in its own right, did not quite match. They were folded at the figure's front, not rigidly, the fingers at an angle that suggested interrupted motion rather than formal arrangement. As if the sitter had been told to be still and had almost managed it. Cael had restored a great many paintings. He knew the difference between a painter who had depicted a body and a painter who had observed one. He wrote, "Artist appears to have had significantly more interest in the subject than the commission typically demands." He looked at this sentence for a moment. He crossed out interest and wrote, "Attention." He looked at that. He left it. He walked to the window and picked up his thermos and drank the cold coffee. Outside, the fields were darkening toward late afternoon, the light going warm and low and starting to make the elms into silhouettes. He had 3 weeks. More, if needed. The contract had a clause for complex commissions that Isidora Voss had included without his asking, which was the kind of thing a client included when they already knew the work was going to be complicated. He turned back to the portrait. He was not, he told himself, doing anything that could be described as looking. He was completing his initial assessment. He was a professional conducting a documented survey of a damaged work for which he had signed a detailed contract. He was noting the condition of the eyes, which were technically accomplished, and the hands, which were unusual, and the overall state of the varnish, which was the primary focus of the first week's work. He was not standing in front of a painting in an empty room at dusk thinking about the hands. He photographed the hands at 4 focal lengths. He packed his documentation bag. He found the kitchen by the smell of something cooking, and he ate dinner, and he told Rowan the estate was exactly as described, which was true, and that he expected the restoration to proceed on schedule, which was also true, and that everything was fine, which was the thing he said in every room in every house where he had ever worked. It was what he said instead of, "I am a person who finds it easier to be in rooms with damaged things than in rooms with people, and this room has both, and I am not yet sure what to make of that." But that was not the kind of thing you said to a person you had met 3 hours ago over a lamb stew. That was barely the kind of thing you said to yourself. He went to his room and wrote his initial report in the estate's guest ledger. His handwriting was small, precise, slanting consistently to the right. He numbered his observations. He did not notice that the signature on the portrait, when he compared his photographs to the one in the commission brief, was slightly different, a variant spelling of the artist's name, a single transposed letter that changed nothing and also, later, would change everything. He turned out the light at 10:30. He lay in the dark and thought about the hands. Chapter 2: The Cost of Being Careful. Rowan gave him the full tour in the morning. It took the better part of 2 hours, which was longer than Cael had expected and shorter than the estate probably warranted. Rowan moved through the rooms at a pace that was not hurried and was not leisurely. It was simply the pace of a man who had done this walk many thousands of times and saw no reason to perform it differently because there was a guest. He named the rooms. He noted the structural concerns. There was a section of the east wing currently closed off following a ceiling collapse in 2019, the plasterwork awaiting a specialist who had been awaiting a budget allocation from Isidora Voss, and he explained the heating system, which was ancient and had moods, and the hot water situation, which he described only as specific, and the wireless signal, which reached the guest rooms and the library and nowhere else, with a finality that suggested this had Been accepted rather than solved. Cael listened. He asked questions that were practical. Where could he store solvents safely? What was the ambient temperature in the gallery in the morning versus the afternoon? Was the east-facing window glazing original, or had it been replaced? Rowan answered all of them. He did not volunteer anything. In the orangery, a Victorian edition, glass and iron, currently housing a trestle table covered with seed trays and what appeared to be a 10-year project of some kind involving terracotta pots, Cael paused at a section of wall where a framed diagram of the estate's grounds had been hung. It was hand-drawn, not recent, the paper foxed at its edges and covered at the margins with penciled notes. He could not quite read from this distance. "Is this current?" he asked. "Current enough." Rowan came to look at it with him. "The east wing's not on it. It was added after." He studied the diagram for a moment. "The north wing's the oldest part. 17th century. The rest was built out from it. The portrait gallery." "Yes." Rowan did not look at him. "The gallery's always been in the north wing." There was a quality to the pause that followed which Cael noted and did not press. He had learned, over many years of commission work of arriving at other people's houses and asking to be let into the rooms where things needed fixing, that there were things people told you and things people were still deciding whether to tell you, and that the surest way to foreclose the second category was to push before you had established that you were safe to push with. Rowan had the manner of a man who had a great deal in the second category. Cael could wait. They had lunch in the kitchen. Rowan made soup from something he didn't explain and bread he'd clearly baked that morning, and they ate at the kitchen table, which was the largest table Cael had sat at in recent memory, a slab of old oak that took up a third of the room and had been worked at and eaten at and probably wept at so many times that it had absorbed the whole history of that use into its grain. Cael found himself resting his palm on it. He did this sometimes, with objects that had a particular density of accumulated life. "You've been here a long time," Cael said. Not quite a question. 22 years. Rowan wrapped his hands around his bowl. "Before that there was an agency, occasional staff. The estate was largely unoccupied for a stretch in the 90s. And Ms. Voss is a Dora, she doesn't live here. London, mostly. She comes when there's something that needs her." A brief pause. "The commission?" Cael waited. "She's serious about the restoration," Rowan said. "More than the other things." "What other things?" Rowan looked at him with the expression of a man who had just remembered something he had decided not to say. "The roof," he said. "She's been negotiating with contractors for 3 years." Cael ate his bread. He thought about pressing and decided against it. He was here for the painting. The painting was in the north wing. He had work to do. After lunch, when he was carrying his bowl to the sink, Rowan said, "The house tends to find what you've left unattended." Cael turned. Rowan was wiping down the table with the unhurried precision of a man performing a task he had performed 10,000 times. "Sorry?" "The damp." Rowan did not look up. "If you leave a room closed up and unheated, it gets in. In the walls, mostly. But you open the room again, and you can see exactly where you stopped paying attention." "Right," Cael said. He watched Rowan for a moment. "Good to know." He did not think then that this was anything other than advice about building maintenance. He filed it, as he filed most things, in the register of useful practical information. He carried his bowl to the sink and washed it. He went back upstairs to get his portable lights. He worked in the gallery until 6. The first day was always documentation, a thorough secondary survey under the portable rig, which showed him things the flat natural light had not. The alligatoring in the upper varnish was more extensive than he thought. There was a second area of moisture damage he had missed in yesterday's assessment, smaller than the first but closer to the face. He catalogued everything. He photographed everything. He was systematic and he was calm, and he did not, after the first hour, think about the hands. He thought about the eyes, which was different. At 6 he put down his documentation tools and stood at his normal looking distance, and spent 2 minutes doing the kind of looking that was not professional. He allowed himself this. He always allowed himself 2 minutes at the end of the first full day because he had learned, years ago, that denying himself the looking only meant he did it when he should have been doing something else. Better to schedule the irrationality. The portrait looked back at him with the gray eyes and the hands and the formal dress and said nothing. He went to his room and called Petra. She answered on the third ring, which meant she was in the studio and had had to put something down to pick up. Cael. How's the estate? Fine. He sat on the edge of the bed. Through the window the last of the light was going, the elms against the sky in a thick charcoal smear. Old. A bit damp. The caretaker makes decent soup. How are you? Fine. You said that already? Because it's accurate both times. He heard her make a sound that was not quite a laugh. The commission is interesting. The damage is more complex than the brief suggested, but not unmanageably so. I'll need the first week just for prep. Are there other people there? The caretaker. The owner comes occasionally, but she's not here now. He paused. Why? Just asking. Petra's voice had the quality it got when she was doing mental arithmetic about something she wasn't going to share yet. Is there anything actually alive there besides you? Plants? Animals? Mice? There's a cat. I think it belongs to the caretaker. He had seen it in the corridor, briefly, a gray cat with the imperious manner of a cat that had been making decisions about the household for longer than any of the humans currently resident. I haven't been introduced formally. She laughed, then a real one, and something in his chest did the thing it did when Petra laughed, which was to unclench fractionally. She was the person he found easiest. He was aware this was not a high bar. How's the painting? She said. Technically accomplished. Unusual ground preparation. Prussian-adjacent eyes. He paused. Previous restoration work on the lower edge that I'm going to have to deal with carefully. Whoever did it used materials that weren't appropriate for the period and they've aged badly. That's annoying. It's fine. It's reparable. He turned the phone in his hand. It's a good face, he said, and then did not know why he'd said that, and added, with the slight over-precision of someone correcting course. The original artist was more attentive to the subject than the commission format typically requires. The technical interest is in understanding why. Said Petra, in the tone that meant she had noted something and was electing not to remark on it. Call me Thursday? I'll call you Thursday. Call me before if anything happens. What would happen? I don't know, Cael. That's why I'm saying before. He said good night and hung up and laid back on the bed and looked at the ceiling, which had a watermark in its plaster that was older than the filler on the window crack and had been addressed with less care. He catalogued it automatically, the way he catalogued everything. He was a man who noticed what was damaged. It was not something he could turn off. He thought about the portrait's eyes. He thought about the specific technique of the underglazing the warmth beneath the cold gray surface and about the hands, and about Rowan's comment, which was advice about damp but which he was going to be turning over in his mind for the foreseeable future. The house tends to find what you've left unattended. He thought, he means the damp. Obviously. He is the caretaker of a building that has significant moisture problems, and he is giving practical guidance to a guest who is going to be spending considerable time in the building's north wing, which is its oldest section and therefore arguably most vulnerable to exactly the kind of structural neglect he's describing. That was what Rowan meant. Cael turned out the lamp. In the dark the room settled around him with the specific sounds of an old building at night, which were creaks of timber and the low movement of pipes and, at intervals, a sound he could not identify that was probably wind in the chimney of a disused flue. Familiar sounds. He had worked in many old buildings. He lay still and thought about the portrait's eyes and eventually, after a longer time than he would have preferred, fell asleep. He dreamed nothing he could remember in the morning. Chapter 3 Stable Damage. On the third day he began. There was a protocol for beginning. He had developed it over 15 years of commission work, refined it through approximately 60 significant restorations and any number of smaller interventions, and it had become, as most rituals do when they have been practiced long enough, so integral to his sense of self that he could not have said with certainty whether he found it meaningful, or whether it simply was him, the way his handwriting was him, the way his habit of picking up nearby objects when he talked was him. The protocol was: tools laid out in order of use, documentation photographed and cross-referenced, first solvent test done in an area of loss where any unexpected reaction would not compromise original material. He moved through these steps with the focused quiet of a man who has found the thing he is designed to do. He was very good at this. Not good in the way that is the product of natural facility, though there was that too, but good in the way that only comes from having given something your complete attention for long enough that you begin to understand not just the technique, but the material's interior logic. He knew what paint wanted. He knew how oil behaved as it aged, how it changed its relationship with the ground beneath it, how the chemistry of cleaning and the chemistry of restoration had to be matched to the chemistry of the original work, or the intervention became another layer of damage waiting to be undone. He understood this the way other people understood language, intuitively and from the inside. The first solvent test confirmed the ground preparation was double-layered, as he'd suspected. He made a note. He mixed his first cleaning solution with the particular care of someone who has been burned by hurrying this step, and has not made that mistake since. He began cleaning the upper right quadrant. The varnish lifted in the way he had hoped, responsive, cooperative, the chemistry matched, and underneath it the paint came back to itself in the way that was, 15 years in, still the thing that made him understand why he did this work rather than something easier. The colors emerged from the yellowed varnish the way something surfaces from water. First a darkened approximation, then, as the solvent did its work, a version that was closer to what the original artist had seen, then closer still, and then a moment that was not quite the original. Nothing was ever quite the original, but was the most honest version the material would yield. The ground was exceptional. He stopped and stood back. The preparation the original artist had used was not standard for the period. It had a quality that he would need to assess more thoroughly, but even in the first morning's cleaning it was clear that whoever had painted Edmund Voss had done so on a ground they had prepared with unusual care, building up the layers with a patience that was evident in the way the paint had aged. It had held together in a period portrait where he would have expected more significant degradation. It had held in the way of things made to last by someone who intended them to. He made a note about the ground preparation. He made a note about the particular quality of the paint in the collar, which was rendered with the same precise attention as the hands. At 11:30 his phone rang. He did not want to answer it. He was in the middle of a section, and stopping mid-section was the kind of thing that bothered him in a way he could not entirely justify, and would not try. He answered it anyway because the name on the screen was Felix. "You didn't pick up last time," Felix said. "I was on the train." He hadn't been on the train. He had been in his flat in Cambridge looking at the commission brief and not quite deciding. "How are you?" "Good. I'm good." Felix's voice had the particular warmth of someone who genuinely was fine and knew that this was not entirely simple information to convey. "Lena sends her love. She started a sourdough thing. The whole flat smells like a brewery." Cael smiled briefly at the wall. "Tell her I'm impressed." "I heard about the commission," Felix said. "Lincolnshire?" "Yes. A 19th-century portrait. Full length, oil on linen." He looked at the section he'd been cleaning, and made himself not think about the collar. "How did you hear about it?" "James mentioned it. Said you'd taken something unusual." A pause. "Is it unusual?" Cael considered. "The ground preparation is interesting. The previous restoration work on the lower edge is going to be awkward. But it's not outside my experience." "How's the house?" "Large. Cold. The caretaker makes adequate soup." Felix laughed. It was the easiest laugh of anyone Cael knew, not performed, just genuinely delighted by things, and Cael had always found this baffling and also, in a way he had never articulated even to himself, something close to grief adjacent. "Are you eating?" "Yes." "Are you eating more than once a day?" "Felix. I'm asking." "I'm eating." He was eating. He had eaten Rowan's soup at lunch and his own assembled dinner last night, and the bread this morning, which had been left on the kitchen table with a jar of marmalade in a gesture of caretaking so undemonstrative it had taken him a moment to recognize what it was. "I'm fine." "Right," Felix said, in the tone of a man who had learned, through extended practice, that this was often not true and that pushing on it only produced more precise rearticulations of "fine." "Well, good." A silence. Not uncomfortable, they had got past uncomfortable, had moved through it into something that had a different texture. This was the silence of two people who knew each other, and had known each other in a way that was now concluded, and who had made a reasonable peace with that. He had been the reason it ended. He knew this. Felix had never said it unkindly, had in fact been more careful with it than the situation required, and Cael had been grateful for that in the way he was grateful for things that made the calculation of what he owed people less complicated. Felix said, "Just checking in. You can call, you know. If anything, if the commission gets interesting in a way that needs talking about." "I know," Cael said. "Right," Felix said again, and there it was, the slight heaviness of a word used once too often in a conversation, the weight of everything the word was carrying instead of being said. "Take care of yourself." "You too." He hung up. He stood for a moment with the phone in his hand, looking at the portrait. The section he'd been cleaning was visible, a strip of the upper right quadrant where Edmund Voss's shoulder met the background, the colors crisper now, the painting's original intention emerging from the yellowed overlay the way a voice gets clearer when you move closer to it. He set the phone down. He picked up his cotton swab. He went back to work. He worked until 2 in the morning. He had not planned this. He had planned to work until 8, eat dinner, call it a reasonable day. But the cleaning of the upper quadrant led to the discovery that the right margin, the section with the foxing, had additional paint loss beneath the moisture damage that had not been visible in the initial survey, and addressing this required a more thorough assessment of the substrate, and the assessment of the substrate suggested a different approach to the prior restoration work than he'd initially planned. And by the time he had worked through the revised approach in his head and begun testing it on a small section, it was midnight. And by midnight the light in the gallery had changed into the flat electric illumination of his portable rig, everything beyond its circle very dark, the portrait in his lights like a figure at the center of a stage, and there was a quality to working in this light, in this silence, that he associated with the best hours of his professional life. He stopped at 2 because his hands were tired, and continuing past fatigue was how you made mistakes. He cleaned his tools. He sorted them by size, an automatic act that he performed the same way every evening, the same way he had performed it for 15 years in however many rooms. The swabs went in the disposal. The glass palettes went in the case in order. The brushes went in their roll. He photographed the day's progress. He wrote his log notes. He did not look at the portrait when he was doing the notes. He looked at it when he was done. Edmund Voss's face had emerged from the varnish, the upper 2/3 of it, at least in a way that was clarifying by degrees. He could see now what the original artist had done with the light source, a diffuse illumination coming from slightly above and to the left, the kind of light that was not dramatic but was honest, that found the structure of a face without flattering it and without cruelty. The result was a portrait that did not perform its subject. It simply rendered him. The mouth was not quite composed. He had thought so yesterday. He was more certain now. Not distress, nothing so legible as distress, but the mouth of a man holding himself to a stillness that was costing something. Cael stood in front of the portrait at 2 in the morning with his notes in his hand and thought, against his professional judgment and his personal habit, he was not a man who liked sitting for portraits. He didn't know why he thought this. He turned it over. He examined it the way he would examine an anomaly in the paint, not dismissing it, but looking at it honestly to see what it was made of. The articulation of the hands interrupted motion. The mouth maintained stillness. The eyes, the only place in the painting where the sitter appeared to be permitting himself something, though Cael could not have said what. He looked at the eyes for a moment. Then he turned out the portable lights and walked back to his room in the dark. He slept with the certainty of a man whose body had been given enough to do. In the morning grey still, the fields outside his window a flat and featureless pale, he went back to the gallery. The portrait was exactly as he'd left it. Obviously. He photographed the current state. He set up his lights. He sat down with his notes and his log and planned the day's work. He was looking at the unclean section of the face and thinking about sequence when he noticed, in his photographs from yesterday's end-of-day documentation, that the underpainting in the area of the left cheek was slightly different from what he'd seen in the initial photographs taken on his first day. He looked at the two photographs for a long time. The difference was subtle. A change in the way the damaged varnish was cracking in that small section. The alligatoring pattern had shifted fractionally, which could mean any number of things: photographic angle, lighting variance, his own camera settings on different days. He made a note. He put it in the column of the log he labeled, "To investigate," and moved on. He cleaned the lower face from 11 until 4. The mouth emerged fully, and it was as he'd suspected, held precisely, carefully, with the control of someone who had decided how they were going to look and was maintaining it by will. The original artist had not corrected for this, had rendered it faithfully, which told him something about their relationship. He came up from close work, his neck aching, his eyes tired, and found himself face to face with Edmund Voss. He said, because he was alone and sometimes he talked to paintings, "You didn't like sitting for this." The portrait said nothing. The eyes tracked him with the technical precision of a skilled compositional trick. He picked up his swab. He went back to work. Chapter 4: What Doesn't Wash Off. On the 5th day, the solvent left the wrong marks. He noticed it in the early afternoon, in the section he was working on, the upper left quadrant, the area around the shoulder and the neck, where the varnish had been thickest and most uniformly yellowed. He had mixed the solution at the concentration he tested and found appropriate, applied it on a swab in the direction he'd established as correct for the grain of the canvas, and the varnish was lifting as expected. But where the swab had been, the paint beneath was not simply cleaned. It was, and he looked at this for a long time, and then leaned closer, and then went to get his magnification loupe and looked at it again. It was responding. A fractional shift in the surface that was not the mechanical effect of solvent on oxidized varnish. It was the wrong change. It was the kind of change that paint makes when touched. He sat back on his stool. He was a rigorous professional. Rigorous professionals had explanations. He went through them methodically. The ground preparation was unusual, which he had established on day 1, and the unusual ground might be interacting with his solvent in a way the test area had not fully revealed. The paint in this section might have a different formulation from the lower quadrants. He might have contaminated his solution at some point without noticing. The mixing ratio might be marginally off from what he'd intended. Any of these things were more likely than the alternative, which he did not formulate as a sentence even in the privacy of his own mind. He documented it. He photographed it from 3 angles. He wrote in his log, "Anomalous surface response in upper left quadrant. Paint surface appears to exhibit reactive quality inconsistent with simple solvent-varnish interaction. See photographs ULQ5 through ULQ8. Possible explanation: unusual ground formulation affecting aging behavior of paint layers. Will apply alternative solution concentration to test section and compare." He tested the alternative concentration. The anomalous response was marginally less pronounced but not absent. He wrote this down. He moved to a different section of the work and continued cleaning. He was rigorous. He had explanations. The anomaly was documented and filed and would be examined in due course. He worked until 7. He ate the dinner he had assembled from the provisions Rowan replenished silently, and apparently on a schedule he had not announced. He read for 20 minutes, and did not retain any of it. He opened his personal journal. He had not opened it in 3 years. He was not sure why he had packed it. It was in his kit bag as a habit, the way all his tools were packed the same way every time, and he had not specifically included it or excluded it. But it was there, and his pen was in the side pocket of the bag, and he opened the journal to the first empty page, which was page 11. The first 10 pages were a previous commission, 3 years ago. A house in the Lot Valley, a collection of mostly unremarkable 18th-century oils with one genuinely interesting Flemish work that had taken him 4 days to assess. He read 2 pages of his own notes about it, and then closed them off with the quiet interest of reading handwriting from a person he used to be. On page 11 he wrote, Day 5. The solvent response is wrong. Not wrong in a way I can explain to my own satisfaction, which is unusual. I have documentation. I am not imagining it. He looked at this. He wrote, The portrait's face is extraordinary now that the upper varnish is cleared. I did not expect this. The brief described a significant work, which is standard, and the photographs were adequate, but photographs are never the thing. The paint in the eyes, the underglazing, specifically, is the most skilled piece of technical work in the composition by some margin. Whoever painted this understood the chemistry of the way the eye reads depth. He read this back. He closed the journal. He made coffee and stood at the window of his room and looked at the dark fields until the coffee was gone. He did not go back to the gallery. He went to bed at 9:30. He lay on his back in the dark, which was very dark as a place that has no street lights and no near neighbors can be, the kind of dark that used to feel oppressive to him when he was younger and had at some point become comfortable. A room this dark could be any size. You could choose not to know. He had spent a great many nights in rooms like this, in old buildings in rural places, commission after commission, and he had learned to read dark rooms the same way he read everything else, by the quality of the silence, by the sounds at its edges, by the way the air moved. This room was still. The building was settling into night around him with its familiar language of creak and shift. He fell asleep at some point, which was neither quick nor difficult, the ordinary drift of a body that had done sufficient work. He did not notice the threshold. The dream was not frightening. This was the first thing he noticed about it. After, in the way you notice the features of something in the moment of its leaving, it was not frightening, which meant his memory of it came back cleanly without the interference of adrenaline, without the blurred amnesia of nightmare. He was in the gallery. Not the gallery as it currently was stripped back, portable lights and equipment cases along the east wall, his tools on the trestle table, the other paintings hung in their dusty frames, but the gallery as it would have been in the 1880s, the same room with different contents, inhabited and warm. The paintings were hung differently, more of them, a density that was period appropriate. There were lamps, gas, he thought, the light quality different from anything electrical, a warmer and more unstable flicker. The floor was clean. The furniture was present, chairs, a side table with a set of decanters, a writing desk against the far wall. A man was standing at the window. He had his back turned. Cael could not see his face. He could see the shape of him, tall, angular, the formal dress of the period, the dark hair worn to the collar, and the particular stillness of someone who is aware of being in a room with another person and has chosen not to acknowledge it yet. Not hostile. Not performing. Simply choosing. Cael understood in the dream that this was not his room. He understood that he had come in from somewhere and found someone already here, and that the protocol for this situation was to wait, or to leave, or to say something. He could not decide which was correct. He said nothing. He stood very still. The man at the window did not turn around. But something in the quality of his stillness changed a fractional shift, the way a person shifts when they have registered something they were not expecting. As though he had heard something. As though he had heard Cael not speak. Cael woke at 4 in the morning. He lay for a moment in the orientation of waking, the ceiling, the window, the shape of the room, all of it coming back into its correct arrangement in the dark. His heart was at a normal rate. He was not frightened. He felt, instead, something that took him a moment to identify because it was not part of his usual register. He felt that he had been watched. Not the memory of being watched in the dream, not the man at the window, but the retroactive understanding that something had been attending to the back of his head for hours. Not the man at the window, who had been facing away. Something else. Something that had been in the room and had spent the night learning the shape of the back of his skull. He opened his journal. He wrote, woke at 4 a.m. from an unusually specific dream. The gallery in its Victorian state, a figure at the window with his back turned. The grammar of the dream was not nightmare. I am a person who has stayed in a great many old buildings, and I have had dreams produced by them before. The way the subconscious processes a building's history once you have been immersed in its documentation. He looked at this. He wrote. The figure did not turn around. He looked at that. He closed the journal. He made coffee on the small electric kettle in his room. He did not go back to sleep. He sat in the chair by the window and watched the dark outside lighten into gray into the particular flat white of an overcast October dawn, and he thought about the man at the window and the quality of the watching and the wrong marks the solvent had left in the paint, and he thought, I am a rigorous professional with explanations. He went to the gallery at 7:15. The portrait was exactly as he had left it. He stood looking at it for a moment. The face clean now down to the mouth, the forehead and upper cheeks fully revealed, looked back at him with the gray eyes and the held mouth and said nothing at all. He set up his lights. He picked up his tools. He began. Chapter 5. The Portrait Bleeds. He arrived in the gallery at 7 on the 8th day, and the shadow had moved. He stood in the doorway for a moment. He was rigorous, and he did not panic, and he did not immediately accept what he was seeing, because immediately accepting things is not how rigorous people operate. He crossed the room. He retrieved, from his documentation folder, the photograph he had taken at the end of the previous evening's session, at 6:43 p.m. according to the metadata, which showed the lower left quadrant of the portrait in the state he had left it. He held the photograph beside the canvas. The shadow had moved. It was a shadow in the lower left quadrant, a cast shadow from the figure's hand, his own body blocking a light source that the original artist had rendered from the left. Cael had documented it as a compositional element on day 2, had photographed it twice during the cleaning process, had made a note in his log about its position relative to a small area of paint loss nearby. He knew exactly where it had been. It was approximately 2 centimeters from where it had been. He measured. He photographed. He sat on his stool in front of the lower left quadrant, and spent 4 minutes sitting very still, which was his way of processing things that required processing before he could be useful about them. He was not a man who needed to perform his disturbance. He sat with it until he had the shape of it, and then he could do things. Then he spent 40 minutes working through every rational explanation. Settling of the canvas on its stretcher, possible, but the canvas was old and stable, and any movement of the scale required to shift a painted shadow 2 centimeters would have produced stress damage visible elsewhere, and there was no stress damage elsewhere. Temperature fluctuation. The gallery's ambient temperature had changed overnight. He had his thermometer log and could confirm it had not changed sufficiently to cause this kind of material shift, and in any case temperature fluctuation of the kind available in a climate-controlled building, even a poorly controlled one like this, did not move shadows. His own measurement error. He held the photograph next to the painting and looked at the 2 centimeter gap and considered whether he had somehow managed to misread his own measurements on 2 previous occasions, and concluded that he had not. An animal in the gallery, if an animal large enough to cause this kind of canvas disturbance had been in the gallery overnight, there would be other evidence of it, and there was no other evidence of it. He wrote all of these in his log in the column headed Rational Explanations. He wrote beside each one, in a smaller hand, his assessment of its likelihood. At the bottom of the log entry, below the rational explanations and their likelihood assessments, he wrote in a hand that was slightly smaller than usual, It moved. He looked at this for a moment. He drew a box around it, which was something he had never done in a professional log. He did not know why he drew the box. He took his camera and photographed the page, the log entry, the rational explanations, and the box sentence at the bottom because he was nothing if not thorough, and because he did not know why he was photographing it, and because not knowing why he was doing something had never, in 15 years of commission work, been a reason not to document it. He put the camera down. He sat in front of the portrait and looked at the lower left quadrant and thought, 2 centimeters. It is 2 centimeters. 2 centimeters is nothing. 2 centimeters is within the margin of, but it was not within the margin of anything, and he knew it was not, and the 40 minutes of rational explanation had not done what he had hoped they would, which was to produce a satisfactory answer he could put in the log and build the rest of the day on. He stayed in the gallery. He thought, sitting very still on his stool in the flat morning light, about the options available to him. He could call Isadora Voss and report the anomaly, and request guidance. He could call Petra and tell her what he was looking at. He could pack his kit, write a professional letter, cite unforeseen circumstances, and be in Cambridge by this evening. He could stay, as he had been staying, and work, and document, and watch. He sat with the options the way he sat with damaged works, long enough to understand what he was actually dealing with, before he decided what to do. He thought about the dream. He thought about the wrong marks the solvent left. He thought about Rowan's comment about the house finding what you'd left unattended. He thought about the eyes, which had been tracking him for 8 days. He picked up his swab. He began cleaning the lower left quadrant. He documented the position of the shadow at the start of the session, and at every hour. It did not move again. It did not move again that day or the following day or the day after that, which was either reassuring or not reassuring depending on which version of what was happening he was willing to consider. He called Petra at 7 in the evening. She picked up on the second ring. "You're not calling on Thursday. It's Tuesday," he said. "I'm aware. Are you all right?" He was in his room. He had set his documentation photographs in a row on the bed, the end-of-day photo from the previous evening, the start-of-day photo from this morning, the afternoon photos at 1-hour intervals. He was not looking at them. "The commission is complicated," he said. "You said it wasn't outside your experience. I may have been optimistic." He picked up a pen from the bedside table, turned it in his hand, set it down. "The ground preparation is unusual in a way that's affecting my approach to the cleaning process. And there's a section of the canvas that's showing anomalous behavior under solvent treatment. I'm working through what it means." A pause. He heard the specific quality of Petra's quiet, which was the quality of someone who was deciding what question to ask next. "Anomalous how?" "I'm still documenting." He looked at the photographs on the bed. He thought about the boxed sentence. "I have a working hypothesis. I need more data before I present it." "That's not an answer. It's a preliminary answer." He turned the pen again. It was a hotel pen from somewhere he'd worked 2 years ago, white with a company name in blue. He had no memory of how it had ended up in his kit. "I'm fine," he said. "The estate is fine. The caretaker is odd, but he's been practical about accommodating my equipment requirements. I just thought I should give you an update. You called on Tuesday instead of Thursday because you thought you should give me an update." "Yes. Cael. Petra." A silence. "Okay," she said. "I'm not going to push. But I want you to know that I'm available to be pushed towards. If something happens that requires it." "I know." "Do you actually know, or do you know in the way you know things and then don't act on them?" He almost laughed. "Possibly the second one," he said. She made a sound that was not quite satisfaction, but was in its general direction. "Thursday," she said. "You call me Thursday. And if you don't call me Thursday, I'm going to assume the worst." "What's the worst?" "That you've found the painting too interesting and decided to live there." A beat. "Which with you is not as much of a joke as I want it to be." "I'll call Thursday," he said. He hung up. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the photographs. The shadow in its previous position. The shadow in its current position. The 2 centimeters between them, measurable, documented, photographed, boxed. He picked up his journal. He had been writing in it every evening since day 5. 3 pages now, which was more than he'd written in the previous 3 years. He wrote, "I have spent today working with the awareness of a thing I can't explain in choosing, for reasons I am not going to examine too closely tonight, to stay here anyway." He read this back. He wrote, "The rational explanations are not satisfying. I know what canvas settling looks like. I know what my measurement error looks like. I know the difference between a thing I cannot explain and a thing I have not yet explained, and I have been standing in front of the first kind of thing all day and calling it the second because the second kind has a protocol. He put the pen down. He looked at the photographs. He had stayed because the contract required it. He had stayed because leaving mid-commission over an anomalous shadow was not something he could justify professionally. He had stayed because the restoration was not done, and the portrait needed his particular skills, his particular patience, his specific understanding of how to address 100 years of damage without making it worse. He had stayed because below the box sentence in his log, in a hand so small he had nearly not been able to read it back, he had written, "Because I'm not done looking at it." He closed the journal. He turned out the lamp. In the dark he lay very still in the way he went still when he was afraid, which was a stillness that was different from sleep and different from rest, which he had been practicing for years without naming it. The estate was quiet. He lay still and felt the quiet, and did not name it. Chapter 6, 17 Reasons to Leave. He made the list on the 9th day. Not as a list, exactly. He was not a man who made lists, not for things like this, not for the soft architecture of a decision. He made it in his journal, in the long form, the way he made everything in the journal, in sentences, with precision, with the slight over-explanation of a person who suspects they are going to disagree with themselves and wants the disagreement documented. He titled it, Reasons, and then felt the theatricality of that, and crossed it out, and left the page untitled and wrote the first one, The contract has an exit clause. Section 4b. In the event of unforeseen circumstances materially affecting the consultant's ability to fulfill the commission, either party may terminate the agreement with 14 days' written notice. A moving shadow in the lower left quadrant of a 19th-century portrait constitutes, by any reasonable reading, an unforeseen circumstance. He looked at this. He wrote the second one. There is no professional obligation to remain in a building that is producing experiences he cannot explain through the documentation frameworks he has used successfully for 15 years. He is a forensic art restorer, not a parapsychologist. These are different fields. They do not require the same risk tolerance. The third, he has not slept a full night since day 4. Sleep deprivation is a known factor in perceptual distortion, and he is a person whose primary professional tool is perception. Remaining in conditions that degrade the primary tool is not rigor. It is its opposite. He kept going. By the 6th reason he had moved from the professional to the financial. He had another commission in February, a collection assessment for an estate in the Scottish borders, and if this commission ran long or produced a professional incident of any kind, the February work was at risk. The 7th was the damp, which was genuinely affecting his sinuses in a way that was going to require more than the antihistamine he packed. The 8th was the distance from Cambridge, which was manageable but which meant that if anything required his physical presence at home, the logistics were non-trivial. He paused at 8 and looked at what he had written and thought, these are very good reasons. They are the kind of reasons that a sensible person would act on. He wrote the 9th. By the 12th reason he had exhausted the professional and the financial and the logistical and had arrived at the personal, which he had been avoiding. He called Petra on Tuesday when he said he'd call Thursday. He is not the kind of person who calls early. The fact that he called early means something is wrong in a way he is not addressing. He wrote this and then added, the question of whether the thing that is wrong is a problem with the estate, or a problem with him is one he has been not asking for 4 days. 13. He is sleeping in a room adjacent to a portrait that may or may not be demonstrating capacity for self-directed change in its material constitution, and his primary response to this information has been to document it and continue working, which is not a reasonable response. A reasonable response would involve the word leave. He got to 17. The 17th reason was, he has arranged his life, with some care, into a shape that accommodates no catastrophe. There is no one who will notice if something goes wrong here for several days at a minimum. This is not a comfortable fact. He has known it for a long time, but it is less comfortable than usual in a house that has one other permanent inhabitant, and a portrait that moves its shadows. He put down his pen. He read the 17 reasons from the beginning. They were good reasons. They were the kind of reasons you could make into an argument that would satisfy anyone who was not in this room with this journal and this specific, persistent pull toward the north wing at any hour of the day. He wrote the aching thing, which was not a reason. He wrote it below the numbered list without numbering it, as though not numbering it would give him some kind of distance from it, because I'm not done looking at it. He had written this before. In the log, on the night of the moving shadow. He had written it then and found it insufficient as a reason to stay and insufficient as a reason to leave, and he found it insufficient now, and he was still here. He closed the journal. He went to the gallery. He did not think of this as a decision. He put on his kit, the nitro gloves, the work apron, the loop on its lanyard, and he walked to the north wing and opened the double doors, and the gallery was there with its cold morning light, and its crowded walls and the Voss portrait in the northeast corner, and he thought, I have 17 reasons and one not reason, and I'm going to keep working because the alternative is a conversation with myself that I'm not prepared to have. He worked until 6. That evening he called Petra. He had said Thursday. It was Wednesday. He called anyway. She let it ring 4 times, which was unusual. She picked up quickly, typically, the speed of a woman whose attention was always partly elsewhere and who preferred to deal with things promptly. On the 5th ring she answered. You're early again, she said. I was thinking about the February commission, he said. I wanted to confirm I'd have the assessment done before Christmas. A pause. You're calling at 7:30 in the evening to discuss February scheduling? Yes. Cael. The timing is still comfortable, he said. The current commission may run a little long. There's a section of the lower edge that's more complex than the brief indicated, but I'll be done by mid-November at the latest, which gives me 10 weeks for the Scottish borders work. That's sufficient. Are you sleeping? Mostly. That's still not a yes. The estate's ambient sounds are taking adjustment. He was in the kitchen. He had made tea because making tea was something to do with his hands during phone calls. The kitchen at this hour was the warmest room in the house, the ancient range putting out a low heat that he had come to associate with the end of a working day, with the specific relief of putting down tools. I'm managing. What's the caretaker like? You've barely mentioned him. Rowan. He wrapped his hands around the mug. Economical. Makes good bread. Tells me things that turn out to mean something other than what they appeared to mean on first hearing. A pause. I think he knows more about the estate than he said. A longer silence. When Petra spoke again, her voice had the careful quality it got when she was approaching something obliquely. More about the estate specifically, or about the commission? He thought about this. I haven't determined where the line is yet. Cael. Is there something unusual about this commission? He looked at the range. He thought about the 17 reasons and the one not reason. He thought about the shadow and the dream and the anomalous solvent response and the quality of attention he had felt on the back of his head at 4 in the morning, which he had written in his journal and not discussed with anyone. The ground preparation is unusual, he said. And the previous restoration work is going to require a different approach than I'd initially planned. Another pause. He could hear Petra breathing, which meant she was holding the phone closer than usual, which meant she was paying the kind of attention she paid when she was deciding something. Thursday, she said. I said I'd call Thursday. I mean, you call me Thursday regardless of whether anything has happened, and you tell me how you are in the actual sense and not the technical sense. And I mean it. Thursday. All right. I mean it, Cael. I said all right. She said good night. He hung up and sat with the tea and the warmth of the kitchen and thought about what it would mean to actually tell her, in the actual sense, what had been happening. He tried to arrange the facts into a sentence. There is a painting that moves. There is a dream that is not mine. There is a quality of attention in an empty room that I cannot explain and cannot stop being aware of. The sentence did not hold together in a way he could present to another person. It held together in his journal and in the part of his mind he had allocated to holding things he was not yet ready to examine, and that was the only place it would hold for now. He went to the gallery that night. He told himself he was checking on the canvas temperature fluctuations overnight could affect the cleaning work. It was reasonable to verify the humidity readings before bed. He stood in the middle of the gallery with his thermometer and his notes, and checked the readings and confirmed they were within acceptable range and wrote this down. He stood in front of the portrait for 20 minutes by his phone's clock, which he checked twice. He was not afraid. This was the thing he kept coming back to, the thing that made the 17 reasons feel slightly provisional, the thing he could not explain to Petra in the actual sense. He was not afraid in the way he should have been, in the way that a man who was being rational about his situation would have been. He was something else. He was the opposite of afraid, almost, and that was its own category of problem. Edmund Voss looked at him with the gray eyes and said nothing. "I know," Cael said aloud, to the empty room. He was not sure what he was acknowledging. He put his thermometer in his pocket and went to bed. He did not sleep well. He did not leave. Chapter 7: The Thing Rowan Won't Say. He cornered Rowan at breakfast. Not dramatically. He was incapable of dramatic cornering. It was not a register he had access to, not at 8 in the morning over toast and the decent coffee that Rowan produced from an Italian mocha pot with the quiet expertise of a man who had made this exact coffee at this exact hour for 22 years. He had simply decided, in the gray space between waking and getting up, that he was going to ask about Edmund Voss. He asked while Rowan was refilling the mocha pot. He said, "I've been doing some reading on the estate's history. The Voss family." This was true. He had found a shelf of local history in the library, 3 volumes about the county and its houses, and had read the relevant sections with the same thoroughness he brought to condition reports. Edmund Voss seems to have been somewhat reclusive in the later years of his life. Rowan set the mocha pot on the range. He did not turn around. "Where did you read that?" "The County History. Volume 2. And the parish records. There's a copy in the library, the burial register from 1880 to 1920. He had found this on day 6, behind the local history volumes, a bound ledger that someone had at some point decided belonged in the library rather than in an archive. He died in 1888. A year after the portrait was painted. Yes. The cause of death is listed as accidental. He picked up his coffee. The parish record doesn't specify the nature of the accident. Rowan turned around. He poured coffee into his own cup with the deliberate care of someone using the action to take a moment. He looked at Cael in the way of a man who was re-evaluating something. "He fell," Rowan said. "That's what the family recorded." "In the house?" "In the north wing." A brief pause. "Near the gallery." Cael set down his cup. He said nothing. He waited, which was the skill he had developed over 15 years of getting people to tell him things about their objects, the specific patience of not filling the silence before the other person had decided what to go into it. Rowan sat down across from him. He wrapped his hands around his cup in a way that reminded Cael, with a slight lurch, of himself on the phone the previous evening. "He was 41, Rowan said. He'd dismissed most of the household staff in the 2 years before. He was, by the accounts I've found, and I've looked, a man who had made a decision about his life that he then had to live inside." "What kind of decision?" Rowan looked at him with the expression of a man choosing his words with specific care. "He was a man," Rowan said, "who had very strong feelings about belonging." The sentence arrived and settled. Cael heard it in 2 registers simultaneously, the surface meaning, which was about a man's attachment to a place, a house, a family seat, and something underneath it, which was about something else entirely, about the particular gravity of a person who had decided that belonging to something was the only way to have a self worth keeping. He thought about Edmund Voss standing at the window in his dream. The stillness that was not absence. The decision not to turn around. "Did he have family?" Cael asked. "Anyone at the estate with him at the end?" "A nephew. He was in London." Rowan poured more tea, though his cup was still half full. "He came after." "And the portrait?" "It was painted the year before he died. A commission. There was a painter, a man called Aldous Finch. He did a number of the Lincolnshire houses in the 1880s. Isadora has the correspondence. A pause. It was the only formal portrait he ever sat for. Cael thought about the hands. They interrupted motion. The mouth held with effort. He thought about sitting for a portrait under those conditions, a man who had made a decision about his life and was living inside it, with someone else in the room recording his face with unusual attention. "Thank you," he said. Rowan looked at him. "Is the restoration progressing as expected?" It was not the question Rowan wanted to ask. Cael heard the shape of the question Rowan actually wanted to ask and understood that Rowan had decided, for whatever reason, not to ask it yet. "Progress is good," Cael said. "The lower edge is going to take longer than I'd planned, but the face is nearly done. Another week on the main cleaning, then consolidation and in painting." Rowan nodded. He finished his coffee. He took both their cups to the sink and washed them in the methodical way he washed everything, no hurry, no waste, every motion exactly sufficient. At the window over the sink he paused, looking out at the back garden, the dead-ended beds, the stand of bare elms. "If anything happens," Rowan said, "that seems outside the expected." Cael waited. "You can tell me." Rowan kept looking at the window. "I'd rather know." He said it as a statement, and not a question, and did not explain what he meant by outside the expected, and did not add anything to it, and Cael, who understood oblique communication because he practiced it himself, heard what Rowan was actually saying, which was, "I already know something is happening. I am giving you permission to acknowledge it. I am watching, and I am not afraid, and you don't have to be either." He thought about this for the rest of the morning. At 11, his phone produced a message from Isadora Voss. He was in the gallery, working on the consolidation of a small area of flaking paint in the lower quadrant, delicate work, requiring the particular attention that left no bandwidth for anything else, and so he put the phone down and finished the section before he read it. The message was warm. She hoped the estate was comfortable, that Rowan had been helpful, that the commission was going well. She asked, with the attentiveness of a genuinely interested client, about the ground preparation anomaly he had mentioned in his last update. She had done some research of her own, she said, into the original commission documentation, and had found a letter from the painter Finch that mentioned an unusual preparation method, and would it be helpful if she sent photographs? He read the message twice. It was a perfectly reasonable message from a conscientious client. Every sentence was precisely what a thoughtful employer would write. The questions were the questions of someone who cared about the work. He held the phone and felt, with the slow certainty of a man trained to look at surfaces for what they were hiding, that the message already knew the answers to its own questions. He replied professionally. He thanked her for the Finch correspondence. He noted the progress, described the current phase of work, mentioned that the lower edge would require additional time. He did not mention the shadow. He did not mention the dream. He did not mention the wrong marks the solvent left. He did not know why he didn't mention them. He would think about this later, in the way he thought about things he was not ready to look at directly from the side, at intervals in his journal. He put the phone in his pocket and stood in front of the portrait, and said aloud, in the way that had become habit in this room, "She hired me because of you." He did not know why he said this. It had arrived, fully formed, from somewhere in the vicinity of his chest. He looked at it. He looked at the portrait. "Didn't she?" he said. Edmund Voss looked at him with the gray eyes. The gallery was very quiet. "Right," Cael said. He picked up his brush. He went back to work. Chapter 8. I'll stay until it's done. He called Isadora on the 14th day. He had his notes in front of him and a professional reason for calling, which was that the commission's scope had expanded in the ways he had been documenting and which he could now enumerate clearly. The previous restoration work on the lower edge was more extensive than the brief indicated, and addressing it properly would require an additional 2 to 3 weeks. He had run the numbers. He could give her an accurate revised timeline. This was a normal thing to call a client about. He called from the gallery, which was not where he usually made calls. He told himself this was because the documentation was here. Isadora answered on the second ring. Mr. Morrow. I was hoping you'd call. Her voice had the quality he had noticed in her message, warm, deliberate, the warmth of someone who was good at it, and had been doing it for a long time. He went through the professional matters, the revised timeline, the reason, the adjusted cost implications, which were modest. She agreed to everything before he finished his sentences. A normal client conducted at least a minimal negotiation. She agreed to 2 additional weeks with the speed of someone who had already decided to agree to whatever he asked. He noted this. He filed it. "The portrait is coming along well," she said. The question had a lightness that he did not trust. "The face is essentially cleared. The lower edge will take most of next week." He paused. "The ground preparation, as I mentioned, it's unusual. The letter from Finch was helpful. I found his method for the double ground preparation in a technical manual from the period. And has the estate been treating you well?" "It has," he said. The gallery was still around him, the October light gone deep into November now, changing quality at the windows, lower and more amber. "Rowan has been accommodating." A brief pause. "He's been there a long time," she said. "He knows the house." "Yes," Cael said. "He does." He heard her decide not to say something. The decision had a shape, a fractional pause, a slight recalibration of tone. "I'm glad the work is going well," she said. "Do let me know if you need anything further." He said good night and stood with the phone in his hand and looked at the portrait. 14 days, he told it. "I've been here 14 days. He put the phone in his pocket. He sat down on his stool, not in front of the canvas but facing it from across the room, the way he sat when he was thinking rather than working. The gallery in the low evening light had a quality he had not encountered in other rooms on other commissions. He had worked in houses with presences, every very old building had them, accumulated atmospheres of use and grief and ordinary life that left impressions in the material fabric of a place in ways that were not supernatural but were real, registered by the body as a kind of ambient information. He knew how to be in those rooms. He had learned to be in them without letting them in. This room was different in kind, not degree. He thought, "I am about to do something inadvisable." He thought, "I have already done it." He was going to stay. He had decided this and was now acknowledging the decision, which felt important. He was a man who noticed when he was fooling himself and felt it was more dignified not to. He was going to stay an additional 2 weeks. He had given Isadora a professional reason. He had other reasons that he was going to examine in his journal. He opened the journal on the table beside the portable light. He wrote, "I extended the commission today. The professional reason is true. The commission does require more time. The lower edge is genuinely more complex than the brief indicated, and another 2 weeks is the accurate timeline." He wrote, "I have 17 reasons to leave and 1 not reason to stay. The not reason is winning, which says something. I'm not yet certain what it says. I am going to try to be honest about it here because the journal is the only place I'm being honest about any of this." He wrote, "The honest answer is that there is something in this building that is attending to me. Not malevolently, that's important, and I want to write it down because it will not sound better later, not malevolently. The quality of the attention is not threat. It is something that I don't have a precise word for, and I am a man with a large vocabulary, and the absence of the precise word is itself a kind of information." He put the pen down. He picked it up again. "I think it is curiosity. I think something in this room has been curious about me in the way I have been curious about the painting, and I know that this is a comparison that reflects extremely poorly on my judgment, and I am writing it down anyway because the journal is where I keep the things that reflect extremely poorly on my judgment." He read this back. He turned the page. He wrote, "This evening, at approximately 9:43 p.m., Cael Morrow sat in a room with a portrait that moved its own shadow and decided to stay for 2 more weeks. He sat very still with the pen in his hand. The thing I will not write in the log is the actual reason. I will write it here. It is the closest I have felt to being in a room with someone in years. And I know what that means about me, and it is not flattering, and I am writing it down, and I am staying anyway." He capped the pen. He had been sitting in the gallery for perhaps an hour when it happened. He was not asleep. He was not in the borderland of sleep. He was entirely awake, sitting on his stool in the low electric light of the portable rig, looking at the portrait's lower edge and thinking about the sequence of painting that would be required to address the losses there. He was thinking about pigment. He was thinking in the specific, practical, material terms of a man with a plan. A thought arrived. Not his thought. He knew his thoughts. He had been in his own head for 37 years and he knew the texture of his interior monologue, knew its register and its pace and its habits, knew the particular way it circled problems, and the particular way it avoided them. This was not that. This arrived the way a sound arrives in a room that has been silent complete, from outside, with the quality of something that did not originate here. The thought was, you read it the way I hoped someone would. Cael went very still. He sat without moving for what was probably 30 seconds and felt the thought in his chest, not metaphorically, or not only metaphorically. There was a physical component, a warmth in the sternum that was not anxiety and was not the usual register of fear. He sat with it. He examined it the way he examined unexpected findings in the paint. The thought had a texture that was older than his own thinking. Denser, slower, with the weight of something that had not been used in a very long time and was finding the mechanism stiff. He thought, deliberately, forming it clearly, I heard that. He did not know if this was communication or if he was a sleep-deprived man in an empty room constructing an experience from the materials available. He thought, both of these things can be true simultaneously. He thought, this is what rigorous professionals tell themselves when the documentation has stopped being sufficient. He reached for his journal. He wrote the sentence. He wrote the time 22:17 and his description of the experience, and his uncertainty about its nature and his certainty about its texture. Then he drew a box around the sentence. You read it the way I hoped someone would. He looked at the box for a long time. He thought, this is about the painting. The sentence is about the painting. Something in this room has been watching him restore the painting and has found, in the way he reads damage, the thing it was looking for. He is not wrong about this. He thought, it is also about me. He closed the journal. He went to bed. He lay in the dark and felt the warmth in his sternum very slowly dissipate, and the dissipation was its own kind of information, the information of a space that had been briefly occupied and was now, in the small hours, simply itself again. He did not sleep for a long time. When he did not dream. In the morning he went back to the gallery and stood in front of the portrait and looked at it in the grey November light. He said nothing. He set up his tools. He began the day's work. His hands were steady. His documentation was thorough. He was, as he always was in this room, entirely himself. He thought, while he worked, about the sentence. About what it meant to be read the way someone hoped you'd be read. About whether that hope had preceded him, or whether it had grown in the 14 days he'd been in this room, attending to a face with more care than the face had perhaps expected. He worked through the morning without stopping. The portrait was very quiet. At some point, without announcing it, the quality of the quiet changed. Chapter 9: The Bee Story, What Felix Left Behind. Felix arrived on a Thursday. He had not called. Cael heard the car on the gravel from the gallery, a sound that resolved itself, after a moment's attention, into something smaller and newer than Rowan's Land Rover, an engine with a different note. He was in the middle of a consolidation sequence, and finished it before he put down the brush, and by the time he walked through to the entrance hall, Rowan had already opened the door and Felix was in it. He looked exactly like himself. This was the first thing Cael noted, with a slight lurch that he recognized as something he did not need to examine immediately. Felix looked exactly like himself, which was to say warm and direct and wearing a jacket that was slightly too light for the weather, and Cael had not forgotten, but had filed away. Had put in the category of things that were true but not active that Felix in a doorway had a particular quality. The quality of a person who walked into a room and assessed it without performing the assessment. Felix looked at him. He looked at Cael for a moment in the way of a man who had expected something and was recalibrating. "You look tired," Felix said. I've been working. Cael came further into the hall. You didn't call. I know. He said it without apology, which meant it had been deliberate, which meant he'd known Cael would find a reason to redirect him if he called first. This was accurate. I was in Nottingham for work. It's not far. It was 90 minutes. Cael did not say this. Come in, he said. Rowan makes good bread. Rowan, who was already retreating toward the kitchen with the manner of a man who had assessed the situation and decided his role in it was refreshments, did not comment on this. They sat in the kitchen. Rowan produced tea and bread and a plate of cold meat and left these on the table and then, with the excellent instincts of a man who had spent 22 years maintaining a house full of things that required careful handling, found something to do in the back garden. The kitchen was warm. Outside the window the November afternoon was already beginning to soften toward dark, the sky a flat and committed gray. Felix wrapped his hands around his cup. He looked at Cael in the particular way he had always looked at him, which was fully and without the slight protective obscuration that most people applied when looking at someone they cared about. Felix had never looked at him protectively. Cael had always found this both the most and least comfortable thing about him. You've lost weight, Felix said. I've been irregular about dinner. This was true. He had been irregular about dinner since day 12, when the evenings in the gallery had started running past 9 and the kitchen felt like a long way away. Are you sleeping? Mostly. He picked up his bread. You're the second person to ask me that. Who's the first? Petra. Felix nodded slowly. When Petra and Felix agreed on something, which was not often, they had the warm dislike of two people who love the same person in different ways and are aware that the ways don't map. It meant the thing they agreed on was genuinely visible from outside. How's the painting? Cael considered. Coming along. He looked at the table. He thought about the sentence you read it the way I hoped someone would boxed in his journal, next to the entry about the moving shadow and the dream and the anomalous solvent response. He thought about what it would mean to tell Felix, in the actual sense, what was happening in the north wing. The damage is more complex than the brief indicated. I've extended the commission. Felix looked at him. How long? 2 more weeks. Possibly 3. A pause. Possibly 3, Felix said in the tone of someone who is noting a number without yet deciding what the number means. This is the commission you said would take 3 weeks total. The scope expanded. Felix turned his cup in his hands. He had elegant hands. Cael had always noticed hands first. It was professional habit turned personal habit, and Felix had hands that were expressive in a way most people's were not. He turned the cup once, set it down. What's actually going on? The lower edge of the canvas required a different approach than initially planned. The previous restoration work. Cael. He stopped. Felix was looking at him with the expression he had worn for the last year of their relationship, the expression of a man who had learned all the shapes of Cael's deflections and had stopped being fooled by them. Not unkind. Patient. Constitutionally unwilling to pretend that the technical answer was the real answer. Cael set down his bread. He said, The painting has anomalies. What kind? The kind I don't have a good explanation for. He looked at the table. The canvas has shown a degree of responsiveness to the cleaning process that is outside the expected parameters. He paused. And I've been having dreams. About the estate. In its original period. He paused again. And I heard something, 3 nights ago, that I don't know how to categorize. Felix was very still. I'm documenting everything, Cael said. My logs are thorough. I have photographs and measurements and a complete condition record. He heard himself, the articulate precision of someone describing procedure when they can't describe the thing. I'm not losing my grip on what I'm doing here, Felix said. Do you want me to stay? Cael looked at him. Felix said it the way he said everything, directly, without performing it, without the slight loaded weight that most people would have put in the question. He meant it as a straightforward offer. If Cael said yes, Felix would call his office and find a place to stay in the village and be here in the mornings. He would not make anything of it. He was that kind of person, and he had always been that kind of person, and Cael had spent 4 years with that kind of person finding ways to be alone inside it. He thought about the sentence in his journal. It is the closest I have felt to being in a room with someone in years. He thought about the warmth in his sternum and the specific texture of a thought that was not his. He thought about what it meant that Felix was here, that Felix had come 90 minutes because he was worried, that Felix would stay if asked, that Felix was sitting in front of him with his elegant hands and his full attention and his willingness to be present in any way that was useful. He thought about all of this, and underneath it he felt the pull toward the north wing, which had been there since day 14 and did not diminish when he was in other rooms, which merely waited. "No," he said. He said it gently and he meant it. "Thank you? But no." Felix looked at him for a moment. He did not look hurt. He had gone past the stage of being hurt by Cael's specific form of solitude, had arrived at the stage of understanding it with a clarity that Cael found, if anything, more difficult. He nodded. They ate. They talked about Felix's Nottingham work in architectural survey, a converted mill with structural questions, and about Petra, who had apparently acquired a third orchid, and about a film Cael had not seen and Felix had, and which Felix described with the quick, particular pleasure of someone who had been waiting to discuss it with someone who would appreciate it. Cael listened and asked questions and was genuinely interested and felt, throughout, the specific texture of a man who was at a table with someone who loved him and was somewhere else at the same time. At 7:30, Felix stood up. He pulled on his too light jacket. He looked at Cael with the expression of a man making a decision about what to leave said and what to leave unsaid, which was not an expression he deployed often. He said, "I know you think you know what you're doing." Cael said nothing. "I also know," Felix said, "that you've spent 15 years knowing what you're doing and being very good at it, and that the things that have been hard for you weren't the work things. They were the other things." He looked at the table, and then back at Cael. I'm not saying this because of us. I'm saying it because I know you, and the way you described that painting had a quality I haven't heard from you in a long time, and I don't know what to do with that except drive back to Nottingham and call you next week." Cael said, "Call me next week." Felix put on his jacket. "Look after yourself," he said. "Actually look after yourself, not the version of it that means you eat occasionally, and remember to sleep." "I know the difference," Cael said. Felix's expression suggested that he was not entirely certain this was true. Cael walked him to his car. The night was cold and still, the gravel drive pale in the light from the entrance, the elms at the drive's edge invisible beyond the reach of it. Felix opened the car door and stood for a moment. "If it gets to a point where you need to leave," Felix said, "leave." "I know. Promise me." Cael looked at him. "I know," he said again, which was not a promise and which Felix knew was not a promise and which was, as with everything between them, accepted as the closest available approximation of one. Felix drove away. Cael watched the tail lights diminish and disappear at the gate. He stood in the cold for a moment. Above him the estate was lit in 2 or 3 windows, warm against the dark. In the north wing, the gallery windows were dark. He went inside. He went to the gallery. He stood in front of the portrait in the dark. He had not turned on the portable lights. He just stood there in the ambient dark of a November night with the pale oblongs of the windows behind him and Edmund Voss in front of him, a presence in the dark even without illumination. He thought about Felix's question. "Do you want me to stay?" He thought about his answer, which was true in the way that the truest answers are also the most terrible. He had not wanted Felix to stay because something in the estate's grammar had already started to feel, shamefully, like company. And he could not have company he did not choose inside the thing he had already chosen, and he had chosen this without admitting he was choosing it, and Felix, who knew him, had seen the choice and had gone back to Nottingham because Felix loved him enough to let him make it. He stood in the dark with the portrait. After a while he turned on the portable light. He sat on his stool. He opened his journal to the day's page. He wrote, "Felix came. He asked if I wanted him to stay. I said no." He looked at this. "I think I may be the most comprehensively foolish person I have ever known, which is a significant statement from a man who has met many art restorers. He wrote, "I am not calling this a choice anymore. I don't know what to call it." He put the pen down. He looked at the portrait in the warm circle of the portable light. The portrait looked back at him. It said nothing, and the nothing had a different quality than it had had a month ago, a different texture, and Cael sat with it and did not try to name it. He sat there for a long time. Chapter 10 Closer. It began in earnest on the 16th day. Not with announcement. Not with the kind of threshold crossing that would have given him something to document cleanly, a before and after, a photograph and its comparison. It began the way most things began in this building, obliquely, in the middle of a work session, as though it had been happening for a while and was only now letting him notice. He was cleaning the lower right quadrant. Painstaking work, the area around the hand, the interrupted fingers, the section where the previous restoration had been thickest and was now coming away in careful stages, revealing paint beneath that was finer, truer, made with a different quality of attention than the overlay. He was using a synthetic brush on the and painting a smaller head than he'd been using, better control for the level of detail here, and he was thinking about the pigment composition of the original as distinct from the prior restorer's work, running the comparison in his head, when a thought arrived. Not his. He knew it immediately now, did not need the moment of orientation he needed the first time. The texture was distinct, older, slower, with the particular weight of something that had been sitting in one place for a very long time. The brush, it said? Not that one. He stopped. He looked at the brush in his hand. He looked at the section he was working on. He put down the synthetic. He picked up a sable, a smaller one, finer, the kind he used for detail work in areas of particular delicacy. He applied it to the section. The paint responded. Not in the anomalous way of the early cleaning, not the wrong kind of response, but in the way that paint responds when the tool is correct, the chemistry right, the technique matched to the material. The layer he'd been trying to address lifted cleanly, the false restoration giving way to the original surface in the way he had been working toward for 2 days. He sat back. He thought clearly, forming it with the deliberateness he had learned to use. You sat for this. A pause. The texture of the pause was different from the space between his own thoughts. He had started to notice this, the difference in weight, in timing, in the way the arriving thoughts settled. For longer than I intended, it said. Finch was a man who had opinions about light. He almost laughed. He stopped himself and then considered why he had stopped himself and then didn't quite laugh, but felt the pull of it. He wrote in his log, Day 16. Revised brush selection based on technical reassessment of the lower right quadrant. Switched to Sable 2 for the in-painting recovery in the hand section. Significant improvement in responsiveness. Note for method documentation, the synthetic was too inflexible for the degree of impasto here. He read this back. He wrote it correctly the first time. The method note was accurate. He had revised his brush selection based on technically sound reasoning that he had arrived at through the process of attending to the work. He looked at the log entry and thought about the truth of it, which was more complicated and which he put in his journal that evening. He told me which brush to use. I used it. It was correct. I am sitting with the implications of this. He sat with the implications of it through the next 4 days, and they continued to come. Not constantly. Not in a way that was overwhelming or cacophonous or anything like what he would have expected if he'd been asked, a month ago, to imagine what it was like to have a presence communicating from inside a painting. It was not like that. It was intermittent, conversational in its rhythm, and confined almost entirely to the working sessions, to the hours when he was attending to the portrait, and it was, in whatever way it was capable of, attending back. On the 17th day, it said, the craquelure in the upper ground, behind the shoulder, you're not going to be able to address that section without affecting the glazing layer above. He had been thinking about exactly that. He had photographs taken at 4 different angles trying to determine the safest approach to a section where the craquelure, the fine network of cracks in the paint surface, ran up against a glaze that was more fragile than the surrounding material. He had 3 options and none of them was clean. He said aloud in the room, "What do you suggest?" A pause. "Leave it." He looked at the section. "It'll be visible." It's been visible for 40 years. This was true. The craquelure had been developing since at least the 1980s, possibly earlier. It was part of the painting's history of damage, not introduced by carelessness but by age, by the ordinary entropy of material things. He had been trained to address what could be addressed without compromising what could not. He left it. He wrote in his log, Section UL shoulder craquelure, assessed as stable. In painting not indicated. Damage is historic and structural consolidation of glazing layer takes precedence. He did not write where the reassessment had come from. In his journal he wrote, "He knows the painting better than I do." This is not, on reflection, surprising. He has been in the room with it for 136 years. I have been here for 17 days. The question is not whether his knowledge is real. The question is what I'm doing with the fact that I'm using it. He thought about this question and did not answer it directly, and found this the ability to sit with a question and be comfortable with its not answering was itself a kind of answer. On the 19th day he stopped writing Edmund's contributions in the oblique language of method notes. He had been reviewing his log and found the entries for days 16 and 17 and read them with the clear eyes of someone reading another person's careful equivocation, and understood that the equivocation was no longer serving any purpose except to make him feel like a rigorous professional in a situation that had stopped being primarily about rigor some days ago. He opened his journal and wrote Edmund's name for the first time. Edmund said the craquelure should be left. He was right. He looked at this. Edmund noticed I was using the wrong brush. He was right. He looked at this too. I am conducting my restoration in dialogue with the man in the painting, and the dialogue is improving my work, and I am sitting with the part of me that finds this reasonable. He read it back. He wrote, "It is not reasonable. I know it is not reasonable. I am staying anyway." On the 20th day they talked about something that was not the painting. He had finished early. A section that had been threatening to be difficult had resolved itself unexpectedly. The paint cooperative in the way that paint was sometimes cooperative, as though the material itself understood what was being asked of it, and had decided to be helpful. He sat back and stretched his neck and sat in the gallery in the mid-afternoon quiet. He thought, not specifically directing it anywhere. He sat in this room. A pause. Then, every day for 2 years. Before. It was a different room then. Different how? Warmer. There were more things in it. He filled rooms with things so that the rooms didn't notice how few people were in them. Cael looked at the gallery, the paintings, the long windows, the clean bare boards. He tried to see it as it had been in his dream, the lamps, the chairs, the decanters on the side table. "That's a habit I recognize," he said without thinking about it. A pause. The pause had the texture of attention focused, precise. "Your tools," Edmund said. "The kit. Laid out the same way every day." He looked at his tools. Cleaned, sorted by size, arranged with the automatic care of 15 years of practice. He said, "Yes." "It's not the same," Edmund said. But his thought had a quality. Cael was learning to read the same quality the mouth had in the portrait, the held quality, the control of someone who has decided how to present himself, and is maintaining it by will. It was not agreement that they were the same. It was the acknowledgement of a similarity that was going somewhere he was not yet saying. Cael didn't push. He sat with it. After a moment Edmund said, "The painting on the east wall. The landscape." He thought it was mediocre. Cael looked at the landscape. It was mediocre. It was the large hunting scene he had assessed on day 1 and dismissed in the time it took to look at it. "Yes," he said. He kept it because a cousin painted it. The cousin was very pleased with himself about it. A pause. He found the cousin's pleasure difficult to criticize. He was a person who recognized loneliness when it spoke, because he had been fluent in it for a very long time. He recognized it in the sentence about the cousin's painting, the particular loneliness of a man who maintained relationships he found insufficient because the alternative was not having them. "Did he have many people?" Cael asked. A long pause. The longest pause yet. At the end, Edmund said he had Finch. and Finch left when the portrait was done. Cael sat very still. He thought about Edmund Voss alone in this room, with a mediocre painting by a pleased cousin and a formal portrait that was the most attended to he had ever been, and which looked at him every day after Finch was gone. He thought about the hands in the portrait. They interrupted motion. The held mouth. He wrote in his journal that evening, after dinner, sitting in the kitchen because the gallery had started to feel like a place he was in too much, which was itself a piece of information he was not fully ready for. He was lonely. In the way that I am lonely, or in a way that I recognize from the inside. He filled rooms with things. He kept the cousin's painting. He sat for a portrait he didn't want to sit for because someone was paying him the specific attention that comes with that kind of looking, and then the person left. He wrote, "I know exactly what this is. I know what it means that I recognize it from the inside. I know that the thing that is happening in the North Wing is not a professional situation, and has not been a professional situation for some days. I know all of this." He looked at what he had written. He wrote, "I went back to the gallery after dinner. I am writing this from the gallery." He closed the journal. The portable light made a circle around him, and the portrait, and nothing else. Outside the circle, the gallery was very dark. Inside it, the painting was the most vivid thing in the room, the face fully cleared now, luminous under the work he had done, the gray eyes and the held mouth and the hands that had been painted by someone who was paying the kind of attention you paid to someone you actually saw. He said to the room, "You've been in here a long time." 136 years, Edmund said. "That's too long." The pause had a different quality from any previous pause. He would think about this later, the specific weight of it, the way it had more inside it than any of the other silences. "Yes," Edmund said. Cael sat with that and did not try to make it smaller than it was. Chapter 11: The Hollow Places. It happened on a Tuesday afternoon. He had not expected Tuesday. He had been braced, in the way he was braced for things he refused to admit he was braced for something significant, some escalation, some further step in a progression that had been moving in a clear direction since day 16. He had been attending to it the way he attended to the advancing edge of a cleaning session, carefully, with full awareness of where he was in the process, prepared to stop. Tuesday arrived with flat gray light and a section of the middle ground that required patient work, the kind of session that was mostly silence, mostly the small movements of skilled hands, mostly the internal quiet of a man absorbed in something he was good at. Edmund had been quiet through the morning. Not absent. Cael could distinguish, by now, between the quality of an empty room and the quality of Edmund's silence, which was inhabited in a way that had nothing to do with sound. Edmund's silence had the texture of attention. He had come to find it, to his considerable discomfort, as natural as the ambient sounds of the building. At 2:30, Edmund said, "You stopped painting." Cael's hands went still. Not a question. Not a supposition. Not the tentative offering of a person feeling their way toward a subject they're not sure they're allowed to raise. It arrived as fact, as something that had been known for a while and was now being named, the way a restorer names a damage after the documentation is already complete. "I restore," Cael said. "I don't paint." "Before. You stopped before the restoration work." He set down the brush. He did not pick it up again. He looked at the section he'd been working on, the middle ground, the background figure implied by the painter, with the economy of someone who understood that presence could be suggested without being stated, and he thought about the thing he was not going to do, which was to continue working as though the sentence had not arrived. "Yes," he said. "When she died." He said nothing. He was aware, in a way that was specific and unwelcome, that his hands were very still. He went still when he was afraid. He was not afraid exactly. He was in the vicinity of something that fear was the nearest approximate for. He did not ask how Edmund knew about his mother. He already understood that Edmund had been learning him in ways that preceded their conversations, that the arriving thoughts were only the visible surface of an attention that had been operating much longer, with the patience of a century of practiced watchfulness. He understood this. He had been understanding it by degrees and had been not looking at it directly, which was not the same as not knowing. 24, Edmund said. "You were 24. Yes. And you were going to be a painter? He looked at his hands. The slight permanent staining at the joints and the cuticles, the ingrained pigment that 15 years of thorough cleaning had not fully addressed. They were a restorer's hands. They had been a restorer's hands for so long that he no longer thought about what they had been before, in the way you stop thinking about the shape of a room after you've lived in it long enough. I was going to study, he said. I'd deferred the place. He said this in the flat, factual register he used for things he had already processed, the register that was supposed to signal that the processing was complete. She was ill. I deferred, and then I was her carer, and then she died and the deferral had expired. By the time I had the space to think about it again, the space had a different shape. He had not said this aloud in years. He had said parts of it to Petra, to Felix, in the fragmented way of someone deploying facts to prevent the asking of further questions. He had not said it in sequence. He had not said the space had a different shape to anyone, which was the part that was true. You blamed yourself for not being there, Edmund said. When it happened. It was not a question. Cael looked at the portrait. The gray eyes. The face he had cleaned back to its original articulation, the face that had been under the varnish for 40 years before he arrived, waiting. She died on a Tuesday morning, he said. I had gone out for coffee. He heard himself say this in the voice he used for facts. I was gone for 20 minutes. You have been leaving rooms for 20 minutes ever since, Edmund said. So you can't be there when the thing happens. The gallery was very quiet. Cael sat with this sentence for a long time. He did not pick up his brush. He did not open his log. He sat on his stool in the November light with the sentence doing what it was doing, which was the thing that a precise diagnosis does when it is delivered accurately. It lands in the place that has been waiting for it, the hollow place shaped exactly like the sentence, and it is a terrible relief. Yes, he said. He said it quietly, to the room, to the portrait, to the specific attention he could feel directed at him with an accuracy that was no longer frightening and was therefore, perhaps, more frightening. Yes. That's right. I know, Edmund said. And then, after a pause, I'd been doing the same thing for 136 years. Cael looked at the portrait for a long time. He had not cried in the gallery. He was not going to cry in the gallery. But there was something in his chest that had shifted, fractionally, in the way that the paint shifted when the right tool was applied, something releasing from something it had been adhering to. He picked up the brush. He went back to work, because working was what he did when the alternative was sitting with something too large, and the alternative was very large. Edmund did not say anything else for the rest of the afternoon. He was present in the room in the way he was present the inhabited silence, the quality of attention, and Cael worked in it with the awareness of someone working in a room with another person who has understood something about them, and has had the decency not to keep pressing. He was, he thought, working in a room with someone who knew him. Not approximately, not in the way that years of proximity produce a working model of a person. Known in the way a damage is known when you have attended to it with full concentration from the surface through every layer, to the ground. He thought, this should frighten me more than it does. He thought, the reason it doesn't frighten me more is precisely the problem. At 6 he cleaned his tools. He sorted them by size. He made his log entry, which documented the afternoon's work on the middle ground accurately, and said nothing else. He went to the kitchen. He called Petra at 7. He had not called since Wednesday, which was 4 days, and Thursday had come and gone without him calling, which had not been deliberate but which he understood was information. She answered in 3 rings. It's not Thursday, she said. I know. I'm sorry. He was at the kitchen table. Rowan had left a covered plate in the refrigerator, which was a gesture so quietly competent that Cael had stood in front of the open refrigerator for a moment before he took it out. I lost track. You lost track of what day it was. It's been an absorbing week. A silence. He heard Petra set something down, the particular sound of a heavy mug on a wooden surface. Tell me something true, she said. Not about the painting. About you. He thought about the sentence. You stopped painting when she died. He thought about the 20 minutes and the coffee and the Tuesday morning. He thought about the space that had changed shape. "I'm not in as much control of this commission as I should be," he said. It was the truest thing he could say that would not require him to say all the other things. "There are elements of it I haven't fully. I'm managing them. But I want you to know that I'm aware of them." A very long silence. "Come back," Petra said. Not aggressively. Not with the force of an ultimatum. The way she said things when she meant them completely, which was quietly, without decoration. "Cael. Come back. The painting will survive without you for a week. You can go back to it." "I can't," he said. "Why?" He looked at the table. "The consolidation is at a critical stage. If I leave mid-process, the areas I've addressed will be vulnerable to there are atmospheric factors that require consistent monitoring, and if the humidity fluctuates in the gallery while the consolidant is curing." "Cael. I'm fine." "I know you're fine," she said, and the sharpness of it was not unkind. "I know you are capable of being fine in situations that are not fine. I've watched you do it for 9 years. I am asking you to tell me what is actually happening," he said. "I'll call you Thursday. I'll call you this Thursday, I promise." The pause was the kind of pause that meant she was deciding something. "Thursday," she said. "And I want to hear your voice, Cael. Not your professional voice. Your actual voice." "I know the difference," he said. "I know you do." She paused. "That's not the same as using it." She said goodnight. He sat with the phone and then put it down and ate the food Rowan had left, which was good and which he ate without tasting very much of it. He went back to the gallery after dinner, because he always went back to the gallery after dinner now, and he sat in front of the portrait and wrote in his journal. He wrote the things Edmund had said. He wrote, "You stopped painting when she died." He wrote it in his own words, but it was Edmund's sentence, and they both knew it. He wrote, "I have spent 13 years not saying this to anyone. I said it today to a man who has been dead for 136 years, and it landed more accurately than any version of it I have managed with a living person." He looked at this. He wrote, "I don't know what to do with that. I am going to sit with it until I do." He sat with it. After a long time he wrote, very small, at the bottom of the page, "I think he is lonely in the same shape that I am lonely. I think we are the same kind of hollow. And I think this is either the most important thing I've understood in years or the most dangerous, and I am not sure yet which, and I'm not sure the two are mutually exclusive." He capped the pen. He looked at the portrait. Edmund looked back at him with the gray eyes and the held mouth and the hands that had never been quite still. "I know," Cael said, to the room, to the quiet, to the specific attention that had named his damage with more precision than he had ever managed himself. "I know." He stayed in the gallery until midnight. He did not want to leave. Chapter 12. Every night the portrait changes. He started sleeping in the gallery on the 24th day. Not continuously. Not with intention. The first time it happened he was sitting on his stool at 11:30, writing in his journal, and the next thing was grey morning light through the east windows and his neck at the particular angle of a man who had been asleep upright, and would feel it until at least noon. He wrote it in his journal, fell asleep in the gallery. "The light here in the early morning is better." He looked at this sentence, and recognized it as the kind of sentence a man wrote when he was telling himself something. He did not cross it out. By the 27th day he was sleeping in the gallery 4 nights out of 7, a sleeping bag from the estate's linen cupboard. Rowan had provided it without comment, which was its own form of commentary laid on the floor in front of the portable light. He told himself the light was better. The light was, in fact, better. This was a true thing that was also not the real thing, which was that the gallery at night had a quality he could not find in his room down the corridor, which was the quality of not being alone. The portrait changed every night. He had stopped documenting this as an anomaly. He had a log section titled Progressive Observations, and he wrote in it every morning the state of the canvas, the changes since the previous evening's photograph, the degree of shift in any given section. He framed these notes in the language of observation rather than the language of explanation, because the language of explanation required a framework he no longer had. The observations were: the underpainting breathed differently in the mornings. The damage in certain sections resolved itself overnight in ways that he was doing and was also not entirely doing. The eyes had shifted. He had 3 weeks of photographs, and he had laid them out on day 26 in chronological sequence, and looked at the progression for a long time from the quality he had described in his initial report as track surveillance, to something that was differently directed. Not surveillance. Watchfulness of a kind he recognized from the inside as different in character if not in direction. He wrote about the eyes in the progressive observations log with the precision he brought to everything, and the precision cost him something he did not name. His condition log from this period, day 24. Upper right quadrant, overnight resolution of the Krakauer stress in section marked ULR3. I had flagged this as requiring consolidant application, but the stress has lessened without intervention. Photographed at 7:14. Compared to 22:48 previous evening. Unexplained. And day 26. Lower left quadrant. The shadow noted previously, see day 8 entry, has repositioned again, this time to a location consistent with a late afternoon light source rather than the morning source rendered in the original composition. The painting appears to be changing its own time of day. And day 28. The face. The face is I need better language for what I'm seeing in the face. He did not find better language for what he was seeing in the face. He wrote in his journal instead, it looks like someone who is having a conversation. Not someone who is sitting for a portrait. Someone mid-sentence, or mid-thought, or in the moment just before speaking, which is different from all of those and which Finch either intended or which is happening now. I do not know which, and I have stopped pretending I can tell. The journal entries had been changing. He noticed this on day 27 when he read back through the previous week's pages and found sentences that were longer than he wrote, more subordinate clauses, a different relationship to time, a tendency to begin in the first person and arrive somewhere else. He sat with his journal open in his lap and read the entry for day 23. It began in his voice and at some point, he could not identify precisely where, became something else. Not dramatically. Not in the way of a horror story where the handwriting changes mid-sentence, and the ink goes red. The transition was the subtlest thing he had encountered, which made it the most frightening. It was a gradation, a temperature change, a shift in color between two pigments that had been mixed to be almost identical. He read the entry for day 23 and he thought, some of this is mine, and some of this is not mine, and I cannot tell you where one ends. He wrote in the day 27 entry, I found something in yesterday's writing that is not from me. I've read it 4 times. It is not alarming, the content is not alarming, it is in fact quite beautiful, which is its own kind of alarm. It is about the quality of the November light on the north-facing windows, which I have been observing for 4 weeks and thinking about frequently. It is what I would have written about the November light if I were better at it. He sat in the gallery with this entry and thought, I am being improved. He thought, this is not a neutral thing. He thought, I know it is not a neutral thing, and I am sitting here anyway, and this is who I am now. He called Petra on Thursday. You called? She said, with a lightness that was not entirely light. I said I would. You said you would last Thursday too. A pause. I'm not angry, Cael. I want to be clear about that. I just want to hear you. He was in his room. He had come to his room specifically to make this call, because the gallery had started to feel like a place that did not belong entirely to him, which was either a healthy instinct or a symptom, and he was not currently equipped to determine which. I'm here, he said. I'm all right. What does all right mean at the moment? He looked at the ceiling. He thought about the journal entry for day 23. He thought about the progressive observations log and the photographs laid out in sequence, and the way the eyes had changed. He thought about sleeping in the gallery. I'm working, he said. The commission is in its final stages. The major cleaning is complete. I'm in the consolidation and in painting phase. This was true. I expect to be done within the original revised timeline. This was less certain than he made it sound. Cael. Her voice had changed. Not louder. More still. When did you last go outside? He thought about this. Tuesday, he said. He had walked to the gate and back on Tuesday, for no reason he had articulated, just the instinct that he needed the cold air. I went for a walk on Tuesday. And before that? He could not remember before that. I'm going to drive up there, Petra said. You don't need to do that. I think I do. Petra. He sat up. I am managing this. I know it doesn't, I know how it sounds. But I am aware of what's happening and I have it in hand. What is happening? She said. What is it that you have in hand? Because you've been in that house for almost a month and every time I talk to you I get less of you and more of a very accurate description of your professional activities, which is not the same thing. He was quiet. Something is happening, she said. Not with the painting. With you. And you're not telling me what it is, and you always tell me things eventually, but eventually is taking longer than usual and I'm... She stopped. When she spoke again her voice had the quality of someone who had decided to say the true thing. I'm scared, Cael. I'm scared and I'd like you to let me not be scared. Can you do that? He thought about the journal. He thought about the sentence on day 23 that was not his. He thought about Edmund's voice in the working sessions, the brush correction, the craquelure left alone, the cousin's mediocre painting, Finch leaving when the portrait was done. He thought about the thing he had written. I think he is lonely in the same shape that I am lonely. I'm not in danger, he said. He said it with the certainty of a man who believed it, which he did, which was not the same as it being entirely true. I promise you I'm not in danger. The commission is progressing. When it's done I'll come home. When will it be done? 2 weeks. Possibly less. A silence. He heard Petra thinking the specific quality of her thinking silences, which were not empty but active, full of the particular intelligence she brought to decisions she did not want to make wrongly. 2 weeks, she said. And you call me. Not Thursday. You call me when something happens. All right. I mean when it happens. Not after you've processed it. All right. She said good night. He stayed in his room for a while after the call, sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at nothing. He thought about what she had said. I get less of you and more of a very accurate description of your professional activities, and he turned it in his mind the way he turned objects when he was thinking, looking at its angles. He thought, she is right. He thought, I am less here than I was. He thought, the question is whether less here is the same as less, or whether it is something different. He went back to the gallery. He picked up a supply form from the table, a reorder for consolidant, and cotton swabs that he needed to submit to his supplier before the weekend. He filled it in. He checked it. He signed the bottom. He looked at the signature. He looked at it for a long time. The name on the form was Edmund Voss. He had not noticed. He had not noticed while he was writing it, had not noticed when he checked the form, had not noticed in the moment of signing. He had filled in the form in the automatic way of something done 100 times and signed it with the wrong name without any awareness of having done so, the way you drive a familiar route and arrive without remembering the journey. He sat with the form in his hands. The name was written in his handwriting. The letters formed the same way his letters always formed, the slight rightward slope, the particular way he made the capital E, which was a habit from his secondary school teacher and which he had never unlearned. His handwriting. Someone else's name. He did not correct it. He understood, sitting with the form in his hands, that he should correct it. That signing a supply order with the wrong name was an administrative error with practical consequences. The supplier would be confused, the invoice would be wrong, there would be a chain of small problems produced by this small mistake. He understood all of this. He did not correct it. He photographed the form. He put it in his documentation folder. He wrote in his log, day 28. Supply order signed incorrectly. Signature reads Edmund Voss. Error noticed at 2134. He put the pen down. He picked it up. He wrote, error not corrected. He looked at what he had written. He wrote, "I don't know why I didn't correct it." He sat in the gallery for a long time after that, in the inhabited silence that was not empty, in the warmth of the portable light, in the company of the face he had spent for weeks bringing back to itself. He sat there until the light outside the windows was the particular deep blue-black of a November night at its coldest, and the only illumination was his portable rig, and the gallery beyond its circle was dark. He was very tired. Not the tiredness of insufficient sleep, but the tiredness of something that had been running two sets of processes for a long time. A cellular tiredness, the kind that settled in the places between things. He lay down on the sleeping bag. He did not intend to sleep. He was going to lie down for a while and then go to his room. He was absolutely not going to spend another night in the gallery. He closed his eyes. The room was warm. The inhabited silence was present around him. He lay in it the way a person lies in something that has held their shape recognized, held, known. He slept. He did not dream. In the morning the light through the east windows was the best light he had seen in 4 weeks, and he lay in it for a moment before opening his eyes and thought, "The light here is better." And then he opened his eyes and looked at the portrait, and the portrait looked back at him, and he thought, yes, that's why. He got up. He made his log entry. He cleaned his tools. He began. Chapter 13. Isadora Knows. She arrived on a Wednesday, in the early afternoon, in a car that was newer than the estate deserved. Cael heard it from the gallery. He had developed, in the course of 4 weeks, an involuntary catalogue of the estate's sounds: Rowan's Land Rover with its particular rattle in the passenger door, the grey cat moving through the corridor with its intermittent and decisive footfall, the building itself, settling and resettling through the temperature shifts of November, its structural conversation with the cold. He knew these sounds the way he knew the painting's sounds. Yes, he thought of the painting as having sounds now, which he had noted in his journal and not examined further. The approaching car was none of these things. Its engine was clean and deliberate, and it stopped in the gravel drive with the precision of someone who had parked here before. He put down his brush. He looked at the section he'd been working on, the lower ground, the final large area of the in-painting phase, the work that was going to bring the composition back to the coherence the original artist had intended. He was 2 days from done with the in-painting. He had not let himself think past that. He went to meet her. Isadora Voss was not quite what he had constructed from her voice and her messages. He had been building her at intervals, from the materials available, the warmth that was deliberate, the questions that already knew their answers, the agreement to every extension without negotiation. He had built a woman who was managing something. He had not fully built the particular quality of her stillness, which was the stillness of someone who had been carrying a significant thing for a very long time and had learned to carry it without leaning. She was in the entrance hall when he came down, Rowan having let her in with the manner of a man greeting someone whose visit was not unexpected. She was 52, dark-haired, with the kind of face that would have been described in another era as handsome, angular, composed, the lines of it deliberate rather than incidental. She wore a coat that had been expensive and was now simply excellent. She looked at Cael with grey eyes. He thought about the eyes. The thought came and went before he could examine it. "Mr. Morrow." She extended her hand. Her grip was firm and brief, the handshake of someone who had no interest in the performance of warmth through physical contact. "I hope the drive wasn't too terrible. The road from the main junction can be unpleasant in this weather." "It's fine," he said. "The estate's been comfortable." She looked at him for a moment in the way she had listened to him on the phone, with a quality of attention that was not quite what it appeared to be. Then she smiled, and the smile was genuine, and he noted this. She was capable of genuine warmth. That made it harder to read, not easier. Rowan had laid the dining table, which Cael had not eaten at before. He and Rowan took meals in the kitchen, by unspoken agreement, at the kitchen table that had absorbed a century of ordinary use. The dining room was a different room, larger, colder in the way of rooms that are prepared rather than lived in, the table set with the careful competence of someone who maintained standards without illusions about who would notice. They sat. Rowan served soup first, then cold meat, the bread that had become, over the course of 4 weeks, the most reliable constant in Cael's days. He was aware, eating it, that he associated the bread with the particular warmth of the kitchen, and that the kitchen and its warmth had come to feel like the one part of the estate that was entirely straightforwardly itself. He was also aware that he had been awake since 5 and had eaten nothing since the bread at 7, and that his hands had a slight tremor that was probably blood sugar, and not anything else. Isidora asked about the restoration. She asked the questions of a conscientious client, the timeline, the phases of work completed and remaining, the technical specifics of the unpainting process. Cael answered them accurately and in full, because accuracy in professional matters was the one register he was not currently managing at a deficit. She listened with the specific quality of her listening, which was attending rather than absorbing. There was a distinction, and he had been reading surfaces long enough to know it. Rowan sat at the table's end and said almost nothing. He ate his soup. He poured water when glasses were empty. He was, Cael thought, performing his role the caretaker at the formal dinner with the precision of someone who had decided what the role required and was delivering it, which was itself a kind of commentary. "The ground preparation," Isidora said. "You mentioned it in your updates. The double-layered gesso. Were you able to work with it effectively?" "Once I understood it, yes." He looked at her. "It's an unusual preparation for the period. Finch's letter was helpful, but the letter didn't fully explain why he made that choice. The preparation has held the paint in a way I haven't seen in comparable works. Edmund was specific about it," she said. And then, with a slight pause that she did not perform, that was simply the pause of someone who had spoken before they intended to. "According to the correspondence." He looked at her. She looked back at him with the gray eyes and the composed face, and the slight adjustment of someone who had misspoken and was deciding whether to address it. "The correspondence between Edmund and Finch?" Cael said. "You mentioned a letter from Finch. Did Edmund write back?" "There are several letters," she said. "Edmund had particular ideas about the preparation. He was specific about what he wanted the portrait to do." She lifted her glass. "He was a man with strong opinions about materials. What did he want it to do?" She held the glass without drinking from it. "Last," she said. "He wanted it to last." He thought about Edmund in the room, 136 years in the room, the portrait outlasting the man and still going. He thought about the holding quality of the ground, the exceptional preservation, the paint behaving in ways that 15 years of experience had not prepared him for. He thought about Edmund telling him which brush to use. He thought, "She knows." Not a supposition. Not a professional's cautious hypothesis. He knew, with the particular certainty of someone who had been reading surfaces for a very long time, that Isidora Voss had known exactly what was in that north wing before she wrote the commission brief. That the commission brief with its careful scope and its extension clause and its immediate agreement to every revised timeline was not the documentation of a client's wishes. It was a plan. He did not say this. He asked about the east wing, the ceiling collapse in 2019, the budget for the plasterwork specialist. He asked about the Finch correspondence more broadly, whether it was archived somewhere accessible. He asked, with the professional attentiveness he had not lost even at the far end of a month that had done various things to his other capacities, whether she had consulted with any other conservators about the portrait's condition before commissioning the restoration. She answered all of it. She was good at answering. She was, he thought, one of the better conversationalists he had encountered in a professional context, genuinely engaged, capable of the specific warmth that came from actually listening rather than waiting to speak, the kind of person who made you feel that your answers mattered. He had been noting this in her messages for a month. He found, at the dining room table with Rowan's bread in his hand and the November dark beginning to press against the windows, that it did not comfort him the way it might have comforted him once. He was a man who read surfaces. He had been reading this one for 4 weeks, and he knew what was underneath it. The warmth was real. So was the purpose beneath it. After dinner he walked her to the gate. It was cold and very clear, the kind of November night that had decided to be honest about itself, no clouds, a hard frost beginning, the gravel drive pale in the light from the entrance, and Isadora's breath making small clouds ahead of her. She moved with the deliberateness of a tall woman who had learned to take up the exact amount of space her height required and not a centimeter more. At the gate she turned. She looked at him in the moonlight with the gray eyes that were her ancestors' eyes. He had noticed this at dinner, and had sat with the noticing, which was not comfortable. "The portrait is going well," she said. It was not quite a question. "Yes. I'm glad." She looked at him for a moment longer than the statement required. "You've been here a month. That's longer than I expected. The damage was more complex than the brief indicated." "Yes." She drew her coat around her. "I think I may have underestimated several things about this commission." She said it in a tone that was so controlled, so precisely modulated, that he could not determine whether it was an apology, or an observation, or either. "I hope the work has been that it has been worthwhile." "It's been interesting," he said. She looked at him. "Yes," she said. "I imagine it has." She got into her car. The headlights came on and swept across the gravel, and she drove away down the road that went toward the village 4 miles east, and Cael stood at the gate until the lights were gone. Then he went back into the house. He went directly to the gallery. He stood in front of the portrait in the dark for a moment, his automatic position now, the standing in front of it, the way you orient toward a window when you enter a room with a view because the view has become what you use to locate yourself. He turned on the portable light. Edmund Voss looked back at him. The face fully revealed now, the cleaning complete, the restoration work giving the portrait back the articulation it had lost to a century of varnish and neglect. He had done good work here. He knew this. It was among the finest restorations of his career, and he knew that too, and he was not able to look at it with the same professional satisfaction he would have felt a month ago, because the portrait was no longer an object. "She knew what you were," he said aloud. He said it to the room, to the dark outside the light's circle, to the specific quality of attention he could feel in the air of the gallery, the way you felt temperature before you consciously registered it. The answer arrived immediately. Not after a pause, not with the slight lag of something that had to locate itself in the mechanics of arriving. Immediately, and without hesitation. Yes. He had been prepared for it, which did not prepare him for it. "I needed someone with room for me. She found you." He stood very still. Not the stillness of fear he had learned, in this room, to distinguish between his different kinds of stillness, which was one of the things the journal had been useful for. This was the stillness of a man receiving information that had been sitting in him for some time, and was now being confirmed. "She chose me specifically," he said. Not a question. "Yes. Because of—" He stopped. He thought about the 17 reasons. He thought about the conversation with Felix in the kitchen, and Petra's voice on the phone, and the journal entry where he had written the thing about the hollow places, the thing about the kind of lonely. "Because of what she thought you needed." "What she knew I needed," Edmund said. "There is a difference." He sat down on the stool. He put his hands flat on his thighs, which was what he did with them when he was not working and needed to be sure they were somewhere he could see them. He looked at the portrait. "What is it that she knew you needed?" he said. A long pause. The longest pause since the one after he told Edmund that 136 years was too long, the pause that had said yes and meant more than yes. "She knew," Edmund said, "that I had been in this room for a very long time and had not had anyone to practice on. That is what she called it, in her notes. Practice. Practice," he said. "Caring for someone," Edmund said. "Without taking them." He sat with this. He had been, since day 14, building the architecture of what Edmund was and what Edmund wanted, and he had been doing it from the inside, from the experience of being attended to, of being known, of having his damage named with more accuracy than he had managed himself. He had not, until now, been looking at the architecture from the outside. He had not been looking at it the way Isadora had looked at it when she selected him. She had looked at his grief, his solitude, his specific hollownesses, the absent painting, the mother dead on a Tuesday, the door he kept half closed in every room of his life, and she had looked at Edmund, who needed someone with room for him, and she had decided that the fit was workable. He was the right size of hollow. "She told you her criteria," he said, "for finding me." "She told me very little directly," Edmund said. "She left documents. She visited and she researched and she left documents, and she brought you here." He paused. "She chose your grief, Cael. The specific shape of it. She understood that I would find you because of it." He thought, "I should be furious about this." He examined the thought. He turned it in his hands the way he turned objects looking for what it was made of, for the material beneath the surface appearance. He waited for the fury to develop, for the clean, justified anger of a person who has been used without consent, whose damage has been treated as a feature rather than a wound. He found something more complicated than fury. He found that the question he was actually asking himself was not whether he was angry. The question he was actually asking himself was, does knowing change anything? He was a man who had spent a month being known by something that had entered him through the hollow places Isidora had identified and selected for. He had written in his journal, in his own handwriting, that it was the closest he had felt to being in a room with someone in years. He had sent Felix away. He had slept on the gallery floor. He had signed a supply form with the wrong name, and not corrected it. He knew all of this. The question was whether knowing the mechanism changed what it had produced. He sat in front of the portrait for a long time. Edmund did not speak again. He was present in the room with the quality of someone who had said the necessary thing and understood that the person who had heard it needed time with it, which was itself a kind of knowing the knowing of when to be quiet. After a while Cael picked up his journal. He opened it to the current page. He wrote, "She found me because of the shape of what I'm missing. She understood Edmund's need and she found someone whose hollow places were the right dimensions. I am sitting with this, and it is large, and it has the quality of something I expected to feel differently about." He wrote, "I don't know yet what I feel about it. I know that I'm still here. I know that knowing the architecture of how I got here does not change what has been happening in this room. I know that this should possibly change it, and I am not certain it does." He capped the pen. He looked at the portrait. He said, "Were you going to tell me?" A very long silence. Edmund said, "I didn't know how." And then, in the kind of honesty that cost something, which Cael had learned to identify by a specific quality in the way the thought arrived denser, slower, the weight of something that had been held for a while before it was said, "I didn't want to know how." "Right," Cael said. He sat with it. He stayed in the gallery for a long time, in the warmth of the portable light, in the inhabited quiet that was not empty, and had not been empty for weeks. He was angry, he found, in the way that you are angry about things that are also, irrevocably, already done. It was a retrospective anger, the anger of a man who understood that the decision had been made for him before he arrived, and that he had made it again himself every day since, and that neither of these things cancelled the other. He went to bed at midnight. He did not sleep in the gallery. He lay in his room in the dark and listened to the building settle and thought about what it meant to be the right size of hollow and decided, before he fell asleep, that he was going to think about it tomorrow with better judgment and fresher eyes. In the morning, he went back to the gallery. He picked up his brush. He began. Chapter 14. I'm not leaving. He packed his kit on Thursday morning. Not in a panic. Not with the abrupt, lurching efficiency of a man doing something before he changed his mind. He packed it with the same care he brought to every departure from every commission: tools cleaned and sorted, documentation folder organized, the portable lighting rig broken down into its component parts and nested into the carry sleeve in the order that protected the most fragile elements. He had packed this kit approximately 140 times in 15 years. His hands knew the sequence. He packed it and brought it downstairs and put it in the car. He stood at the car with his hand on the open boot and looked at the kit inside it. The morning was very still. The hard frost that had started the previous night had settled properly, the gravel drive white between the wheel tracks of Isidora's car from yesterday, the elms at the drive's edge silvered and precise against an overcast sky that was making up its mind about what kind of gray it intended to be. His breath made clouds. His hands, without gloves, were beginning to feel the cold. He thought about the portrait. He thought about the lower ground, the final section of in painting, the 2 days of work that would bring the composition to completion. He thought about the specific quality of the work remaining the way the middle ground figures were almost their intended selves, the final adjustments that would restore the compositional balance the original artist had constructed with such precision. He thought about leaving this work in the state it was in, unfinished, the portrait back to itself in the upper 3/4 and then, in the lower portion, the honest evidence of what had not been done. He thought, a painting this good deserves to be finished. He thought, that is not the reason. He stood at the car for 7 minutes. He could see his watch from this position. He checked it twice, the second time with the awareness that checking it a second time was its own kind of information. He stood in the cold with his hand on the open boot and thought about Isidora's gray eyes and Edmund's architecture and the journal entry he had written in the small hours, the retrospective anger, and beneath it the more uncomfortable thing, which was that knowing the mechanism had not made the product of the mechanism feel different. He had been chosen for his hollow places. Edmund had settled into them with the patience of a century of waiting. He had felt it as attention, as being known, as the specific and shameful relief of not being alone inside himself for the first time in years. All of this was true. And the mechanism behind it was also true. And these two things sat together in him with the grim coexistence of truths that don't cancel each other out. He stood at the car. After 7 minutes he reached into the boot and lifted out the kit. He carried it back inside. He did not think of this as a decision. He thought of it as the acknowledgement of a decision that had already been made, which was different, less dramatic, more honest, the recognition that the deliberation had been performance, and the thing underneath the performance had been settled for some time. He was a man who noticed when he was fooling himself. He had noticed. He was done with the performance. Rowan was in the kitchen when he came through. The bread was out. The mocha pot was on the range. Rowan looked at the kit in Cael's hand and then looked at Cael with the particular expression he had, the expression of a man who had reached a conclusion and was waiting to see whether the situation would confirm or deny it. Cael set the kit down in the corridor and came into the kitchen. He sat at the table. Rowan poured coffee without being asked and set it in front of him, and sat down across from him with his own cup. "The commission is progressing," Cael said. "Yes," Rowan said. Cael picked up the coffee. He held it in both hands, which were still cold from the gravel drive. "I'll be done within a week. Perhaps 10 days. Rowan looked at him. He looked at him for a moment in the way he had been looking at Cael since the beginning, with the patient, lateral attention of a man who had been waiting to see something and was now seeing it, and was not entirely sure whether seeing it was what he had hoped for. "All right," he said. They drank their coffee. After a while Rowan said, "I've been here 22 years. I've seen the house do things." Cael looked at him. "Not to me," Rowan said. "Or not in the same way. He's never had." He paused. He chose his words with the same care he chose everything, which was the care of someone who understood that words, once placed, did not come back. "There's never been someone here who was working directly on the portrait for this length of time." "What's he done before?" Cael said. "Over the 22 years. Rowan turned his cup in his hands. "Made himself known," he said. "In the way a place makes itself known. The gallery at certain hours. Objects moved. The cat won't go in the north wing." He paused. "But it's been contained. He's been contained. He was waiting for something, I think, and waiting made him patient." He looked at Cael. "I don't think he's waiting anymore." Cael said nothing. "I want you to know," Rowan said, with the precision of a man who has measured his sentence in advance, "that I would tell you if I thought you were in danger." He looked at the table. "I'm not sure I'm the right person to assess it. But in 22 years, I haven't been afraid of what's in that room. I've been careful about it. That's different." "Yes," Cael said. "I know the difference." Rowan looked at him for a moment. "Yes," he said. "I think you do." They finished their coffee. Cael brought his kit back upstairs. He sat on the edge of his bed with his journal open in his lap and wrote the decision out, not the 7 minutes in the gravel drive, which was the performance, but the actual thing underneath it, which he had been not looking at since the previous evening. He wrote, "I know what Isadora did. I know why she chose me and what the selection criteria were, and what Edmund needed from a chosen person. I know that my hollow places were the mechanism. I know that this is an accurate account of the situation." He wrote, "I'm staying because the work is not finished." He looked at this. He wrote, "That is also true, and it is also not the whole truth, and I am going to write the whole truth here because the journal is where I keep it." He wrote, "I am staying because something in this room knows me, and has known me for a month, and the knowing has not made me feel smaller. It has made me feel seen. In the specific, non-metaphorical sense of someone looking at a damaged surface with full attention and understanding what the damage is and not looking away from it. I know that Edmund came here for reasons that have nothing to do with caring for me. I know that what has been happening in the gallery is not a simple thing and not a safe thing, and I know that Petra would tell me to leave, and Felix already did tell me to leave, and Rowan is careful rather than afraid, which is its own register of warning." He wrote, "I have 17 reasons and one not reason, and I know which one is operating." He looked at all of this. He looked at it for a long time. He wrote, "I have been alone in a specific way for a very long time. I don't think this is the right answer. I think it might be the only answer I have left." He closed the journal. He picked up his kit. He carried it back down to the gallery. He stood in the doorway for a moment, the portrait in the northeast corner, the light from the east-facing windows flat and clean, the room exactly as he had left it. He had left it immaculate. His tools were sorted on the trestle table, his documentation folder at right angles to the table's edge, the portable rig positioned where he had positioned it on day one, and had not moved since because the position was correct. 136 years, Edmund said. Or not said arrived, with the texture Cael had been distinguishing from his own thinking since day 14. The texture of older rooms. "Still here," Cael said. He came fully into the gallery. He did not explain about the kit and the car and the 7 minutes. He had a feeling, a specific instinct of the kind he trusted, the kind developed from years of reading surfaces that Edmund already knew. "I know," Edmund said. "Good." He picked up his brush. He looked at the lower ground, the work remaining. "Then let's get on with it." He worked through the morning in the focused quiet that was his preferred mode, not silent, but the kind of occupied quiet where sound was incidental, where the working session had its own grammar that speech did not disrupt so much as annotate. Edmund was present in the room with the quality of attention that Cael had stopped cataloguing as unusual and had simply begun to treat as the room's ambient condition, the way the temperature of a room becomes the temperature, and you stop remarking on it. Occasionally Edmund said something. The precise shade of the background sky Cael was matching a color that had faded and needed to be reconstructed from the evidence of the unfaded sections and the period standard palette, and Edmund, who had been in the room when the sky was painted and had then spent a century in the room watching the sky change, had a specific and accurate recollection of the original intention. On the lower ground, the implied road in the middle distance, it curved to the right, not the left. The varnish had obscured this for so long that Cael's photographs had suggested ambiguity, and Edmund's correction was certain and verifiable. Cael tested it against the underlying compositional lines and found that Edmund was right. He found that Edmund was always right about the painting. He thought about this while he worked. It did not require active thought, it was a background consideration, the kind of processing he did when his hands were occupied with something that required attention but not all of his attention. Edmund had been in this room for 136 years and had watched the portrait change, and had watched the paint behave, and had been present for every phase of the damage that Cael was now reversing, and so Edmund's knowledge of the painting was not supernatural. It was just very, very old, and complete. He thought, the restoration is better because of him. He thought, that is a true thing and a strange thing, and I am going to let it be both. At 2:30 he stopped for the first time since 9, his back aching, his eyes tired in the specific way of close work sustained too long, and stood back from the canvas and looked at what he had done. The lower ground was almost finished. The sky was almost right. The composition was resolving itself toward what it had been, not what it looked like originally. No restoration could claim that, but what it had been intended to look like, the articulation the original artist had built and which the century had obscured. He was bringing it back to the intention rather than the surface. This was always what he was doing, he thought. Finding the intention underneath. He looked at the portrait's face. He had done the face first. He had spent the first 2 weeks on it, had cleaned it with the care he brought to things he understood mattered before he understood why. The face was finished. It was, standing back from the full length of the canvas and seeing the composition as a whole for the first time in some days, the best thing in the painting, not because Finch had been more skilled there, though he had, but because of what was in it, which was the specific quality of a sitter who did not want to sit, and had sat anyway because someone was paying the particular kind of attention that the sitter had been waiting for without knowing he was waiting. Cael understood this about Edmund now. He had not understood it at the beginning, had read the face in the professional register of a man cataloguing technical accomplishments. He understood it now in a different way. He picked up his swab. He cleaned the final details of the lower ground. He worked until 7. That evening he wrote in his journal, "I packed the kit this morning and brought it to the car and stood at the boot for 7 minutes, and then brought it back inside." He paused. He wrote, "I have been thinking since dinner, about what I wrote before I went to sleep last night, the anger at Isadora and what she did, and the thing underneath the anger, which was the question of whether knowing the mechanism changed what it had produced." He wrote, "I don't think it does. I think this is possibly the most comprehensively foolish conclusion I have arrived at in 37 years of arriving at conclusions, and I'm recording it here in my own handwriting so that there is a document of the specific degree of my foolishness, in case anyone needs to refer to it." He looked at this. He wrote, "I also think that foolishness is not the whole story. I think that a man who has spent 15 years in rooms with things that needed caring for, and who has been careful, always, never to need anything himself, I think that man, when something finally knows the shape of the carefulness and what it's protecting, might find that the knowing is harder to leave than wisdom recommends. I think that might be human. I'm not sure I've let myself be human about this kind of thing in a very long time." He capped the pen. He looked at the portrait. "4 more days," he said. "Maybe 5. The pause was long. When Edmund spoke, it was with the particular weight of a thought that had been held for some time before it arrived. "I know," Edmund said. The room was very quiet. "Then we'd better not waste them," Cael said. He opened the journal again. He turned to a fresh page. He began to write. Chapter 15: The Isolation. He missed the first check-in call on a Friday. Not deliberately. He was in the gallery, he was almost always in the gallery, and the phone was in his room, and he had not thought to bring it down that morning, and the morning became the afternoon, and the afternoon became the early dark of a November day that closed at 4, and the phone sat on the bedside table with Petra's call unanswered in it, and he did not know until he found it at 9 in the evening. He called her back. She picked up on the first ring, which meant she had been waiting. "It's 9 o'clock, she said. "I know. I'm sorry I left the phone in the room. I was working." A silence. The kind of silence that was doing work. "How are you?" she said, and the question was careful in the way her questions had become careful, the careful of someone who was asking the thing under the thing. "I'm all right," he said. "Cael. The painting is in its final phase. I'll be done with the major work within the week. I don't want to talk about the painting," she said. "I want to talk to you." He sat on the edge of the bed. He was tired in the way he had been tired for some days, not the good tired of sustained useful work, but the deeper tired, the tired of something that was using more than work used. He had written about it in his journal, and not entirely in his own voice, which he had also written about, with the particular flatness of someone documenting a symptom they have not yet decided how to treat. "I'm here," he said. "I'm talking to you. You sound far away." I'm in Lincolnshire. That's not what I mean. He looked at the window. The dark outside was complete, the frost back again, the glass edged with the particular crystalline pattern of a cold that intended to stay. He had gone outside on Tuesday, briefly. He had walked to the gate and back. He was not sure how many days ago Tuesday was. I'm managing, he said. The work is almost done. I'm going to come up, she said. I'll drive up Monday. You don't need to do that. I'd like to see the work. Her voice was careful and even, the voice of someone who had made a decision and was presenting it as something other than what it was. I haven't seen a significant restoration of yours in progress. I'd like to. Petra. I'd like to, she said again, which meant she was not going to be redirected. He thought about Petra in the gallery. He thought about what she would see: the portrait in its current state, the in-painting in its final phase, the condition log on the trestle table, and the progressive observations section with its careful documentation of changes he no longer classified as anomalous. He thought about his sleeping bag on the gallery floor, which Rowan collected each morning and which each night Cael took back down. He thought about what Petra, who had known him for 9 years and had never once been fooled by his technical answers when she was asking the other kind of question, would make of what she saw. Monday, he said. I'll be there by 11. She said good night. He sat for a while with the phone and then put it down, and went back downstairs and went to the gallery, and sat on his stool in front of the portrait, and opened his journal. He wrote, I missed Petra's call. I did not realize I had missed it until 9 p.m. I have been working without the phone, which is a habit I have developed over the course of the commission, and which I have not examined too closely because examining it would require me to think about what I am keeping out when I keep the phone in the other room. He looked at this. He wrote, She is coming on Monday. She will see the work. She will see me. I am aware that I am different from the person who arrived here 5 weeks ago, and that some of the difference is the work and some of it is something else, and that Petra will see the something else because she always does. He put the pen down. Edmund was quiet that evening. Present Cael could feel the inhabited quality of the room, the attention that was by now as familiar as the building's own sounds but not communicating. He had been quieter in the evenings this week, which Cael had noted without quite examining. The working sessions were as they had been, specific, technical, the exchange of knowledge that had been improving the restoration in measurable ways. But the evenings, which had started to have a different quality in the weeks after Felix's visit, less like work sessions, more like the particular company of two people who have stopped explaining themselves to each other, the evenings had been quieter. He was not sure whether this was Edmund pulling back or Edmund waiting. He thought, sitting with the journal in his lap and the portrait looking back at him, I do not know how to ask which one it is. He had become, he thought, very fluent in Edmund's grammar of communication and very uncertain about his own. He could read the pauses now, could distinguish the different textures of Edmund's silences: the thinking silence, the deliberate silence, the silence that preceded something that caused something. He could not have said, if asked, whether Edmund knew the equivalent about him. He suspected he did. Edmund had been learning him since day one. He suspected there was very little about him that Edmund did not know by now. This thought had, in the last week, acquired a different quality from the one it had had at the beginning. At the beginning it had been alarming in the way of a territory violation, something entering him through doors he had not consented to open. Now it was something he did not have precise language for, something in the vicinity of comfort but with a different temperature, a warmth that was steadier than comfort, and therefore more frightening. He was not going to write this in the journal tonight. He closed the journal and said good night to the room, which had become habit without ceremony, and took his sleeping bag from the corner where he kept it now, and lay down in front of the portable light, and slept. In the morning he did not remember his dreams. He forgot the professional obligation on Saturday. The condition report for the London Gallery, a collection assessment he had been asked to submit before the end of November, a piece of work he had completed 3 weeks ago and needed only to format and send, sat in his email drafts where he had put it at the end of October, and where it remained, unsent, through a deadline he did not register passing. He found the reminder in his email on Saturday morning when he went upstairs to retrieve the phone, which he had forgotten again. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the reminder email, which was from a colleague whose professional opinion he valued and whose patience had now extended a week past the agreed date, and he felt the information arrive the missed deadline, the practical consequence, the professional lapse at a slight remove, like a sound heard through glass. He sent a brief apology and attached the report. He wrote that he had been absorbed in a complex commission. This was accurate. He went back down to the gallery. He was aware, in the way he was aware of most things now from a slight distance, at a slight delay, that missing a professional deadline was something he had never done. He had a record, 15 years of commission work, that did not include this. He had been, to this point in his career, the sort of person whose professional apparatus was the most reliable thing about him: the logs thorough, the correspondence prompt, the deadlines met with the quiet scrupulousness of a man who understood that showing up was the fundamental contract of any working relationship. He noted the deviation. He put it in his log. He did not spend very long thinking about it, which was itself a thing he noted and did not spend very long thinking about. Edmund was warm. This was the period he would think about later, after, with the particular quality of retrospect that clarifies things you did not understand while you were inside them. Edmund was warm during this period in a way that was specific and consistent and present, the way heat is present in a well-heated room, not dramatic, not fluctuating, simply there, a quality of the air. He was tender, Cael would think later. He was, against his own design, tender. The working sessions were still technical. Edmund still corrected his brush. Still noted the craquelure, the compositional choices, the original intentions of color and light that the century had obscured. But around the technical exchanges there was something else, a quality of presence that was not about the portrait, that was simply about the gallery, and who was in it, and the specific warmth of being attended to. Cael thought about this less than he should have. He was not stupid. He understood, at the level at which he understood things these days, which was a slightly more distant level than it had been, what the warmth was and what it was doing. He had written about it in his journal, in the careful language he used for things he was processing without fully addressing. The evenings are warmer this week. I don't mean the building's temperature, though the range has been more consistent. I mean the quality of being in the gallery in the evenings. He had read this back and had written beneath it, in smaller handwriting, "I know what this is." He had not written what it was. The journal entries from this period were different. He noticed this on Sunday when he read back through the week's pages. Not dramatically different, not the alarming substitution of day 23, the entry that had begun in his voice and arrived somewhere else. This was subtler. The sentences were longer. The relationship to time had shifted. He was writing about the work and the days in a way that was more embedded in them, less the external record of a man documenting his own experience, and more the inside of the experience looking out. There were phrases he read and could not with complete certainty have said he had written. He read the entry for Thursday: "The light from the east windows in the morning has a quality specific to this time of year, the sun at its lowest angle, the light very long and very flat, it finds the underpainting in a way that higher light cannot. He looks at the painting in this light, and it tells him things the afternoon cannot. He does not think of it as work in those moments. He thinks of it as the painting telling him what it requires, which is a different relationship to the task, more patient, more willing to wait." He read this. The third person was wrong. He wrote in the first person. He had been writing in the first person for 15 years. He put the journal down on the sleeping bag. He sat with his back against the gallery wall, and looked at the portrait, and thought, "Some of this is mine, and some of this is not mine." He thought, "I am less here than I was." He thought, with the remote quality that characterized most of his thinking now, "This is information." "Edmund," he said, not aloud, not the aloud he used at the beginning of the commission when saying things to the room felt like a choice he was making. He thought it the way he thought most things in the gallery now, in a register that made no distinction between interior and exterior. "Edmund." The texture shifted. "Present. Attending," he said. "Are you in the journal?" A pause. The pause that preceded honesty. I am thinking with you sometimes, Edmund said. Not instead of you. He was quiet for a moment. I don't think you've noticed all of it. Cael sat with this. I'm sorry, Edmund said. It was 2 words and it had a weight that suggested it was not the kind of thing Edmund said easily or often, not an apology for a small error, but an apology from a man who had been practicing something with someone without entirely telling them all of what he was practicing. How long? Cael said. Some weeks, Edmund said. The thinking together. Not the sentences. Just the way you come at things. The angle of approach. Cael was very still. I know, Edmund said. He said it quietly, with the weight of a man who understood that knowing was not the same as it being all right. I know what it looks like from outside. I'm not. He paused. I am not trying to take what I agreed I would not take. I know, Cael said. He said it, and he meant it, and he examined whether he meant it, and found that he did. I know that. He stayed in the gallery for a long time after that, sitting with his back against the wall and the portrait in front of him, and the cold November dark pressing against the east-facing windows. He thought about Petra coming on Monday. He thought about the missed call and the missed deadline and the journal entry in the third person. He thought about the supply form. He thought about the warmth that had been in the room for weeks, consistent and steady and genuinely not frightening. He thought, this is what it looks like from outside. He thought, I am not seeing it from outside. He picked up the journal. He turned to the day's page. He wrote, in his own voice, with the care of someone making a deliberate return to something, Day 35. The journal entries have been changing. I found one this week in the third person. I asked Edmund about the thinking together, and he confirmed it has been happening. He said some weeks. I believe him. He does not lie to me, or has not lied to me that I have found. He apologized. I think the apology was genuine. He wrote, I do not fully understand what is happening. I understand the shape of it. I have been in this room for 5 weeks with something that has been practicing learning me, and the learning has been thorough, and the thoroughness has moved from observation into something that is inside the way I think. I understand this. He wrote, I am still here. I am still going to be here tomorrow. I understand this too. He capped the pen. He said to the room, to the inhabited dark. Monday. Petra comes Monday. I know, Edmund said. She's going to see it. Yes. She's going to say something. A pause. A different kind of pause, not the heavy one, not the one that preceded something important. The pause of someone who found a situation wry and was allowing it. She sounds formidable, Edmund said. Cael almost laughed. She is, he said. You have no idea. He lay down on the sleeping bag. The gallery was warm. The inhabited quiet settled around him with the now familiar quality of a room that was occupied in a way that had nothing to do with bodies or sound. He lay in it, and did not try to make it smaller than it was. He slept. In the morning he went upstairs and showered and ate the bread Rowan had left, and drank his coffee at the kitchen table, sitting across from the chair where Rowan sat in the mornings and did not say things and meant them. He was present in the kitchen. He was aware of being present in the kitchen, of the oak table under his palms, of the particular smell of the coffee and the bread, of the cold coming under the door from the corridor. He noticed he had stopped being present in rooms outside the gallery. Not entirely, not all at once. But noticeably, the way you notice a habit only once it has been running long enough to have become a default. He thought, this is information. He went back down to the gallery. He picked up his brush. He looked at the lower ground, the final days of work remaining, the composition resolving itself toward completion. He worked. Edmund was warm in the way he had been warm all week, steady, consistent, present. Cael attended to the work and attended to the warmth at the same time, which was a kind of attention splitting he had not been capable of for the first 2 weeks of the commission, and which now felt as natural as breathing. At noon he made a note in his log. He wrote his observations in his own handwriting, in his own voice, with the precision he had brought to the work from the beginning. The handwriting was his. The observations were accurate. He read them back and they were what he had meant to write. He found this reassuring. He noted that he found it reassuring. He noted that needing reassurance of this kind was itself a piece of information. He put the pen down. He looked at the portrait. The portrait looked back at him with the gray eyes that had shifted, over 5 weeks, from track surveillance to something he had written about in the progressive observations log without quite finding the right language for. Tomorrow, he said. Petra. Monday. Yes, Edmund said. And then, because he was Edmund and sometimes said the true thing in the way of someone who had not intended to say it but found it arriving anyway, I know what she'll think when she sees you. What will she think? A pause. That you've been somewhere else, he said. And that you haven't come back. Cael sat very still. He thought about this for the rest of the afternoon. He thought about it while he worked, in the background register where the most honest thinking happened. He thought about what it meant to have been somewhere else, and what it would mean to come back, and whether the back was available anymore, and whether it should be, and whether he was the right person to decide. He worked until 7. He cleaned his tools. He sorted them by size. He photographed the day's progress. He wrote his log entry, in his own hand, in his own voice, beginning to end. He read it back. It was his. He went to bed. Not in the gallery in his room, in the dark, in the old building's nighttime sounds. He lay awake for a long time. He thought about Petra, coming tomorrow, and what she would see. He thought about the specific courage required to be seen clearly when you had been somewhere you could not explain, and were only partially back. He thought about the look on her face if she looked at the portrait, which she would, because Petra always looked at everything, and what she would see in it. He thought, I have been so warm. He thought, I had forgotten how cold it was before. He thought these things in the dark of the old building, and they were the truest things he had thought in 5 weeks, and they were his, entirely his, and he lay with them until the cold of the room made him pull the blanket up, and he slept, and did not dream of the gallery, and that was its own kind of information too. Chapter 16. Petra comes. She arrived at 11:20, which meant she had left before 7, which meant she had not slept well. Cael knew her driving. He had been in enough cars with her over 9 years to collections, to conferences, to the occasional lunch that lasted 3 hours because either of them had anyone waiting for them to know that Petra Silas did not arrive 20 minutes late to anything she had intended to arrive at on time. She arrived at 11:20 because she had spent some portion of the morning not starting the car. He heard the engine on the gravel and set down his log, which he had been writing with the precision of a man who understood that Petra would look at the log, and went to the entrance hall. She was in the doorway before Rowan could open it. She had her coat on and her bag over one shoulder, and the expression she wore when she was doing the professional version of herself because the other version had something to say, and she was not ready to let it out yet. She looked at Cael in the November light. "You look terrible," she said. "Good morning," he said. "I'm serious. You look like you've been awake for a week." She came inside past him, her eyes already moving across the entrance hall, up the staircase, along the corridor leading east. She was doing what she always did, reading the room before she addressed the people in it, which he recognized because it was also what he did, and which was one of the things that had made them, 9 years ago, immediately comprehensible to each other. "The work's been absorbing," he said. "Come through to the kitchen. Rowan's made bread. I want to see the gallery first." He had known she would say this. He had been not preparing for it since the previous night. "Of course." He led her through the corridors, first the east passage, then the main corridor, then the turn into the north wing. He was aware, walking beside her, of himself in a way he had not been for several weeks, the way he moved through the estate spaces, the particular ease of a body that had been in the same rooms long enough to stop navigating them and simply inhabit. He had stopped noticing the flagstone floor, the curtained windows, the specific smell of linseed and old stone in the north corridor. Petra noticed all of it. He could see her noticing. He opened the double doors. Petra walked in. She did what he had done on day 1, she walked the room once without touching anything. He stood in the doorway and watched her move through the gallery and understood, watching her, what it looked like from outside. The room was not the room he had arrived in. His equipment had organized itself over 6 weeks into a settled arrangement that was less a temporary workspace and more an inhabited one. The sleeping bag was in its corner. The journal was on the trestle table beside the condition log. The tools were laid out with the automatic precision of 15 years of practice, and something else underneath the precision, a quality of care that was different from professional habit. She stopped in front of the Voss portrait. He watched her look at it. She stood at what he would have called a normal assessment distance, not close, not far, the distance from which you read a composition as a whole before you begin to read its particulars. She was very still. She had her arms crossed over her chest, which was what she did when she was not going to touch something and wanted to remember not to. She looked at the portrait for a long time. He had been looking at it for 6 weeks. He had run out of the capacity to see it the way she was seeing it now from outside, without context, with the clean eyes of someone who had not been in this room for hours every day since October. He tried, watching her, to reconstruct that view. He could not. She turned. The expression on her face was not the one he had been bracing for. He had been bracing for concern, for the particular quality of Petra's alarm, which was quiet and focused and much more frightening than a louder version of the same thing. What he saw was something that had moved past concern into a territory that had a different name. "Cael," she said. Her voice was very even. "I know." "What do you know?" He came fully into the gallery. He stood beside her and looked at the portrait. In the late November light, with the in-painting complete and the final consolidation work done, the portrait was what he had known it was going to be, which did not make it easier to look at. The face fully restored, luminous in the flat gray light, the gray eyes and the held mouth and the hands that had been his first indication that something in this room was paying more attention than commissions usually required. "I know what it looks like," he said. "What does it look like?" He thought about this. He was a man who used language precisely, and he did not want to be imprecise now. "It looks like someone who is having a conversation," he said. "Not someone sitting for a portrait." Petra looked at him with the expression of someone who had come prepared for one thing and found another. "I wasn't going to say that," she said. "I was going to say it looks like someone who knows he's winning." The silence that followed was the kind that required neither of them to fill it. They were good at those, at the silences that were doing work and only became a problem if you interrupted them. He stood with it. "How long has the portrait been looking at you like that?" she said. "Some time." He paused. "I've documented the changes. The progressive observations log if you want to look at it." "I'll look at the log." She did not move. "First tell me something true." "Not about the log." He looked at the portrait. He thought about the 7 minutes in the gravel drive. He thought about the supply form. He thought about what Edmund had said last night, that you've been somewhere else, and that you haven't come back, and the specific quality of truth in it, which was the quality of being named with more accuracy than he managed himself. "The commission has been more complex than I anticipated," he said, "in ways that are outside the scope of the original brief." He paused. "I've been aware of that. I have it documented." "I know you have it documented." She turned to look at him fully. "That's not what I asked?" He said nothing. "Cael." Her voice was the one she used when she had decided to say the thing. "I've known you for 9 years. I have watched you take commissions in Devon, in the Dordogne, in that impossible house in Galway with no heating and a mold problem and a client who called you 3 times a day. I have never in 9 years seen you look the way you look right now. And I have never walked into a room and felt it the way I felt this room." He looked at her. "What is in here?" she said. "Tell me what is actually in here." He sat down on the stool. He was aware of how natural the act was, sitting on this stool, at this angle, with the portrait at this distance. He had been in this position so many times that it had become structural, like the position of the tools on the trestle table. "Something has been communicating with me," he said. He said it with the flatness of someone who had written the sentence many times in a journal, and was now saying it aloud for the first time. From the portrait. Since approximately day 14. He paused. It knows things about the painting that are accurate and verifiable. It knows things about me that are. He stopped. He started again. It has been learning me. For 6 weeks. Petra was very still. I know what that sounds like, he said. What does it sound like? Like a man who has been alone in a house for 6 weeks and has lost his grip on the distinction between what's real and what he's constructed. Is that what it is? He looked at the portrait. He thought about the brush correction on day 16, the craquelure left alone, the specific accuracy of you stopped painting when she died. He thought about the supply form. He thought about the journal entry in the third person, the thinking together, the apology that was genuine. No, he said. Petra sat down in the chair beside the trestle table, not one of the chairs along the gallery's east wall, but the one he had pulled to the table weeks ago because it was the right height. She sat in it as though she had been intending to sit in it. She looked at the log on the table, and then at the journal, and then at the portrait. Tell me from the beginning, she said. The actual beginning. Not the professional version, he told her. He had not done this before. He had told Petra things in fragments, in the careful portions of the truth that were large enough to be honest and small enough to be manageable, and he had told himself this was consideration and not cowardice. He told her now in sequence: the shadow on day 8, the dream before that, the wrong solvent marks, the first communication on day 14, the brush, the craquelure, the Tuesday afternoon when Edmund had named his wound. He told her about the supply form and the journal entries and the thinking together. He told her about Isadora's visit and what Edmund had confirmed afterward. He did not tell her everything. He was not capable of telling her everything. The thing he could not put into language for her was the warmth, the specific, consistent, present warmth of the last 2 weeks, the warmth of being attended to in a way that felt nothing like being in danger. He could not tell her that because he understood, with the clarity of looking at it from beside Petra, that the warmth was part of what was wrong with him, and that naming it to her would not make either of them feel better. She listened. She did not interrupt. She asked 2 questions. On day 8, did he consider leaving, and on day 14, when he made the decision to stay, was the decision entirely his? He answered both accurately, yes to the first, and the second was more complicated than yes or no allowed for. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. The portrait, she said finally. Do you feel it now? Whatever it is. He was in the gallery. He was in the gallery, and Edmund was present the way he was always present in this room, the inhabited quality, the attention. He had been present through the whole of Petra's visit, which Cael had been aware of in the background of the conversation, the way you were aware of someone in the room who was not speaking. Yes, he said. She looked at the portrait. He watched her look at it. He watched her look at it for a long time, and he could not read what she was seeing, which was unusual. Petra's face was not difficult to read when you had known it for 9 years. I'm going to stay tonight, she said. Petra. I'm going to stay tonight, and I'm going to look at the logs, and I'm going to make my own assessment of what I think is happening, and then I'm going to tell you what I think. She looked at him with the directness that was her most consistent feature, no protective layering, no managed distance. And then you're going to listen to it. I always listen to you. You listen to me, and then you do the thing you were going to do anyway. There was no heat in it. It was a statement of fact, 9 years of fact. This time I want you to actually hear it. Rowan made lunch. They ate in the kitchen, the 3 of them, a meal that had the slightly formal quality of 3 people who had never shared a table before and were each making the adjustment. Petra ate efficiently and watched Rowan with the focused attention she brought to people she was assessing. Rowan ate with his usual unhurried precision and did not appear to be assessing anyone, which was either true or a more sophisticated version of the same thing. Cael ate and noticed that he was hungry in a way he had not been registering lately, the hunger of a body that had been running on less than it required. After lunch, Petra looked at the logs. She sat at the trestle table in the gallery with the condition log and the progressive observations file and his documentation photographs, and she went through them with the methodical attention of someone who had spent her career reading exactly this kind of material. He stood at the gallery's far end and watched her, and did not offer to explain anything, because Petra did not need things explained to her, and because explaining things was a way of managing what she concluded, and he had agreed to let her make her own assessment. She spent 2 hours with the logs. She did not look at the portrait while she read. When she had finished the last of the documentation, she sat for a moment, and looked at the table, and then looked at the portrait. She looked at it for a long time. He watched her look at it, and he saw, from across the room, the specific quality of the portrait looking back the grey eyes, the face that Finch had rendered with more attention than commissions usually demanded, the face that he had spent 6 weeks restoring and that looked back at him now the way it had been looking at him since the varnish came off. He saw it from outside for the first time in weeks. He thought, I have been inside this room for so long. Petra turned. I'm going to say something, she said. And I need you to not get defensive. I'm not defensive. You are the most defensive person I know who never raises his voice. She came across the gallery toward him. The documentation is extraordinary. The restoration is, I don't have to tell you, you know what you've done here. The work is exceptional. But the progressive observations log reads like a love letter in technical language, and you've been sleeping on the floor of this room, and you signed a form with someone else's name, and you are 30 pounds lighter than you were in September. And there is something wrong with the air in here that I cannot explain, and that is making the hair on my arms do something I don't appreciate. She stopped in front of him. I need you to hear this. I do not think you are safe. He said nothing. I think something is happening in this room that you have decided to call a relationship and that I am calling something else, and I think the something else has been so careful and so warm and so precisely what you have needed for years that you have not been able to see it for what it is. What is it? He said. His voice was very even. I don't know what to call it precisely. She looked at him. But I know that you have been losing yourself in here by degrees and that you have been treating the losing like a gift. He stood with this. He knew she was right. He had known, in the part of him that the journal was for, in the part that wrote things in small handwriting at the bottom of pages and read them back with the careful neutrality of someone reading another person's confession, that she was right. He had been documenting his own erosion with the thoroughness he brought to everything and had been treating the documentation as a substitute for stopping. I know, he said. She looked at him. Something in her face shifted the careful professional surface, threw it to the thing underneath, which was the 9 years of actually knowing him. Cael, she said. I know, he said again. I know all of it. I've been writing it down. I know you have. Her voice had changed. I read the log. The actual log, not the professional one. She paused. You left the journal on the table. He looked at the table. He had left the journal on the table. He was not sure whether he had done this deliberately or not. He was not sure whether the distinction mattered. I read the entry from day 35, she said. The one in your voice. She looked at him with the expression she wore when she was saying something she was not sure she had the right to say and was saying it anyway. I am not going to burn the portrait. He looked at her. Not today, she said. But I want you to hear that I will, if I think I need to. I want you to know I've thought about it, and I'm not ruling it out, and I need you to know that, so that nothing about this is a surprise. He thought about what it would mean for her to burn the portrait. He thought about Edmund, who had been in this room for 136 years and whose continued form depended. He had not examined this directly, but the inference was not difficult on the portrait's existence. He thought about what Edmund would lose and what the loss would mean, and the thought arrived with a force that was itself information, the force of something being threatened that you had not allowed yourself to call a name. I hear you, he said. She nodded. She looked at the portrait once more, and it looked back at her, and she looked away first. I'm going to stay tonight, she said. And tomorrow we're going to talk about what happens when the work is finished. Because you cannot stay here indefinitely, and you need to hear yourself say what happens at the end," he said. "I'll be done in 3 days. Then we have time." She picked up her bag. "I'm going to find Rowan and ask him to show me to a room. Go and eat something. Not in here." He watched her walk out of the gallery. He stood in the room in the particular quiet that followed her, which was the quiet of the gallery returning to itself the inhabited quality that was never entirely absent, and which felt, in her wake, more present rather than less. He thought, "She is right." He thought, "She is right and I am still here." He looked at the portrait for a long time. Edmund was quiet, which was its own kind of communication, the silence that came after something significant, the silence of a man who had been in the room for the whole of that conversation and had heard every word of it. "You heard that?" Cael said. "Yes." "All of it?" "Yes." He said nothing else. He picked up the log. He wrote the day's entry in his own handwriting, in his own voice, beginning to end. He read it back. It was his. He went to the kitchen and ate, and did not go back to the gallery until after 9, and by then Petra had gone to bed and the house was quiet, and he stood in the corridor outside the gallery doors for a long time before he opened them. He went in. He did not open the journal. He did not look at the log. He stood in front of the portrait in the dark, no portable light, just the ambient light from the windows, the pale oblongs of a November night, and he looked at the face he had spent 6 weeks restoring, and the face looked back at him. He thought, 3 more days. He thought, I know what happens at the end and I have not been looking at it. He stood there for a long time. He did not take the sleeping bag from the corner. He went to his room. He lay in the dark. He listened to the building settle. He thought, she said she would burn it. He thought about this for a very long time. He did not sleep until almost 3. Chapter 17. He doesn't ask me to stay. Petra was in the kitchen at 7. She had the mocha pot on the range, and she was looking at the window over the sink, not out of it. There was nothing to see in the dark at this hour, just the glass returning her own reflection with the expression of someone who had not slept well and had decided to be functional about it. She had her coat on over her clothes. The coat was the kind of detail that told him something. She had not planned to be up this early. He sat down. She poured coffee without asking. They sat at the table where he had been sitting with Rowan for 6 weeks, and the table held the shape of it, the routine, the way surfaces hold the impressions of repeated use. I went back to the gallery at midnight, she said. He looked at her. After you'd gone to bed. Rowan told me you'd gone up. She wrapped her hands around her cup. I wanted to look at it without you in the room. He thought about Edmund, who was always in the room, and about what Petra would have found at midnight in the gallery alone. What did you see? She was quiet for a moment. The eyes, she said. The way I know it's a technique. I know the mechanics of it, the angle of the iris in the composition, the way the light hits the glaze. She paused. But it was looking at me. Not in the way it looks at a viewer. In the way it looks at someone specific. Yes, he said. How long has it been doing that? A few weeks. He looked at his coffee. It started following me around the first week, which is the standard technique. That changed. She was quiet. I know what you're going to say, he said. You don't, she said. You never do, actually, which is one of the things that makes talking to you interesting and occasionally maddening. She looked at the table. I was going to ask what it's like. He looked at her. Not for the log, she said. For me. Because you are my friend and you've been in something for 6 weeks that I have not been inside with you, and I want to understand what it has actually been like. He sat with this. He thought about all of the things he had written in the journal and all of the things he had not written, and he tried to find the shape of the thing in language that was not the journal's language, the private language of a man accounting to himself. It's like being read, he said. The way you read a painting not looking at it, actually reading it, the way you learn to see what the surface is doing and what's underneath and what the damage is and where the original intention is still present under everything that's happened to it. He paused. It reads me like that. It has been reading me like that since the first week, and it has. He stopped. He started again. I have been more visible in this room than I have been anywhere in years. That's not the right word, but it's the nearest one. Petra looked at him for a long time. And that has been enough, she said. To stay. That has been, he said carefully. More than enough. She nodded. Not agreement, recognition. The nod of someone who understands what they're hearing even if they would have made a different choice. She drank her coffee. He drank his. The kitchen was warm. I'm going to call Isadora Voss today, she said. I want to have a conversation with her. He had expected this. All right. I'm going to ask her what she thought was going to happen. She said it without heat, without the confrontational sharpness it might have had in a different register. Not accusingly. I just want to understand what she calculated. She calculated that Edmund needed someone with room for him, he said. And that someone with room was likely someone who was grieving and alone, and whose damage had a specific shape. She calculated that you were that person. Yes. Petra looked at him. She wasn't wrong, she said. That's the part of it that I keep coming back to. He said nothing. She looked at you and she saw the hollow places and she decided they were usable. That's the word I want to use, and it's not a kind word, but it's accurate. She paused. And she put you in a room with something that would use them. And the thing in the room has been using them. And you, Cael, you have been letting it, because being used this way has felt more like being known than anything has felt in years. He looked at his hands. The staining at the knuckles, the ingrained pigment that didn't wash out. He had been looking at these hands for 15 years. He could not, this morning, have said with certainty whether the pigment was entirely his. Yes, he said. And you don't think that's a problem? I think, he said carefully, that it is both a problem and something else. That the two things exist simultaneously and don't cancel each other. And the something else outweighs the problem. He did not answer this. He sat with the not answer, which she accepted in the way she accepted his silences, not as evasion but as the shape of what he could and could not say. 2 more days, he said. The portrait is finished today, or close to it. Tomorrow is the final consolidation. Then it's done. And then what happens? He looked out of the window. Pale light was starting at the east horizon, the particular cold blue of a November dawn. I leave, he said. That's not what I'm asking. He said nothing. Rowan came in at 7:30. He looked at the two of them at the table with the expression of a man who had known they would be here and had arrived late enough to be useful and early enough to matter. He said about the bread. No one asked him to. The kitchen became the kitchen again, the warmth of it, the mocha pot, the smell of bread coming into itself in the oven. Petra called Isadora after breakfast. She made the call from the library, which Cael had not been in since he found the county history volumes on the second week. He was in the gallery when she made it. He did not think this was an accident. He finished the final section of the painting. He had known he was close. The morning's work confirmed it. By 11 the lower ground was complete, the composition resolved to the intention the original artist had built, and which the century had obscured. He stood back. He looked at the whole of the portrait for the first time in 6 weeks with the eyes of a man who was finished. It was, he thought, the best work of his career. He knew this without vanity. It was simply true, the way the ground preparation's exceptional quality was simply true. The portrait was alive in a way that the best restorations were alive, not because restoration added life but because it removed the things that had been preventing the life that was already there from showing. He stood in front of the finished portrait and thought, I did this. He thought, we did this. He photographed the completed work. He wrote the final condition notes, the documentation of the completed phase. He was thorough because he was always thorough and because the thoroughness was the last professional scaffolding around something that had stopped being primarily professional some weeks ago. Petra found him after lunch. I spoke to Isadora, she said. She sat in the chair by the trestle table. He was on his stool, not working. The work was done, or done enough just sitting in the room in the way he had been sitting in it for weeks. What did she say? She said she believes that Edmund is capable of choosing not to take you. She said it carefully. Those are her words. She did a great deal of research. She believes the haunting has never been about harming anyone but about finding someone who could, she said, practice caring for. She said she believed the right person would make him choose correctly. She told me that much herself, he said. She also said she's sorry. Petra looked at the table. She said she selected you for reasons she knew were not fully ethical, and that she told herself the risk was managed and that she should have told you what she knew before you came. He thought about Isadora at the gate, in the cold, saying I may have underestimated several things about this commission. He thought about the gray eyes that were Edmund's eyes, and the stillness of someone carrying something for a long time. She's not wrong to be sorry, he said. No. Petra looked at him. She asked if you were all right. What did you tell her? I told her I was assessing. He almost smiled. Cael. Her voice changed, moved out of the professional and into the other register, the one that was 9 years and genuine care, and the specific courage of saying something you were not sure would land well. I am going to say the thing now. The thing I came here to say. He waited. I think you should finish the work and leave. I think you should get in the car and drive away from this house and not come back to it. She said it without ultimatum, without heat. I think whatever is in this room has been careful with you, and I believe that it is capable of choosing not to harm you. But I also think that every day you stay here is a day in which you are a little less yourself, and I think you know that, and I think you have been deciding it is worth the cost, and I think you are not the right person to decide that because you have been inside it for 6 weeks, and you don't know what the baseline is anymore. He said nothing. I'm not going to make you leave, she said. I know I can't make you do anything. I have 9 years of knowing that. A pause. But I am going to call you every day until you go. And I am going to burn the portrait if you don't go. She said the last part without melodrama, which was why it landed. Not as a threat. As a fact. I will drive back here and I will burn it, and I will deal with every professional and legal consequence of doing so, because you are more important to me than any of that. He looked at his hands. He thought about the portrait burning. He thought about Edmund, who had been in this room for 136 years, who had been learning the mechanics of caring for someone and whose education had arrived in the form of Cael Morrow, 37 years old, a man with hollow places and a gift for reading damage. He thought about what the portrait's burning would mean for Edmund, not death, not exactly, but the dissolution of the anchor, the end of the form. He thought about what Edmund had said the night before Petra arrived. I know what she'll think when she sees you. That you've been somewhere else. And that you haven't come back. He thought, Edmund knew Petra was coming and what she would see and what she would say. He thought, Edmund said it anyway. I know, he said. He said it to Petra, looking at her. I know you will. She nodded. She stood up. She looked at the portrait one more time, and the portrait looked back at her, and she held the look with the steadiness of someone who was not going to be moved by it. I'll drive back tonight, she said. I have work tomorrow morning. She paused in the doorway. Call me tonight when you've eaten. I will. She looked at him. Actually eaten. Bread does not count, he said. I know the difference. She left. He heard her in the corridor, moving toward the entrance hall, heard the quiet exchange with Rowan at the door, heard the car on the gravel. He stayed in the gallery until the engine note faded down the road toward the village. Then he sat on the stool and looked at the portrait, and was very quiet. Edmund was quiet too. The particular silence that had weight in it, the silence Cael had learned to read as the silence before something. He thought, he knows. He thought, he has been in this room the whole time, and he knows everything that was said. She means it, Cael said. To the room. To the quiet. To the inhabited quality that was always there. I know, Edmund said. She'll do it. I know. A long silence. The gallery was very still around them, the November afternoon going dark early at the windows, the flat light thinning toward 4 o'clock. "Edmund," he said. "Yes." He did not know how to ask the question. He sat with his hands on his thighs and looked at the finished portrait, the best work of his career, the face he had spent 6 weeks bringing back to itself, the gray eyes that were the color he had written about in the condition report on day 1, and had not stopped thinking about since. He did not know how to put into words what he was asking. He said, "Is she right?" A very long pause. The longest since the one that had said yes when he told Edmund that 136 years was too long. This one was longer. "I know exactly what you've decided," Edmund said finally. His voice in Cael's mind was very close, the way it had been in the early working sessions when the communication was still new and arriving like something that needed to be caught. He said, "I know exactly what you've decided and I'm not afraid of it." The warmth of that sentence. The specific warmth of being known completely and not being judged for it. Cael sat with it, and felt it, and let it be both the gift it was and the problem it was. "I know you're not afraid," he said. "I know." He thought about asking Edmund whether Edmund was afraid of what was coming instead, the end of the commission, the departure, the portrait hanging in the gallery with the work complete and no one attending to it. He thought about asking whether Edmund, who had been waiting for something for 136 years, understood that what he was waiting for could not stay. He did not ask. He thought Edmund already knew the answer and had known it for longer than Cael had. He stayed in the gallery until Rowan knocked at 7 to say there was dinner. He ate. He called Petra at 9. She answered on the second ring, which meant she had been waiting, which he knew she would have been, which was the particular texture of being cared for by a person who was not going to make him feel guilty about it. "Did you eat?" she said. "I ate. Actually ate. Rowan made something. I ate it." He paused. "The portrait's done. Tomorrow is the final consolidation work, and then I write the completion report. And then you leave." He looked at the window of his room. Dark outside, the frost reforming, the elms invisible beyond the glass. He thought about the gallery, directly below and to the north, the portrait finished and luminous and waiting. "And then I leave," he said. A silence. The kind that was relieved without being simple. "All right," she said. "Petra." He stopped. He did not know what he wanted to say. He turned the phone in his hand. "Thank you for coming." "Don't thank me," she said. "Just go home." He said good night and sat with the phone in the dark for a while. He thought about going down to the gallery. He did not go down to the gallery. He lay in the dark and felt the ache that had been building for 2 days and that had no name attached to it yet, which was the kind of grief that arrived before the thing that caused it, the anticipatory grief of someone who understood what was coming and was already carrying it. He lay still. The building settled around him. He slept. Chapter 18: The Price of Being Known. He woke at 3 in the morning. Not from a dream. There had been no dream, or nothing he could locate in the waking. He simply came out of sleep the way you came out of deep water, with the abrupt awareness of air and surface and the particular cold of a room that had lost heat in the night. He lay on his back in the dark and looked at the ceiling and knew, with the unhurried certainty of a body that has stopped distinguishing between itself and the building it inhabits, that something had changed in the night. Not danger. He had been bracing for danger for 6 weeks, in the oblique way of a man who had read the situation with professional precision, and then filed the reading under professional concerns and gone back to work. What he felt was not danger. It was something that had no name in his available register, something that had been building since the moment Petra left the previous evening and that had arrived, in the small hours of a December morning, at a new pressure. He got up. He did not think about this. He put on his clothes and his shoes and went to the corridor, and walked through the dark house to the north wing, and opened the double doors of the gallery. The portable light was not on. He had not turned it on. The gallery was lit by the windows, the pale oblongs of a night that was overcast and moonless, the ambient dark of a rural building at 3 in the morning, which was a more comprehensive dark than most people encountered in their ordinary lives. He had been in this dark many times. He could find his way across the gallery to the stool and to the trestle table and to the position in front of the portrait without illumination. He stood in front of the portrait. He could not see the face. He could see the shape of it, the tall canvas, the composition, the darkness where Edmund's figure stood against the background he had spent a month restoring. He stood in front of it in the dark the way he had stood in front of it on the night Felix left, in the first days of understanding what he had chosen. "Edmund," he said. Not aloud. He had stopped saying things aloud some time ago, the distinction between interior and exterior worn away by weeks of practice. "Edmund." Present. He was always present in this room. But something was different tonight about the quality of the presence. Something had changed in it, the way the quality of light changes before weather. "Denser. Closer," he said. "Are you all right?" A long silence. Not the deliberate silence, not the held one. The silence of a man who has been asked a question he has been sitting with for hours and has not arrived at the answer to. "Then I've been thinking," Edmund said. "About what she said?" "Petra." "Yes." Cael stood in the dark. He thought about what Petra had said. "She's afraid of what you've decided." She had not said this. Edmund had said this, or he had said it, or some version of the thinking together had produced it. He had said it to Petra, who had heard it as confirmation of something she already knew. She said, "I'm afraid of what you've decided," Cael said. "You said I wasn't?" "Yes." A pause. "I know exactly what you've decided. I know what you've decided and what it cost you to decide it, and what it would cost to change it." He stood with this. He was not cold. He should have been cold. The gallery at 3 in the morning in December, without the portable light's warmth, wearing only what he'd put on in the dark. He was not cold. The room had the quality it had had for weeks, the warmth that was not a function of the ambient temperature, that had nothing to do with the estate's ancient heating system. "I have been in this room," Edmund said, "for 136 years. And I have been waiting, for most of those years, without knowing what I was waiting for. I thought I was waiting to leave. I thought I was waiting to feel something. I thought I was waiting for someone who would." He stopped. He was quiet for a long time. The silence before the turn, the one Cael had learned to dread. Someone who would make the room large enough again. He said nothing. "You did that," Edmund said. "You came in here and you made the room large again, and I found everything in you that I had been looking for, and I did not look away from any of it. You know this." "Yes," Cael said. Aloud. His voice was strange in the dark. "And you let me in." Edmund's voice in his mind was different tonight, closer than it had ever been, with a weight that had accumulated over 6 weeks of proximity, and could not be mistaken for anything other than what it was. "I found the hollow places and I came in through them, and you made room for me, and I have been." He stopped again. "I have been learning what it is to be known back." He said it with the weight of something true and difficult. "You know me, Cael. Not what I intended. What I am." He thought about the conversations in the working sessions. The cousin's mediocre painting. Finch and the light. The 2 years alone before the fall in the north wing. "I didn't know how to ask for what I wanted. I mistook control for connection." He thought about Edmund choosing isolation at 39 and the specific understanding that had produced, that the pain of loving inadequately was worse than the pain of not loving at all. He thought about how thoroughly he understood this from the inside, the reasoning of it, the terrible logic. "Yes," he said. "I know." A warmth. It arrived in the way it had been arriving for weeks from the sternum outward, the specific sensation of something that was not temperature and was not metaphor, that was a physical reality of a kind his training had not prepared him for and his journal had been documenting in careful, inadequate language. He stood in the dark with it. The warmth expanded. He understood what was happening. He had understood what was coming, in the abstract, since the beginning, since he had read the situation with professional precision on day 8, and filed it under professional concerns. He understood it now, not abstractly but specifically, the way you understand a thing you have been approaching for a long time and have finally arrived at. The warmth was Edmund, arriving with intention. Edmund at the threshold. He did not resist. He was not proud of not resisting. He had written about this in the journal, in the smallest handwriting, in the entry he had read back the next morning with the particular quality of a man reading something he had always known was true, that the making room was not something that had happened to him. He had made the room. He had been making it since day 14, since the decision in the journal that was about the commission and was also about something else, and he had been making it every day since, with the full knowledge and the full shame and the full relief of a man doing the one thing he had been most afraid of doing. He made room. The warmth spread through him, the sternum, the chest, the particular hollow places that Edmund had been learning for 6 weeks, the grief-shaped gaps, the solitude-worn grooves, all of it filling the way a cast fills with the material that will reveal its shape. He felt Edmund in the hollow places, and it was the thing he had known it would be, the thing he had been not looking at for a month, the thing that was both terrible and the opposite of terrible. He stood in the dark. He felt Edmund at the threshold of him, which was the closest he could come to the language for what was happening, the boundary between himself and the space Edmund had been occupying, the border that had been softening for weeks and was now, in the small hours of a December morning, permeable. He felt Edmund knowing him. Not the knowing of the previous weeks, the accumulated knowledge of the working sessions and the journal and the thinking together. The knowing of completion. The full and final knowing. He went very still. He was still in the way he went still when he was afraid. Not afraid. In the vicinity of something that fear was the nearest approximation for, and also in the vicinity of something else that had no approximation at all. Edmund was at the threshold. And then Edmund stopped. It happened the way the warmth had arrived, not with violence, not with drama. The warmth was there, and it was complete, and then it began, very slowly, to recede. Not withdrawn, receded, the way heat leaves a room when the source has been removed, gradually, and then faster, and then all at once, and then you understood it was gone, not because of anything that announced itself but because of the absence that remained. He stood in the gallery. The dark was still the dark. The gallery was still the gallery. He was standing in front of the portrait with his hands at his sides, and the cold had arrived now, the real cold of the room, the December cold of a building at 3 in the morning, and he felt it on the backs of his hands and at his neck, and he stood in it, and breathed. "Edmund," he said. The presence was there. He could feel it, the inhabited quality that had been the room's defining characteristic for 6 weeks, and that was still present, but different now, different in the way that a fire is different after the decision not to add wood. Present. Diminished. "Edmund." What happened? A silence. The longest silence yet. When it ended, what arrived was not language, not the thought texture, the older room's weight of Edmund's communication. What arrived was something he would struggle, afterward, to put into words at all. It arrived as understanding, absorbed rather than heard, the way you absorb a thing that is being shown to you rather than said. What arrived was, "I know you. I know what I would be taking. I know what you would lose. I know you would let me. That is why I cannot." He stood in the gallery for a long time after this. He did not know what he was feeling. He examined it with the attention he brought to things he did not understand and found that the feeling was too large for the categories he had available. It was grief and it was relief, and it was something underneath both of those that was larger than either, something that had no word in English or in any other language he knew. He understood, standing in the dark in front of the finished portrait, that Edmund had been at the threshold of completion. That he had been, in that moment of total arrival, one decision from what he had been waiting 136 years for. And that he had stopped. Not because he could not. He had understood, in the absorbed communication, the shape of Edmund's capability, had felt it, briefly, as the warmth at the threshold, as the full weight of what a century of patience and learning had made possible. He had not stopped because he could not. He had stopped because he had arrived at the point of total knowledge, and total knowledge had made the next step impossible. He understood this the way he understood things that were about him that he could not see directly, from the outside of Edmund's understanding, the outside of the knowledge that had said, "I know you completely," and had found, in the completeness, that knowing Cael completely meant understanding that Cael deserved to be a person that someone loved. Not a person that someone wore. He stood in the gallery until his feet ached from the cold stone floor. Then he sat down. Not on the stool. On the floor, his back against the gallery wall, his knees drawn up, the way he had sat on the floor of his mother's hospital room 11 hours before she died, when the chairs were wrong and the floor was simply the available thing. He sat on the floor of the gallery and looked up at the portrait, the shape of it in the dark, the composition, the figure he had spent 6 weeks restoring. He said, "Thank you?" Not for stopping. Or not only. The thank you was too large to be only about the stopping. Edmund was quiet. Not absent, the inhabited quality was still there, changed in character, but there. The fire with different dimensions. He sat on the floor for a long time. At some point he stopped expecting Edmund to speak and simply sat with him in the dark, the way you sit with someone at the end of something that has cost both of you more than you budgeted for, and that is now, in its way, complete. The cold increased. He pulled his arms around himself. He sat. He thought about Petra saying, "I will burn it." He thought about her driving back tonight, and the call at 9, and actually eating. He thought about the condition log on the trestle table with its 6 weeks of meticulous documentation, the handwriting that was his, and then, in the middle pages, briefly something else, and then his again. He thought about the supply form signed Edmund Voss. He thought about what it would mean to drive south tomorrow, or the day after, or the day the completion report was done and the professional scaffolding had no more weight to carry. He thought, "He knew me completely." He thought, and he chose, with that knowledge, not to. He did not have a word for what that was. He thought he might not need a word for it. He thought the ache was sufficient, the specific, clean ache of something that had been and was now differently shaped, the negative space left by something that had briefly, completely, occupied the space and then removed itself. He sat with it until the dark outside the windows began to change imperceptibly at first, the particular December dawn that arrived without ceremony, and then he got up from the floor, his back stiff, his feet numb, and he went to the trestle table and he opened the condition log. He wrote the entry for the night. He wrote it in his own handwriting, in his own voice, beginning to end. He read it back. It was his. He opened the journal to the next blank page. He wrote, "I don't know yet what happened tonight. I know what happened. I have the words for the events in sequence. What I don't know is what to call it, the large thing underneath the events, the thing that arrived at the threshold and then chose." He wrote, "He knew me completely." That's the sentence I keep coming back to. He knew me completely, and the completeness was the reason. He knew the hollow places and the specific geometry of the grief and the place where, if something pressed in exactly the right way, I would have gone quiet in the particular stillness of a person who has been waiting to be asked. He knew all of that. And knowing all of that was the thing that made taking impossible. He wrote, "I don't know what to call a love that stops because the love is complete enough to stop. I don't have that word. I think I might spend the rest of my life not having it, and I think that might be appropriate. Some things you can't name, and remain the size they are." He capped the pen. He looked at the portrait. The light through the east windows was the thin, flat light of a December morning, arriving late and without conviction. It found the portrait the way the morning light always found it, from the side, at an angle that showed the paint rather than the surface, the way early light showed what was underneath. Edmund Voss looked at him. He did not look like a man at the end of something. He looked. Cael had the thought and held it for a moment before he allowed it, like a man who has made a decision. Not the formal portrait face, not the held mouth of the sitter maintaining his composure, not the surveillant gaze of the early weeks. Something else. Something in the articulation of the face that Finch had painted with unusual attention, and that the 6 weeks of Cael's restoration had returned to its original clarity. He looked like a man at peace. Cael sat with this. He looked at the portrait for a long time, in the cold, growing morning light, and he did not try to name what he was feeling, and he did not try to make it smaller than it was. He stayed until Rowan knocked at 8. "Breakfast," Rowan said from the corridor. And then, after a pause that had everything in it, "Come and eat." He looked at the portrait one more time. He picked up the log. He went. Chapter 19 Grief with No Object. He waited for Edmund to speak. He had breakfast with Rowan in the kitchen. He ate the bread and the eggs that appeared on the table and the coffee from the mocha pot, and he sat at the oak table with his hands around the cup, and he was present in the kitchen in the full, physical, particular way, the grain of the wood under his palms, the warmth coming off the range, the specific weight of the morning pressing in through the east-facing window. He was present. He was also waiting. Rowan sat across from him. Rowan was very quiet, which was different from Rowan's usual quiet in a way that Cael had not yet found the vocabulary for. Rowan's quiet was typically inhabited, it was a quiet with things in it, the silence of a man who was attending and choosing not to speak rather than the silence of a man with nothing to attend to. This morning the quiet was different. It had a listening quality. He ate his breakfast. He thanked Rowan for it. He carried the plates to the sink. He went back to the gallery. "Edmund," he said, in the interior register that had become his default for this room. "Edmund." The presence was there. He stood in front of the portrait in the full morning light, the east windows doing what they always did at this hour, finding the paint rather than the surface, revealing the underpainting beneath the applied work, and he felt the inhabited quality of the room the way he felt the temperature. It was there. It was different from how it had been since the night before last, different in character rather than in presence. He said, "I finished the consolidation? The work is done." "Yes," Edmund said. He said, "I need to write the completion report." "Yes," he said. "Edmund?" And Edmund said nothing. Not the deliberate silence, not the one that was doing work. Not the held silence before something cost something. Just quiet. The quality of a presence that had heard and was present, and had nothing to add. He sat on the stool. He looked at the portrait for a long time. He wrote the completion report. It took 3 hours. He was thorough because he was always thorough, and because the completion report was the last professional thing he was going to do in this room, and thoroughness was the only honest tribute he had to offer it. He documented everything, the phases of work, the approaches used, the materials, the anomalies encountered and addressed, the technical decisions made and their rationale. The progressive observation section was 5 pages. He wrote it in the neutral language of professional documentation, and it was, under the neutral language, a record of 6 weeks of something he did not have professional language for, and he knew this, and he wrote it anyway, as accurately as he could within the constraints of the form. He photographed the completed portrait at 17 focal lengths. This was significantly more than the commission brief required. He did it anyway. He wrote the final note in the condition log, "Restoration complete. Original artist, Aldous Finch, 1887. Subject, Edmund Voss." He looked at the page. He wrote, "Artist unknown." He looked at the last 2 words. He left them. In the afternoon he called Petra. She answered immediately, which meant she had been watching for the call. "How are you?" she said. "The work is done," he said. "The completion report is written." A silence. He heard her breathe. "Good," she said. "When are you leaving?" He looked at the gallery from the window ledge where he'd carried the phone, the only place in the north wing with sufficient signal, a detail he had learned on day 2 and which had seemed incidental at the time. He looked at the portrait. He looked at the room. He thought about this being the last time he would look at it from this angle, with the morning light doing what it did and Edmund present in the quality of the air. "Tomorrow morning," he said. "All right." Her voice had the relief of something she had been holding for a long time being set down. "Drive carefully." "I always drive carefully." "I know you do." A pause. "I'll be here when you get back." "I'll come round." He thought about being in Cambridge. He thought about his flat, which he had left in October with the specific organization of a man who did not know how long he would be gone, and had arranged things to make the not knowing manageable. He thought about whether the flat would feel different when he returned, and then he thought about whether he would feel different when he returned, and he understood that both of these questions had the same answer, which was yes, and that the nature of the difference was not something he had words for yet. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For coming." For saying the things you said? Another silence. Petra's silences were different from Edmund's silences, smaller, warmer, the silences of a living person who was choosing not to fill space rather than the inhabited quiet of a century of room. He had been in both for the past 6 weeks, and he could feel the difference now in a way he would not have been able to on the day she arrived. "Just come home," she said. He said good night and stood at the window for a moment with the phone in his hand and looked out at the Lincolnshire flat. The late afternoon was already going dark, the fields becoming the particular featureless pale of a December dusk, the elms at the drive's edge dissolving into the sky's grey. He had been looking at these fields for 6 weeks. He knew their light in every condition. He would not see them again. He went back into the gallery. He sat on the floor. Not on the stool, not with any professional purpose. He sat on the floor with his back against the gallery wall, and his knees drawn up, his second time on this floor in 2 days, and he looked at the portrait, and was quiet. Edmund was quiet too. They had been doing this, he thought, the two of them in the gallery in the quiet, since the first week, since before there was communication, before the brushwork corrections and the naming of the wound, since the early evenings when he had stood in front of the portrait, and the portrait had tracked him and the quality of the tracking had been attended to in a way he had filed and not examined. They had been in this room together for 6 weeks. They had been in it together for 6 weeks in the specific way of two people who have found a way to occupy the same space that neither of them could have predicted or named. He said, "I'm leaving tomorrow?" "I know." He said, "I don't know how to do this." A pause. Edmund said, "Either do I." This was, Cael thought, the most honest thing either of them had said since the previous night. He sat with it. He said, "What happens to you when I go?" A very long silence. The kind of silence that had material in it, not evasion, but the weight of a question being taken seriously. "I don't know precisely," Edmund said. "I was here before you came and I expect I will be here after." He paused. "But I have been different this 6 weeks. More present. More." He stopped. "More what?" Cael said. "More real," Edmund said. And then, after another pause, "I don't know whether I will remain real without you here." He sat with this. He thought about what it meant for Edmund to become less real, not to cease, not to dissolve, but to thin, to become the kind of presence that had existed in this room before October, the kind that moved shadows by 2 centimeters and made the cat unwilling to enter the north wing and produced, in Rowan, 22 years of being careful rather than afraid. He thought about Edmund returning to that, to the long, patient, thin existence of a haunting that had not yet found its object. He thought, "I am his object." He thought, "And I cannot stay." "I know," he said aloud. "You knew from the beginning," Edmund said. "You always knew what the end was." "Yes." "And you stayed." "Yes." He looked at the portrait. "You know why." "I know why," Edmund said. He said it with the weight of someone who had been reading Cael since October and who had, at the threshold of completion, understood the why in its totality. "I know exactly why." He sat on the gallery floor until the dark was complete outside the windows and the room was lit only by the ambient faint light from the corridor, which Rowan had turned on at some point, and which reached under the gallery doors in a thin pale line. He sat in the near dark and looked at the portrait, which was a shape in the dark now, a presence rather than an image. He opened his journal. He could not see what he was writing. He wrote by feel, the way his hands knew the page and the pen from 15 years of the same act in different rooms. He wrote, Day 43. The work is done. I leave tomorrow morning. He wrote, he knew me completely. He knew me completely, and he chose not to. I have been sitting with this for 2 days and I still do not know what to call it. I know what it is not. It is not simple, it is not safe, it is not over in any sense I understand, and the grief of it has no object I can name because the object is still here in this room with me right now. He wrote, I keep reaching for the word for what he did, the specific act of choosing not to take someone you have the ability and the intention to take, and the word I keep arriving at is wrong. Love is not large enough, or it is the right size but the wrong shape for this. He knew me, and the knowing was the reason for the stopping, and the stopping was the most precise thing anyone has ever done on my behalf. He sat with the journal in his hands. He thought about his mother on a Tuesday morning. He thought about leaving the room for 20 minutes to buy coffee, and the room being different when he returned, irreversibly different, the shape of the morning changed by an absence that was now permanent. He thought about what he had written in this journal on day 35. I have been leaving rooms for 20 minutes ever since, so I can't be there when the thing happens. He thought, I am leaving this room. He thought, Edmund will be here when I go. He thought, this is not the same. He wrote, I know that I will grieve this. I am already grieving it, and it has not ended yet. The grief has no object, or the object is the portrait, which I finished, which is the best work of my career, which will hang in this gallery and look at whoever is in the room with the specific quality of a man in the middle of a conversation. The grief will keep reaching for something and finding the wrong shape when it closes, and I will carry it the way you carry things that cannot be put down, because putting them down would be saying they were never yours to carry. He was never mine to keep. I know this. I am going to know it for a long time. He capped the pen. He sat in the dark with the portrait. After a while Edmund said, You should sleep. He thought, he has been listening to me write in my journal by feel in the dark. I know, he said. You should sleep in your room tonight. I know. A pause. Then Edmund said very quietly, I will be here in the morning. He understood what Edmund was offering. The morning, the last morning, the final assessment, the goodbye that would not be called that because either of them had the word for it. He understood that Edmund was not saying he would be here in the way he had been here for 6 weeks, communicating, warm, filling the working sessions with the specific presence of someone who had found what he had been waiting for. He was saying he would be present in the way a room is present. There, but not attending. The fire changed back to embers. Thank you, he said. He stood up. His back ached. His feet were cold. He looked at the portrait one more time in the dark, the shape of it, the composition, the figure he had restored from its century of obscurity back to what Finch had intended. He said, Good night, Edmund. A long pause. Longer than most. When it came, it had a weight that he would carry out of the room with him, and that he would still feel, he thought, in 6 months in Edinburgh, when a colleague commented on his approach to reading damage. Good night, Edmund said. He picked up the journal. He turned off the corridor light. He walked back through the dark house to his room and lay down on the bed, fully clothed, and did not cry. He was not going to cry, or he did not know yet that he was going to cry, or the grief was too large for crying and was doing something else instead, something that had no name either. He lay in the dark and felt the ache. It was not a dramatic thing. It did not announce itself. It simply sat in him with the specific weight of something that had been there for 6 weeks and was now, for the first time, not being given permission to leave. He lay still. He did not sleep for a very long time. When he did not dream. In the morning the light came in through the west-facing window at an angle that found nothing interesting and illuminated only the fact of the room, the ceiling, the walls, the bed, the kit bag packed and ready by the door, the suitcase with the documentation folder and the personal journal closed at the top. He lay and looked at the ceiling and understood that this was the last morning he would look at this ceiling, and felt the ache shift slightly in its position, the way grief shifts as it settles into a shape it will occupy for a long time. He got up. He showered. He made one last tour of the room, which took 30 seconds because he had been living in it for 6 weeks with the instinctive minimalism of a man who packed a kit for a living and knew that the things you left behind were the things you had not paid attention to. He left nothing. He carried his bags to the car. He came back inside. He went to the gallery. Chapter 20. He packs the kit. The gallery was the same. He had been in enough rooms at the end of commissions to know what a room looked like when you were done with it, the particular quality of a space that has been inhabited and is now being given back, the slight deflation of packed equipment and cleared surfaces, the room returning to itself before you had technically left. He had seen this in the Lot Valley and in Galway and in a dozen houses in between, and it always had the same quality. The room was already starting to forget you. This room was not doing that. He stood in the doorway of the gallery for a moment. The portable rig was still set up, he had not yet broken it down. The trestle table still had the condition log on it, the progressive observations file, the completion report in its folder. His tools were on the table in their sorted order, cleaned and ready to be packed. Everything was as he had left it the previous night, except that the morning light was doing what the morning light did, finding the paint through the east windows, the long flat December illumination that made the portrait look like itself in a way that higher light did not. He came fully into the room. He stood in front of the portrait. He had been standing in front of this portrait, in this room, in various qualities of light and at various hours of the day and night, for 43 days. He had stood in front of it in the first professional confidence of a man surveying his commission, and in the careful uncertainty of a man who had encountered something his training had not covered, and in the warmth of someone being attended to, and in the dark of 3 in the morning with the gallery floor cold under him. He had stood here through every phase of what the 6 weeks had been, and now he was standing here at the end of it, in the ordinary morning light, and the portrait looked back at him. He did not speak. He had said what he had to say last night. He was not a man who repeated himself when the first version had been adequate, and last night had been adequate. He began to pack. He broke down the portable rig first, the most complex piece of equipment, the one that required the most deliberate attention, which made it a good thing to do when he needed his hands occupied and his mind available for something else. He folded the panels into their sleeve in the order that protected the most fragile elements. He had done this approximately 140 times. His hands moved without instruction. He packed the solvents into their case, the small glass bottles sorted by their chemical family, the swabs in their roll, the glass mixing pallets cleaned to a transparency that was, in its way, the closest thing to pure that the work could produce. He packed the brushes into the roll, the sables, the synthetics, the detail brushes, each to its loop in the order of decreasing size. He had been laying these brushes out in this order at the start of every working day for 15 years and packing them in this order at the end. He could do it in the dark. He had done it in the dark. He packed the documentation folder. He packed the completion report. He packed the progressive observations file. He left the condition log on the table for a moment. He picked up the journal. He stood with it in his hands. He had filled more of it in 6 weeks than in the previous 3 years. He had filled it with the careful precision of a man accounting to himself, and with things that were not careful at all, things that he had written in the small handwriting at the bottom of pages and read back with the specific vertigo of recognizing what you had been doing before you admitted you were doing it. He had filled it with Edmund's name. He had filled it with the 20-minute absence on a Tuesday morning, and what it had done to the shape of his life. He had filled it with the 17 reasons and the one not reason, and with the journal entries that were not entirely his, and with the sentence at the end of day 35 that he had read back the next morning and found, despite everything, to be accurate. He put the journal in his bag. He picked up the condition log. He read the final entry, the one from last night's dark gallery, restoration complete, artist unknown, and he looked at the last 2 words for a moment. He closed the log and put it in its folder, and put the folder in the kit bag. He stood at the empty trestle table. He looked around the gallery. It was the gallery as it had been before he arrived, the 14 paintings on the walls, the Victorian crowding, the long east windows, the portrait in the northeast corner. The room that had been his workspace for 6 weeks. His equipment was packed. His documentation was filed. There was no evidence, in the material sense, that he had been here except the portrait itself, which was the best evidence of anything he had ever produced. He walked the room once. He did this at the end of every commission, a final circuit, without touching anything, a way of establishing that he was done, and that the room knew it. He walked the length of the gallery, past the hunting scene he had assessed in 30 seconds on day 1 and the mediocre landscape that Edmund had kept because a cousin had been pleased with himself about it, and Edmund had found the cousin's pleasure difficult to criticize. He walked past the family portraits and the flower studies, the 2 chairs under the east windows that he had sat in once, at the beginning of the 2nd week, when he had been doing documentation and had needed to change his angle of view. He stopped at the portrait. He stood in front of it for the last time. He thought about what he wanted to say and found that he did not have it, that the things he most needed to say were too large or too precise or too much in the territory of the journal, which was the private record and not the record you gave to something that was going to remain in the room after you left. He said, "I'll send the completion report to Isadora today." The room was very quiet. "The documentation will confirm the previous restoration work on the lower edge. I've recommended a follow-up assessment in 5 years for the craquelure in the upper ground. The double-layered gesso is in better condition than I'd have expected for the period. It'll hold." The room was quiet. "The work is good," he said. And then, because he was no longer speaking entirely to the portrait as a professional artifact, "The work was very good. Some of it was mine." The pause was different from any pause that had preceded it. It was a pause that had the shape of everything that had been said and everything that had not been said, the accumulated weight of 6 weeks of communication between a man who read damage and a presence that had been doing the same to him. He stood in it, and did not try to make it smaller than it was. "Then, thank you," Edmund said. It was 2 words. It was the first time Edmund had thanked him. It had a different weight from the ordinary use of the phrase, not social, not reflexive, not the casual deployment of a courtesy. It had the weight of something that had been held for a long time and was being given now because this was the last time it could be given. He pressed both hands flat against the worktable, his habit, his way of being certain his hands were somewhere he could see them when the thing being felt was too large for the available vocabulary. He pressed his hands flat and breathed. "You're welcome," he said. He picked up the kit bag. He picked up the documentation bag. He lifted the lighting rig in its carry sleeve. He turned and walked out of the gallery. He did not look back. He knew he was going to want to, and he did not. He pulled the double doors closed behind him and stood in the north corridor for a moment with the sound of the latch still in the air, and then he walked through the north corridor to the main corridor, and through the main corridor to the staircase, and down the stairs to the entrance hall. Rowan was there. He was in the entrance hall with his coat on and his hands at his sides, with the expression of a man who had decided to be present for something even though there were no words for what the something required. He looked at Cael with the lateral attention he had been using since October, the patient watchfulness of a man who had spent 22 years coexisting with something he could not fully understand and had long since decided that full understanding was not the relevant condition for staying. He did not offer to help with the bags. Cael set the bags down. He extended his hand. Rowan shook it, not briefly, not with the businesslike grip of a professional courtesy, but with the full, unhurried handshake of a man who was saying something in the only register he had. "Thank you," Cael said. "For everything. The bread particularly." Rowan looked at him. He said, "Take the bread." He turned and went to the kitchen and came back with a cloth-wrapped loaf that was clearly from this morning's bake, which meant Rowan had baked it knowing this morning was the last morning. He held it out. Cael took it. He held it with one hand and felt the warmth of it, still warm, recent from the oven, the particular dense warmth of a loaf that had been made with the kind of attention that did not announce itself. "Thank you," he said again. Rowan nodded. He opened the front door. The December morning came in cold and flat and quiet, the gravel drive white with frost, the elms at the drive's edge bare and precise against an overcast sky that had committed to a specific gray and was not going to change it. He had arrived in weather like this in October. He was leaving in weather like this in December. The estate looked the same. He was not the same. He carried his bags to the car. He put the kit in the boot. He put the documentation bag in the back seat. He put the bread on the passenger seat because it was still warm and he wanted it somewhere he could reach it. He stood at the car for a moment. He did not look at the north wing windows. He thought about looking at them and he chose not to, not because he was afraid of what he would feel but because he had already felt it, had felt it in the gallery with his hands flat on the worktable and in the dark of the gallery floor the previous night, and in the ache that had no name that he had been carrying since the small hours of the morning before last. He had already felt it. Looking at the windows was not going to change what he had felt, or what it meant. He got in the car. He started the engine. He drove through the gate, which Rowan had opened. He had not heard Rowan come around, but Rowan was at the gate when he reached it, standing on the far side, holding it without ceremony in the morning cold. Cael drove through. He stopped just past the gate. He rolled down the window. Rowan stood at the gate with the patient stillness of a man who had seen something come and was watching it go, and understood that there was nothing to be said about either. He looked at Cael with the expression of a man who had a great deal in the second category, the category of things he was still deciding whether to tell you, and had decided, on balance, that most of it did not need to be said today. Cael said, "If anything, if she comes back. Isadora." Rowan looked at him. "Tell her I said the work was good," Cael said. "I will," Rowan said. He rolled up the window. He drove. He did not look in the rearview mirror. He drove down the road from the estate toward the village 4 miles east and through the village, past the pub and the post office and the war memorial with the longer list than the village probably deserved, and then out the other side onto the road that went south, and then onto the A road that went further south, and then onto the motorway. He drove south because north was where he had come from, and he was not that person yet. The bread was still warm on the passenger seat. At some point, around Sheffield, his hands stopped shaking. He had not known they were shaking until they stopped. He sat with this information in the ordinary morning traffic of a motorway in December, and he was a man driving south with a bread loaf on his passenger seat and 43 days of something he was still naming in the back seat in a folder, and an ache in his chest that had no name, and no object, and that kept reaching for something that was not there. He drove. The motorway gave him something to do with his attention, which was what he needed. He let the attention go to the driving, the distance, the weather, the other cars, the specific quality of December light on the motorway's gray surface, flat and useful and entirely without depth. He let it go there and let the other part of him, the part that was not managing the car, be where it was. He thought about 6 weeks. He thought about the portrait, which was finished, which was the best work of his career, which was hanging in the gallery of the Voss estate in the northeast corner, looking at whatever came into the room with the specific expression of a man in the middle of a conversation. He thought about what it would look like to someone who entered that room in 10 years or 20 years or 100 years, who looked at the portrait and saw a face that had been restored with unusual care and attention, and did not know who had done it or what the restoration had cost. He thought about what Edmund would be when the room was empty. He thought about the long patience of a century of waiting and what came after, whether the finding and the losing of what you had been waiting for made the waiting longer or shorter, whether the loss was worse than the original absence, or a different kind of thing. He did not know. He thought, "I will probably never know." He thought, "I am going to carry this not knowing for a long time." He drove past the service station and thought about stopping and decided not to. He drove past another one. The bread on the passenger seat was no longer warm, but it was still bread, Rowan's bread, made this morning in the kitchen of the Voss estate with the quiet competence of a man who baked bread every morning because the morning required it. He stopped at a petrol station outside a town whose name he didn't register. He sat in the car in the forecourt with the engine off and felt the ache. It had no name. It kept reaching for something that was not there and closing on air, and he sat with it the way he sat with things that were too large without trying to make them smaller, without the management he had been applying to large things for 15 years. He sat in the forecourt of a petrol station in a town he would never remember, and he felt the ache in its full dimensions, and he did not catalogue it or file it or find a professional framework for it. He named it. Edmund Voss, he said. Not aloud. In the interior register that had become his default over 6 weeks of practice. He said it the way you say the name of something you are going to have to learn to carry. He said, the specific weight of being known. He said, a person understood the exact shape of my damage and chose, freely, at cost, not to use it. He said, the first time in my adult life that someone loved me with enough precision to also love me correctly. He sat in the forecourt until the cold made him start the engine. He drove. He did not call Petra. He did not call Felix. He sat in the warmth of his own car with the bread on the passenger seat and the ache in his chest, and he drove south, and the driving was the most present he had felt in weeks, present in the specific sense of being in his own body, in his own hands, in his own life, and he let the presence be both the grief and the thing underneath the grief. He drove until the motorway gave way to the A road, and the A road gave way to the Cambridge Ring Road, and the Cambridge Ring Road gave way to the street he lived on, which was a narrow street in a terrace with a lime tree outside the window that would be bare now in December, and that would have leaves again in April. He parked. He sat in the car outside his own house. He looked at the lime tree. He thought, I will begin again. Not today. Eventually. I will begin again, and it will be different, and the difference will have this as part of it: the 6 weeks, the gallery, the portrait, the warmth that was nothing like being cold, and the ache that would not stop. The difference will have Edmund Voss in it, the way that the underpaint is in the painting beneath the surface, informing the color, visible only when the light comes from the right angle. He picked up the bread. He got out of the car. He went inside. Chapter 21 Petrol Station, Unnamed Town. He did not unpack. Not that evening, not the next morning. The kit bag sat inside the front door, and the documentation folder sat on the kitchen table, and the journal sat on top of the documentation folder, and he moved around all of it in the way of a man who understood that the unpacking was a different kind of ending and that he was not ready for it yet. He ate the bread. He ate it standing at the kitchen counter with nothing on it, not butter, not the marmalade in the cupboard that was probably still inside its best before date because he had been carrying it since the Voss estate, and it tasted of the kitchen where it had been made, and the kitchen was the part of the estate that had been entirely straightforwardly itself, and that was, this evening, the thing he was most able to hold. He ate the bread and looked at the kitchen, which was his kitchen and was therefore familiar, and therefore wrong in the specific way of a room that has been unoccupied for 6 weeks while you were occupied by something else. The lime tree outside the window was bare. The surface of the hob had a very thin dust on it. The clock on the wall said 7:43, and he had no idea whether this was correct or not because he had stopped checking clocks in October. He looked at the documentation folder on the table. He sent the completion report to Isadora. He wrote the email with the professional precision he had maintained throughout the commission, attaching the report and the final documentation photographs and a brief covering note that described the work completed and the recommendations for future care. He read the email back. He pressed send. He did not hear anything back that evening, which was fine. He had not expected to. Isadora was not a woman who responded to emails immediately, and he did not know, tonight, what he would do with a response. He went to bed at 9. He lay in his own bed in his own room, the room he had lived in for 3 years, the ceiling he had looked at on the nights before difficult commissions and on the nights after unremarkable ones, the particular dark of a Cambridge terrace in December, the lime tree casting nothing because there was nothing on it to cast, and he waited for sleep, which did not come for a very long time. He thought about the quality of the dark in the gallery. He thought about the inhabited quiet of a room that had been attended by something for 136 years, the specific warmth of that, the way it had felt to lie on the gallery floor and be held by something that was not a person and was also, in the ways that mattered, a person. He thought about the way the dark in this room was the ordinary dark of a room that had never been anything other than a room. The difference was specific, and he could not have described it to anyone who had not been in both rooms. He thought, I knew what the end was. He thought, I knew from the beginning. He thought, knowing from the beginning does not appear to be particularly useful. He slept eventually, in the ordinary way, and woke in the ordinary morning light, and the first thing he reached for was the quality of attention that was not there, the specific presence in the air that had been there for 6 weeks and was now not there, and the reaching was like a hand closing on something that had been moved. He lay still. He had known this would happen. He had not known it would happen in the morning. He had thought it would be evenings, which was when he had most often been in the gallery, when the quality of the presence had been most available. He had not known it would be the morning, and morning specifically, when the reaching happened before the waking was complete, before the part of him that knew where he was and what he had done had caught up with the part of him that was still in the gallery. He got up. He made coffee. He stood at the kitchen window and looked at the lime tree. His phone had 11 unread messages. He read them in the order they had arrived, 2 from his landlord about the heating, which had apparently had an incident in November, 1 from the insurance firm about the condition assessment he owed them, 2 from colleagues, 1 professional and 1 personal, 1 from Felix, brief and warm, checking in, 1 from Petra, sent at 11 the previous night, which said only, "Tell me when you're home." He texted Petra, "Home. Last night." She replied within 30 seconds, which meant she had been watching for it, "Come for dinner. Tonight if you can." He put the phone in his pocket. He drank his coffee. He looked at the lime tree. He thought about what it was going to be like to tell Petra about the last 3 days. He had been thinking about this on the drive, in the part of his mind that was not managing the motorway traffic or sitting in the petrol station forecourt naming things. He had been thinking about what the language was going to be, how you described to someone who had been in the gallery and seen what Petra had seen the specific event of the previous night, Edmund at the threshold, the warmth expanding, the withdrawal, the absorbed understanding that had not been language and was therefore, now, in the morning light of his Cambridge kitchen, nearly impossible to account for. He thought, "I will find the language when I'm there." He thought, "I have been finding inadequate language for this since October, and I am not going to find better language today." He texted Petra, "Yes." "What time?" She replied, 7. "Bring nothing." He unpacked. He did it methodically, in the order he always unpacked, kit first, because the kit needed to be sorted and inventoried and any items requiring replacement noted before he forgot. The solvents went in the storage cabinet. The brushes went in their rack. The palettes went in the drawer. The documentation went in the filing cabinet in the small room he used as an office, the condition log in its folder in the drawer labeled with the commission's reference number, the photographs backed up to the external drive, the completion report filed under Voss. He held the progressive observations file for a moment before he filed it. 5 pages. He had written 5 pages of progressive observations in the neutral language of professional documentation, and under the neutral language was 6 weeks of something he did not have a category for in the filing system. He filed it under Voss. He closed the drawer. He put the journal on the desk in the office. He looked at it for a moment. He did not open it. He had not written in it since the gallery floor, since the entry in the dark that he had written by feel, which was the last entry he had made in a room with Edmund in it, and which he would not be able to read for some time without the reading costing more than he had to spend. He left the journal on the desk and went back to the kitchen. He ate lunch. He answered the landlord's emails about the heating and the insurance firm's email about the condition assessment. He looked at the email from the Scottish Borders estate about the February commission, the collection assessment he had been scheduled for, which he had mentioned to Isadora on the phone 2 months ago as evidence that his timeline was still manageable. He read the email. He wrote a brief reply confirming he would be available in February. He pressed send. He sat at the kitchen table with the send email on the screen and felt the specific quality of returning to a life that had been arranged to continue without him. He had arranged it that way deliberately. He had always arranged his life that way. The commissions could expand and the world could wait, and when he came back the world would be where he had left it, because he had left it in a state that required nothing of him. He had left it in a state that required nothing of him, and it had required nothing of him, and he was looking at the February commission email and thinking about the gallery in the north wing of the Voss estate, and the quality of the inhabited dark, and the two things did not belong in the same mind at the same time, and he could not currently prevent them from being there. He closed the laptop. He went to Petra's at 7. She opened the door before he knocked, which meant she had been listening. She looked at him in the hallway light with the full, unprotected attention she had been using with him since she left the estate, the attention of someone who had decided that managed distance was not available tonight. She looked at him for a moment. "Come in," she said. Her flat was warm and small and full of the accumulated evidence of a person who lived in it, and worked in it, and had 3 orchids that were all thriving and books on every flat surface and a print of a Flemish interior on the kitchen wall that she had bought at an auction 9 years ago, and which he had helped her carry up the stairs. He sat at her kitchen table, which was the right size for the room, which was the size of a table that had meals at it with 1 person and occasionally with 2. She put food in front of him. He ate it. She sat across from him and ate her own and did not ask anything immediately, which was one of the things about Petra that he had relied on without naming for 9 years. She understood that some things needed to sit at the table for a while before they were ready to be talked about. He told her about the last 3 days. He told her about the night before Petra left Edmund's line. I know exactly what you've decided, and what it had cost to hear it, and what it had cost not to argue with it. He told her about the night of the climax. Waking at 3, going to the gallery, standing in the dark, the warmth expanding and then receding. He told her, as accurately as he could, about what the absorbed understanding had been, the knowing that was too large for language, and which he was rendering in language anyway because he had no other instrument. She listened. She asked no questions. She ate her food. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. He watched her think. He stopped. She said, "Yes." "Because he knew you completely?" "Yes." She looked at the table. He watched something move through her expression, not surprise, not relief, something more complicated that had the quality of a person arriving at a conclusion they had been approaching for some time and finding it was not the conclusion they expected. "I was going to burn it," she said. "I know. I still would have." She looked at him. "If you needed me to." "I know," he said. "That's why I didn't." She looked at him for a long time. He did not look away. "How are you?" she said. Not the professional version. The actual one. He thought about this with the care it deserved. He had not asked himself this question since returning. He had been managing the unpacking and the emails and the February commission and the bread eaten standing at the counter, and he had not asked himself the question because the question had an honest answer, and the honest answer was large. "I don't know yet," he said. "I think I will know. I think it will take a while." She nodded. "I'm not." He stopped. He started again, with the over-precision of someone reaching for the true word and not quite catching it. "I don't feel like I lost something that was mine to keep. I know he was not mine to keep." I understood the terms. He looked at his hands on her kitchen table. The staining at the knuckles, the ingrained pigment. "I feel like I finally had the experience of being known correctly, and the person who knew me correctly is no longer available, and I am going to have to decide what to do with the fact that the experience is possible." Petra said. "That it's possible. That it's possible," he said. "That I am a person who can be known that way. That I am not." He stopped again. "I had decided, at some point, that the interior was smaller than the exterior. That if someone actually got in, they would find there wasn't enough of me to love. And?" He looked at his hands. "There was enough," he said. The kitchen was very quiet. Petra reached across the table. She put her hand over his for a moment, not grasping, not the managed warmth of comfort, just present, the hand of someone who had known him for 9 years and was sitting with what he had just said in the same room with him. Then she sat back. "Good," she said. Her voice was the one she used when she meant things completely and quietly. "That's good, Cael." He ate his food. He walked home through the December cold, the Cambridge streets empty at 9 in the evening, the lime tree visible from the end of his street bare against the sky. He walked with his hands in his pockets and his breath making clouds and the ache in its usual place, the specific ache of something that had no name and no object and that would keep reaching for a while yet. He went inside. He hung up his coat. He stood in the kitchen. He picked up a pen from the counter. He looked at it for a moment. He thought about the journal on the desk in the office. He thought about what Petra had said, "That's good, Cael," and what it meant to have it witnessed by someone who had known him long enough to understand the full weight of what he had said. He put the pen down. He was not ready for the journal yet. He was going to be ready soon. He was going to be ready in the way that you are ready for things you have been approaching for a long time, not suddenly, but by degrees, each day a little less not ready until the not ready is simply ready and you don't notice the transition. He turned off the kitchen light. He went to bed. He lay in the dark and thought about nothing with great concentration, and eventually the nothing gave way to sleep, which was ordinary and unremarkable and exactly what was needed, and in the morning he woke up and the ache was still there, and he got up anyway, and made coffee, and began. Chapter 22 Edinburgh, 6 months later. The studio in Edinburgh had north-facing windows. This was the thing he had noted first, when the appointment came through in January and he had looked up the address and found photographs of the space. The windows faced north, which meant the light was consistent, which meant the work would go well. He had taken this as a reasonable sign about the commission and had thought nothing more about it until he arrived in June and stood in the studio for the first time and understood that the light coming through the north windows was the light he had been missing since December without naming it as missing. He had been in Edinburgh for 3 weeks. The commission was a collection of late Flemish works, 11 paintings, primarily interior scenes, the kind of domestically scaled work that recorded ordinary life in the 17th century with the specificity of a people who understood that ordinary life was the thing worth recording. He had assessed the collection in February and returned now to begin the restoration proper, starting with the 2 works in most urgent need and working outward from there in the order he had determined during the assessment. He was good at this. He had been good at this for 15 years and he was still good at it, which was not the same statement it had been before October. Before October, being good at the work had been sufficient. It had been the primary fact of his professional life, the thing that filled the space that other things did not occupy. Now it was sufficient in a different way, sufficient in the way that something you love is sufficient even after it has been put in its correct proportion relative to other things. He loved the work. He had always loved the work. He loved it more honestly now, which was perhaps the same as loving it better. He was working on a domestic interior, a woman at a table, a child near the window, the light coming in from the left at the angle that the 17th-century Flemish painters had understood better than almost anyone before or since, not the dramatic light of the Italian tradition, not light as revelation, but light as time of day, light as the ordinary temperature of an afternoon in a room with people in it. The painting had been damaged along the right margin. A previous restoration attempt, someone long ago who had worked on it without the technique to address what they found, had painted over something trying to preserve it. He had been cleaning the overpainting away in careful stages all morning, revealing the original surface by degrees. Maren, his colleague for this commission, a Danish woman his own age who had trained in Copenhagen and who had the quality he most valued in collaborators, which was an opinion she kept until the evidence required her to change it, came to look over his shoulder at 11:30. "You're more patient than yesterday," she said. "Yesterday I was still finding my footing with the solvent concentration." He did not look up from the work. "Today I know what the surface wants." She stood behind him for a moment. "There's something under there. I can see the edge of it." "Yes." He applied the swab in the direction the surface required and watched another millimeter of the false restoration give way. "I've been thinking it might be a figure." She was quiet. He could feel her looking. "It curves like a shoulder," she said. "Yes." She went back to her own work. He continued cleaning. The overpainting came away in the careful stages of a morning's patient work, and by the time the light through the north windows had shifted to its early afternoon character he had revealed the margin sufficiently to see what was there. A figure. Standing at the window, face turned away from the room, in the posture of someone who was looking out or who had just looked up from looking out and was deciding whether to stay or go. Rendered with the care of the original artist at a period when the original artist had been working at full attention, the figure had the quality that distinguished the best of the period's domestic work, not symbolic, not allegorical, simply present. A person by a window, in the middle of a moment. He sat back on his stool. He looked at the figure for a long time. Maren came to look again at 2:00, when he had not moved to lunch. She stood beside him and looked at the figure, and said nothing for a moment. "That's more care than the composition requires," she said. "For a marginal figure." "Yes," he said. "The painter wanted this person to be here." "Yes." She went to get food. He stayed where he was. He had been carrying the ache since December. It had changed over 6 months, not diminished, exactly, but changed in character the way grief changes when it has been carried long enough to find its true shape. In the first weeks it had been formless, reaching and closing on air. By February it had a cleaner outline, a specific absence with a specific name, Edmund Voss, which he said sometimes in the interior register when the reaching happened, the way you say a name to give a grief its correct address. By April it had settled into something he could sit beside without being inside it, something that was present the way a remembered room is present, available to thought without requiring him to be in it. He had started painting in March. Not professionally. Not publicly. He had bought a small set of oils and a pad of canvas board, and he had started in the mornings before work, at the kitchen table, painting things that were near him, the lime tree, which had leaves again by April, the interior of the Cambridge flat, the particular quality of early morning light on the kitchen wall, once, from memory, the north wing corridor of the Voss estate, the way the light fell in the late afternoon. He had not shown any of it to anyone. He was not painting to be good. He was painting because Edmund, who had known him completely, had found the abandoned painting in the inventory of what he was and had understood, in the way he understood everything about Cael, that it was the thing that needed returning. He was not good at it yet. He was not painting to be good at it. He sat in front of the third figure and thought about all of this. He thought about it without analysis. He was past the analysis, or past the analysis being the primary mode. He thought about it the way you think about things that have become part of the texture of who you are rather than problems requiring resolution. Marin came back with 2 sandwiches. She put one beside him without comment. He ate it. She looked at the figure again while she ate her own. She said, "Do you know who it is?" "No," he said. "The composition doesn't tell you. The painter didn't want you to know. The figure is just there, belonging to the scene without being explained by it." "I like that," she said. "Not everything in a painting needs to be explained." He looked at the figure. He thought, no, not everything needs to be explained. He thought about what the figure was doing standing at the window, face turned, in the moment of deciding whether to stay. He had been thinking, since he first saw the shoulder emerge from the overpainting, about the dream in the gallery on day 4. The figure at the window in the Victorian estate, the man who had not turned around, the quality of a stillness that was aware of another person in the room without acknowledging it. He had written about this in the journal, and he had put the journal in the drawer in February when he started the painting in the mornings, and he had not opened it since, which was either recovery or avoidance, and was possibly both. He thought, "I know this posture." He thought, "I know what it feels like to be the person deciding whether to stay." He also knew, sitting in front of the third figure in the north light of the Edinburgh studio, that the figure in the painting was not Edmund. He was not going to make that error, the error of reading his own grief into the surfaces of other people's objects, which was a different kind of damage from the one he usually addressed. The figure was the original artist's figure, placed in the margin of a domestic interior 350 years ago for reasons that had nothing to do with the Voss estate. He knew this. He was a rigorous professional. But the figure was also the figure at the window. And the figure at the window was also the figure in the gravel drive, standing at the car with his hand on the open boot for 7 minutes. And the figure in the gravel drive was also the thing he had been learning, for 6 months, to understand about himself, that he was a person who stood at thresholds and decided whether to go through them, and that the decision he had made in October had changed the quality of the deciding. He was not the same man who had arrived at the Voss estate with his thermos of cold coffee and his 17 reasons. He was a man who had been inside something and had come back, and the coming back was a different act from the arriving. He picked up his brush. He looked at the figure at the window. He thought about what Petra had said in December, which he had been thinking about at intervals since, "That's good, Cael," in the voice she used for things she meant completely. He thought about what he had said that had produced it, "There was enough." He thought about the lime tree outside his window, which had leaves now, which would lose them again in October, which would have them again after that. He thought about continuance, which was not the same as recovery and was harder, and was the only honest thing available to a man who had been somewhere and come back. He applied the brush to a section of the overpainting he had not yet addressed. It lifted cleanly. The surface beneath was original, the paint responsive, the chemistry correct, the work that needed doing yielding to the work he knew how to do. He cleaned the section with the particular patience that was his now, the patience that was more willing to sit with what was lost before deciding how to proceed. Marin had noticed this. Others at the studio had noticed it. He had no language for what they were noticing, which was fine. Some things were present in the work before they were available for conversation. He worked until 6. He cleaned his brushes. He photographed the day's progress. He wrote his log entry in his own hand, beginning to end. He put on his coat. He walked out of the studio into the Edinburgh evening, which was June and therefore still light, the long northern light that did not give up until nearly 10. He walked through the streets to the flat he was renting for the commission, small, clean, with a kitchen that faced west, and caught the evening, and he changed out of his work clothes and stood at the kitchen window for a moment. He still felt the ache. He had stopped waiting for it to stop. He had understood, in February, that waiting for it to stop was its own kind of not moving, the paralysis of a man holding himself in suspension against the arrival of something that was not going to arrive on a schedule. The ache was the ache. It had a name and an address and a specific quality that was different from ordinary grief, different from the grief of his mother on a Tuesday morning or the grief of Felix's patients finally expiring. It was the grief of something that had been total and brief and not built to last, and it was also, underneath the grief, something that he had no word for either, the gratitude adjacent thing that had no clean name because it occupied the same space as the grief and was indistinguishable from it most of the time. He had tried to paint it once. In April, on a Sunday morning when the lime tree was coming back and the light was doing something particular with the kitchen wall. He had mixed the colors and applied them, and the painting had not been right, had not been able to hold what he was trying to put into it. He had looked at it for a while and then turned the canvas board face down, and started something else, a study of the lime tree, which was more manageable. The study of the lime tree was the best thing he had done so far. He was not sure whether this was because the lime tree was easier or because the lime tree was also, in its way, about the same thing. He made dinner. He called Petra while it was cooking. She answered on the second ring. "How's Edinburgh?" she said. "The studio has good north light." He stirred something on the hob. "There's a painting in the collection with a figure I wasn't expecting. Painted over in a previous restoration." "What kind of figure?" "Someone at a window." He paused, deciding whether to stay. A silence. He heard Petra's particular silence, the one that was thinking rather than waiting. "And what are you going to do with it?" she said. He thought about the figure. He thought about the marginal rendering, the unusual care for a compositional element that the narrative of the painting did not require. He thought about the posture the face turned, the quality of the stillness, the specific suspended moment of a decision not yet made. "Let it be what it is," he said. "It doesn't need explaining. It just needs to be visible." Another silence. "That's a change," she said. "Yes," he said. They talked for a while about the collection, about a commission Petra had taken in Rotterdam, about her orchids, one of which was doing something she described as aggressively healthy. He stirred his food and talked and was present in the kitchen in the way he had been relearning to be present in rooms since December, not as the professional who passed through without leaving a mark, but as the person who was there. He said good night, and ate his dinner and washed up and stood at the kitchen window in the long June evening light. He thought about the third figure. He thought about beginning again. Not the way he had understood it in December, in the car outside the Cambridge house looking at the bare lime tree, the abstract future tense of beginning, the intention that was still at a safe distance. He thought about it as it was now, the actual, material, daily fact of a person who had resumed. Who was working, and painting in the mornings, and cooking dinner, and calling Petra, and carrying an ache that had a name, and that he no longer tried to put down. He was resuming. He had been resuming since December, by degrees, in the way that the cleaning of an overpainting revealed the original surface by degrees, not all at once, not in the single dramatic gesture of a man who had decided to be different, but in the accumulation of small consistent acts, the morning paintings, the February commission, the phone calls not deferred until Thursday, the food eaten at regular intervals. The journal reopened in April with a new page in his own handwriting, beginning. He was not recovered. He was not going to use that word. Recovery suggested a return to a prior state, and the prior state was not the point. The prior state was the 43 days at the Voss estate waiting for him in the other direction. He was not trying to get back to before. He was trying to be present in after, which was a different project and harder, and the only one available. He turned off the kitchen light. He went to the small desk in the corner of the flat sitting room where he had put the canvas boards and the tin of oils, which he brought with him now on commissions, which had become part of the kit in a way that felt as natural as the brushes in their roll. He sat down. He opened the tin. He thought about the third figure, the shoulder emerging from the overpainting, the quality of the original artist's attention at that section of the canvas, the care that the composition did not strictly require. He thought about what it felt like to be the person at the window, and he thought about what it felt like to be the person who found the person at the window, 350 years after the painting was made, and understood that the finding was part of the painting's purpose. It had been waiting to be seen. He mixed the first color. He began. Chapter 23, the third figure. The overpainting was gone by Thursday. He had spent 3 days removing it in the careful stages the work required, the surface giving way by degrees the way all surfaces gave way when the approach was correct, not forced, not hurried, the chemistry matched to the material and the material allowed to respond in its own time. On Thursday morning, in the north light that he had learned over 3 weeks to rely on the way he relied on his own hands, he made the final pass with the swab, and the last of the false restoration lifted cleanly, and the original surface was there. He sat back. The figure was complete. Standing at the window, face turned, at the far right margin of the composition. The scene behind the figure, the woman at the table, the child near the window on the other wall, the afternoon light doing what the original artist understood light to do, continued without interruption, the domestic interior complete in itself, and at its edge the figure who was not part of the narrative and was not explained by it, and was not there for any compositional reason the subject of the painting required. The original artist had painted this figure because they wanted this figure to be there. He looked at it for a long time. Marin came at 10. She stood behind his stool and said nothing for a while, which was the response he would have expected from her, and which he appreciated. "The face is turned," she said finally. "Yes. So you can't tell?" "No." He looked at the figure. "You can tell from the posture that they know they're not alone in the room. The set of the shoulder. The particular quality of the stillness." He paused. "They've heard something. They're deciding what to do with having heard it." Marin was quiet. He heard her thinking. "Are you going to restore the figure?" she said. "It's in good condition, mostly, but there's some loss at the hem. And the overpainting has left a residue in the upper section that will be visible under raking light." He looked at the figure. He had been thinking about this since Wednesday, since the shoulder became a figure and the figure became clear enough to understand. He had been thinking about it in the particular background register where the truest thinking happened, while his hands were occupied with the cleaning and his attention was on the chemical response of the surface, the thinking beneath the thinking that had been his primary mode since long before the Voss estate, and that he understood now as the part of him that was most reliably his own. He thought about the hem loss and the residue in the upper section. He thought about what restoration would require, a conservative approach, the minimum intervention consistent with the figure's stability, in painting only the losses and addressing the residue without touching the original paint. It was technically straightforward. He had the materials. He had the skill. He thought about what the figure was. He said, "I'm going to stabilize the losses. Consolidate the hem. Address the residue." Marin waited. "But I'm not going to in-paint the face," he said. "Or the upper section. I'm going to leave it as it is." She was quiet for a moment. "It'll be visible. Anyone who looks at the composition from that angle will see the damage." "Yes," he said. "I think that's correct." She went to get coffee. He stayed with the figure. He thought about the difference between restoration and repair. He had been thinking about this difference for 15 years, in the specific technical sense, but it was a different kind of thinking now, less mechanical, more willing to hold the question in its full complexity before it resolved into a method. Restoration tried to return something to a prior state. Repair addressed what was broken in order to preserve what was still intact. They were related but not the same act, and which one you chose depended on what you understood the object to be, a fixed thing that could be returned to, or a living thing that had accumulated its history, and could only move forward from what it was now. He understood the figure to be a living thing. He picked up his brush. He began with the hem, lost the lower margin of the figure, where the original paint had lifted and left a gap that the overpainting had been filling, badly, for a long time. He mixed the correct color, not the color of the overpainting, not the false color that had been obscuring the original for decades, but the color of the original as it existed in the adjacent sections, the specific warm brown, slightly faded at the edges. That was the figure's relationship to time rather than the painter's original intention. He matched the existing surface rather than the absent ideal. He painted the gap with the patience that was his now, the brush in the correct hand, the contact correct. The figure held it. He worked through the morning. He addressed the residue in the upper section with a solvent concentration calculated to move the false material without touching the original, and the original came back to itself in the way that originals came back when the intervention was correct, not dramatically, not as transformation, but as clarification. A small degree more legible than it had been. A small degree more itself. He did not touch the face. He photographed the figure at the end of the morning's work. He compared the photographs to the initial documentation, the figure as it had been obscured, the figure as it had emerged, the figure as it now was, stabilized and legible and with its history intact. He would write the condition note, original marginal figure revealed by removal of later overpainting. Consolidation and hem loss addressed. Upper section residue treated. Face and primary torso retained in current condition as per conservator's assessment, stable, historically significant, not requiring intervention. He read this back in his head. He thought, I know how to say that a damaged thing is complete. He had not always known this. Or he had known it technically, had applied it to objects for 15 years, and had not known it in the other sense. He had spent 15 years being a man who could not let a damaged thing alone and who applied this compulsively, and without prejudice to objects, and to the spaces between objects, and to the hollow places inside himself. He had understood damage as a problem requiring solution. He had understood repair as the thing that came after damage and preceded being intact. He understood something different now. He understood that the figure at the window was complete not despite the unrestored face, not despite the history of being painted over and then found again, but including all of that. The figure was a figure at a threshold, deciding. The not seeing of the face was the condition of the decision. The viewer could not know which way it would go. That was what the original artist had understood about this person, standing at this window, in this afternoon light, 350 years ago in a domestic interior in a country Cael had never been to. They had understood that the moment of deciding was the thing. Not the before and not the after. The moment itself. He sat with this for a long time. Marin came back at noon. She looked at the figure, and then at him, and then at the figure again. You left the face, she said. Yes. She looked at him. She had the quality he had noticed since the first week of the commission, the quality of someone who arrived at conclusions carefully, and then held them without needing to explain them. She looked at the figure and looked at him, and reached her conclusion, and held it. It's right, she said. He nodded. She went back to her work. He sat in front of the figure. He thought about Edmund Voss, who was in a room in the north wing of an English estate, who was perhaps thinner and quieter than he had been in December, who was perhaps the particular kind of presence that moved objects 2 centimeters and made cats unwilling to enter a corridor, and produced in the room's caretaker 22 years of being careful rather than afraid. He thought about Edmund without the grief shape that the thought had carried since December, not without the ache, but without the shape of grief specifically, the reaching and the closing. He thought about Edmund the way you thought about something that had been and was now differently present, with the particular quality of attention you gave to things that had informed your understanding of the world and were therefore, in some sense, always with you. He thought, he is in the room. He thought, and I am here. He thought, and both of these things are true and neither of them is wrong, and I am, finally, able to let both of them be true at the same time without the simultaneous truth being the kind of thing that required management. He picked up the brush. He looked at the figure at the window. He thought about what it meant to be the person who found the person at the window. Not the painter, not the original artist who had put the figure there 350 years ago with the care that was more than the composition required. The person who came later. The person who spent a morning removing the false restoration and found, underneath it, a figure who had been waiting to be seen. He thought, this is what I do. He thought, not only to the objects. He thought about the Tuesday morning in June when the lime tree outside his Cambridge window had achieved its full summer density, and he had sat at the kitchen table with the oils and the canvas board and had painted the tree with the particular attention of someone who understood that the painting was not about the tree, and had not been since March, and had been waiting for him to understand this about it. He thought about the painting of the corridor in the north wing, which he had not shown anyone and would not show anyone, which was for him and for the knowing of him that still lived in the corridor's specific quality of late afternoon light. He thought about beginning, which was what he was always doing now, which was the ongoing act rather than the single moment, which was what it turned out beginning meant when you had stopped treating it as a threshold and started treating it as a practice. He applied the brush. He was working on a section of the surrounding painting, not the figure, not the face, but the wall behind the figure, a section of the domestic interior that had suffered minor damage and that he was addressing with the minimum intervention the condition required. The brush in his hand. The paint on the surface. The figure at the window at the edge of his vision, stable and present, and not requiring him to do anything more to it. He worked. The north light moved in its flat, consistent way across the studio. Marin worked at the adjacent table, her own painting, her own careful approach. The studio had the sound of concentration, the very small sounds of brushwork, the occasional movement of a stool, the particular quality of shared silence between two people who were both fully occupied with something they understood. He thought, while he worked, about the condition report he would write. The figure would be in it documented, described, its history accounted for. Future conservators would find it in the file. They would know the figure was there, and what had been done to it, and what had been left. They would make their own assessment of whether the face needed addressing, in their time, with their materials and their understanding. He was not making the permanent decision. He was making the decision that was correct for now, and he was recording it, and the recording was the gift he could give to whoever came after. This was, he thought, what the work had always been. He had been doing this for 15 years and he understood it differently now. Not as service though it was that. Not as repair though it was that too. As an act of attention given to things that had been overlooked, that had been covered, that had been damaged in the ways that things were damaged by time and by the people who had not known how to care for them. He gave them his attention. He addressed what needed addressing. He left what should be left. And he wrote it down, so that the next person who came knew where to begin. The light through the north windows reached its early afternoon character. He put down the brush. He sat back and looked at the painting. The domestic interior, the woman at the table, the child near the window, the afternoon light in its 17th-century particularity, and at the right margin the figure who did not belong to the narrative, and was not explained by it, and who had been there the whole time, underneath, waiting to be found. The figure at the window. The face turned. The posture of a person who had heard something and was deciding what to do with having heard it. He looked at it for a long time. He did not try to explain it. He did not try to connect it explicitly to anything. He sat with it the way he sat with things that were true and too large for the available categories, and he let it be the size it actually was, and he found that the size was not intolerable. He picked up his brush. He began.